Chapter 18. The exams on Tuesday and Wednesday were sort of anticlimactic. I believe I did fairly well on them and would find out in 2 weeks or less when grades are supposed to be available. Okay, Sam, let's go over how things look at the moment. First, how are we doing as far as matter for replicator use? Will we have enough for everything that is about to happen? With the 2 recycler ships working on that island of garbage, almost every recycled matter storage container we have is full, and we probably need to have a few hundred more replicated if you still plan on recycling landfills. We have more than enough at the moment to cover current plans. Okay, great. Yes, I still plan on seeing about recycling landfills in the future, so if we need more of the containers, please have more made now. Better to have and not need than to need and not have. Also, check with Riker and see if he needs any. I want him to continue making the ships for PGs for the same reasoning I just mentioned for the storage containers. Can you think of anything else that needs our attention or that we should get started on right now? Nothing is pressing at the moment, though you should talk to Larry soon and see if he wants to sign up. He is a smart guy, and I think he would be a great help getting people for Arcadia. That's right, he studied political science, didn't he? But isn't he easily manipulated? That would be something we'd need to keep an eye on. Have a look at his grades and what his professors had to say about him. I wonder if he'd be interested in being the first mayor of Guardian City. Our grades should be available sometime within the next week or 2. See if you can set up a meeting with him for as soon as you've got the information. Will do. DD, any plans for tomorrow? None I can think of. Why? Some of the girls and I would like you to go with us to that theater in the park place again. There is supposed to be a rock and roll band there tomorrow, starting at noon. Okay, sure, why not? I will warn you, though, that the band might not be very good. Some of the girls went and heard them playing in a garage and said they sounded okay. Not like professional sound, but it sounded like they knew what they were doing. Oi, a garage band? What the hell, let's go and give it a try. We arrived at the park about 15 minutes before the band was supposed to start and could see they were doing some adjustments and sound checks. We sat on the grass and were just chatting while waiting for the band to start when people started coming over and asking if I was that Guardian Prime guy for Arcadia. I said I was, and they started asking questions about Arcadia and living there. I answered what I could and noticed there was quite a crowd around us and that the band looked to be waiting to start. I asked everyone if we could stop the Q&A until after the band finished playing. Many nodded, and everyone started looking for a place to sit. The girl on stage I took as the lead singer spoke into the mic thanking me for breaking up my press conference and said I was welcome to come on stage and use their sound equipment after they were done. I just waved my hand indicating I hear her and as a thank you. Surprisingly, the band was pretty good, playing mostly classic rock and roll tunes and the more commercial heavy metal tunes. The girls really enjoyed the music, and I have to say that I did too. The 2 hours they were supposed to play for flew by, and the next thing I knew, they were saying that their show was over and would I come up to the stage. We made our way to the stage, and the girl introduced herself as Maxine and pointed the mic at each of us in turn so we could introduce ourselves. I had to laugh at Maxine's face when the girls said their names. She wouldn't believe them. Well, Dedeus, we all know you have been a busy guy, what with finding a planet, fighting the swarm, zapping that reporter guy, and vacationing with babes on Arcadia. So what is next? Maxine, why do you remind me of a reporter? I had my exams Tuesday and Wednesday, like every other student at the university, and now we're looking at our summer schedule as we have some visits to make in July and August. Seriously? I thought you being a university student was a joke. When did you slow down and find time to study? We slow down when we can. Today, for example. Today is our slow day. We're just getting started, so there is a lot to do. Okay, I'm done with my interview, ha ha ha. Can you keep the Q&A session to an hour or less? We need to pack and get home sometime today. Let's ask the crowd. Can we pack things up in an hour? We can? Okay, Maxine, no more questions after an hour. A lot of the questions were in a similar vein. What could they do on Arcadia? What would things cost? How much would a job pay, etc. I pointed out that a lot of what they asked would depend on their skills and experience, what they wanted to study, and that on the website there was a breakdown of some wage brackets for different skills, as well as prices for housing, both renting and buying. I reminded them that these were all projected, and we couldn't be certain until we were there and settled. A girl asked why she would go back to being considered a kid if she went to Arcadia when she was an adult on Earth. How old are you now? What does that matter? I'd like to know if you were 14 before the Confederacy arrived. I have just turned 17. Okay then, before the Confederacy arrived, did you think of yourself as an adult or as a teenager? I thought of myself as a teenager, but it's different now. I'm an adult. At 17, you are on the cusp of being an adult by pre-Confederacy standards. Do you think you know more now at 17 than you did at 14? Of course I do. Back then, the hardest thing to decide was what to wear to school. Now I'm trying to support myself and my 14-year-old sister. Is that your sister beside you? It seems you have a lot of responsibility now, even for a 17-year-old. But it appears by looking at the two of you that you are able to handle it. We are doing okay, but it is tough. We're supposed to look for people with the magical 6.5 score to take us away, but we don't want to be slaves or whores. We saw one pickup and both of us could not do what the other girls were doing. We would have been able to go with our parents, but we weren't with them when they got picked up, and couldn't have gone anyways except as their slaves or whores. Okay, look, it's my opinion that the Confederacy decided that 14-year-olds would be considered adults, because that is the age when humans can start producing children. Yes, it can happen earlier, but for the most part, by the time we're 14, we humans can reproduce. I believe they didn't consider 14-year-olds to be adults because they were knowledgeable or had a lot of experience, but because they could be soldiers and could make babies. Another girl says, I'm 20 and there are a whole bunch of people where I live that are between 14 and 18 years old. Both guys and girls. I'm pretty sure everyone is below the 6.5 score. Some were put in the government housing after their parents were extracted. But some of the people running the places expect them to fuck them to continue staying there. They don't want to be conks or sex slaves to anyone, but they are without anyone or any means to support themselves. What will happen to them if they want to go to Arcadia? The first girl says, yeah, that is what my sister and I would like to know too. What will happen to us? Okay, the first thing you will need to do if you haven't already is to take the enhanced CAP test. Everyone 14 and older has to take it before being considered for immigration to Arcadia. You have to take it because here on Earth you are considered an adult. Now, persons 14 to 18 years old are considered adults on Earth and therefore can choose to go to Arcadia. If they choose to go to Arcadia, they will be considered adolescents and will be placed with a family or in the guardian orphanage, where they will be provided free of charge until their 18th birthday. Services such as housing, food, clothing, education, and social opportunities such as sports, field trips, etc. You can look at and see the Guardian Orphanage in Guardian City on the Arcadia website. That is what will happen once we get to Arcadia. While we are still here on Earth, I'd have to make arrangements for some type of housing while someone looked into how many persons we'd be looking at. You there, the 20-year-old girl. What is your name, and have you taken the enhanced CAP test yet? My name is Sarah Reynolds, and yes, I have taken the test. I have my Arcadia card here with me. DD, her Arcadia cap is 6.4 with high sub-scores in compassion and caring for others, especially those that are younger than her, but lower scores in traits required for a good soldier. She would probably do well running the Guardian Orphanage in Guardian City. I give Sarah her card back and ask her, Sarah, would you be interested in running an Arcadian orphanage while here on Earth for boys and girls 14 to 18 years old? Maybe the 17-year-old and her sister would like to help. Sorry, girls, but I don't know your names or if you've taken the enhanced CAP test. I'm Sandy and my little sister is Mandy. We've both taken that test and have our cards with us. Sarah, if you take the job offer, I will help you. Both of us will. We need a safer place to live too. I'll take the job offer, sir. When can I start? First, no more calling me, sir. I'm only a few years older than you. Call me DD. Why don't the three of you meet with Sam over there, and she can get some information from you, and we can let Maxine and her band get going. Everyone, thank you for your questions, and if you have any others, please check out the website and post them there if you can't find an answer. Someone will answer them as quickly as possible. Sorry about going longer than an hour, Maxine. Shit, Dedeus, you were helping those girls, and who knows how many others. I wasn't about to cut that off. Still thank you, and my thanks to your band. Dedeus, Dedeus! I turned to see a young guy waving his hand in the air. Yes, what can I do for you? How can I help with the Arcadia house here and the Guardian Orphanage? I've taken the enhanced test and have both cards with me as well. Go over and give your information to Sam, then talk to her and Sarah about how you can help. Cool, thanks. I look over and see Sam with a lot of people around listening to what she is saying about the orphanage, about Arcadia, and about me. I walk over and they all seem pleased with what they were told. No angry faces in the crowd and no one yelling. Dee Dee, I have all their information, and Sarah says that Sandy and Mandy can stay with her while we look for proper housing here on Earth. This gentleman here is Bob, and he is going to help them with anything that needs to be done. Sandy has seen the Guardian Orphanage on the website, but didn't relate it to their situation here because it's called an orphanage, and they don't consider themselves orphans. She has some ideas on how to get that message across better, and the web first will have an example for you to look at and approve once we are back on the J&J. Very good, Sam. We'll start looking for housing tomorrow, and we should make the same offer to 14 to 18-year-olds worldwide. Sarah, what do you think of helping worldwide instead of just here? And if all goes well, you'd get first chance at running the orphanage in Guardian City as well. You would want me to run it? Here and in Guardian City? I'd love to, but do you think I could do it? Yes, yes, and yes. So start thinking about what you need to get started. Check the website and make sure that those who need this can understand what we are trying to do. Make sure they know the rules and know that they won't be adults and that they will have to go to school. Sam knows how to contact you, so she'll call tomorrow and see about getting you started. Now I am hungry and need food. Who else wants to eat? My treat. I guess I should have waited until most of the crowd had left before saying that. Ha ha ha. Oh well, there were only about 15 of us that hit the pizza place a few blocks away, and I had to reassure the manager that I could pay for everything we ordered. In the end, we all had a good time, and only Sarah, Sandy, and Mandy noticed that Sam and the girls didn't eat or drink anything. Good morning, Dee Dee. Did you sleep well? Good morning, Sam. Yes, I did, as a matter of fact. Very well. How about you? How is Sam today? I am great, Dee Dee. The SHIELD commanders have nothing to report. Everything seems to be quiet in the news. There aren't any major snags happening yet. So far, everything is good. Let's hope it stays that way. Yes, indeed, Sam. What is on the agenda for today? I am going to contact Larry this morning and see when he is available to meet with you. His grades and comments from his professors are good, and he would make a good candidate for Guardian City's first mayor. We also need to go through more of the enhanced results and identify more people for migration to Arcadia. I have some first sifting through the results first, and then we can take a look. Okay, Sam, let me know when you set up a meeting with Larry. Are there any other good candidates for mayor from the test results? And we'll start going through those right after breakfast. There are a few people with political backgrounds, but they already have their own ideas as to how government should run and would be near impossible for them to not try and implement them. Larry is a blank slate right now and should be the best bet to run Guardian City the way you want it ran. We can have a first watch over him for a while and see how he does. Man, I couldn't believe the number of people whose CAP score was still under 6.5, even after taking the enhanced test. I started reading deeper down, and some of the sub-scores were scary. Some people had no empathy for others at all. We did identify a lot of people we'd like to see in Arcadia, as well as many who would be on the No Way Jose list. No way would I want them on Arcadia. Sam asked if I still wanted to find a building here for orphans. Yes, I do. See if an empty apartment building or hotel can be bought. Nothing extravagant, but big enough for our needs. Say in the neighborhood of housing around 2,400 persons, 4 persons to a room with each person having a bed, desk, chair, and locker or closet for clothes. What do you think? Sounds good. It's probably more than necessary, but better to be safe than sorry. Plus, this way, we shouldn't have to turn anyone away. If needed, we can have our androids do any repairs or construction and furnishings and other items we need for them would be made by our replicators to keep our expenses down. I like the idea, Sam. Let's talk with Sarah today and get her thoughts on this. We can have the web first put the information on the website and set up Sarah with email and access so she can answer questions. We'll also need to buy her a cell phone she can use for orphanage business. This is excellent, Sam. You might want to see if any first want to be teachers as well. The orphans will be going to school while here on Earth, and soon after they arrive on Arcadia. The school year on Arcadia will be 10 months long, with a 2-week break halfway through for both students and teachers. We have many firsts that would love to teach, as well as some Earth teachers that have taken the enhanced CAP test and may fit our needs for Arcadia. Yeah, we'll need to look closely at any Earth teacher, Sam. I don't want any of the liberal fucks that seem to be in all the schools right now. The teachers on Arcadia will teach the prescribed curriculum and not their views, beliefs, or thoughts. If they fail to do so, they'll find themselves no longer teaching. Tell you what, have some of the first put together a curriculum for students from 5 to 18 years old for the first year here at the orphanage here and on Arcadia, as well as for the schools on Arcadia. Have them look at core courses from Earth and how they compare to similar Arcadian knowledge and come up with some sort of combo education for now. I also want courses on computers and health and fitness added immediately, while other more advanced courses would be offered on Arcadia after our first year there. Those 18 and older should have advanced subjects to choose from and be able to take them in a college or university setting, as well as the option of vocational trade schools and apprenticeship training. Have the first teachers look to see if it would be worth it to combine and teach the theory behind any newer Confederacy tech developed by their Earth contingent, and say one generation above that of Arcadia First Tech, or to choose one or the other. I'm also thinking of reopening Guardian Academy, the military school for lack of a better word. It will be for both enlisted and officers, run by Guardians, where students will choose and learn subjects if they wish to become a Guardian and serve Arcadia. Though I'd prefer to wait until after our first year to reopen it. They would be able to learn about all positions on the various ships, the different military technologies, as well as justice, law, and security. If they were interested in space exploration, they would study it at the Guardian Academy. Wow, have you been thinking of these things for a long time? This is a lot that you've never mentioned before. No, I haven't actually. It's like once I started talking about education, all this information was in my head. I think it might be because of the governing managing sleep training course I've been doing every night. It might be, though I've never heard of sleep training manifesting in this way. We will have to see if it continues and maybe give you some tests. By the way, I got hold of both Larry and Sarah. Larry will meet us at the coffee shop at 10 a.m. and Sarah at 11. Great. Let's head down to the apartment now and then walk over to the coffee house. Have the web first ready so we can give Larry and Sarah any access they require if they accept the positions we're going to offer them. I want Larry to go over everything we put on the website and to make sure he understands what he'll be doing, how I want it done, and what happens if he tries doing things his way or someone else's way. I also want to make sure he understands the consequences that he, as a government official, will face in relation to not reporting or accepting any kind of bribery, embezzlement, murder, coup attempt, etc. We meet up with Larry at the coffee shop, and I ask if he'd be interested in being the first mayor of Guardian City. He'd oversee the day-to-day operations of the city and liaising with heads of other departments, ensuring they were following my policies. Here on Earth, he'd be involved in talking to those interested in migrating to Arcadia, noting any for further consideration. I stress to him and tell him to stress to others the fact that there is no democracy on Arcadia, and if people start giving him a hard time about this part, thank them for their time, remove them from the list with the reason for removal, and move on to the next person. If you have too many people trying to run things, you end up with a much better chance of someone being corrupt or power-hungry. As the benevolent dictator, they only need to worry about me being corrupt and power-hungry. I tell him that he will need to ensure people know they will be getting a citizen ID chip implanted before arriving on Arcadia. They will also be given a complete health checkup en route, and any defects or diseases will be fixed on Arcadia. Once people have accepted the invitation to migrate to Arcadia, they will need to use the website and choose where they want to live. This should be taken care of by the web-first programming, but he may need to ensure that they are choosing the proper places to live, why a single person doesn't get to live in a 3-bedroom apartment, and also to ensure people are mixing with others from different countries. I don't want enclaves of only Chinese people, or Italian people, or white people, etc. He'll also be the one to hire people to head up different departments. He'll have a list of people to choose from, but he will do the choosing to ensure he is comfortable with them. I tell him there will be a first watching over him for a while at the beginning to make sure my policies, rules, laws are followed. The laws are pretty plain and simple and will be taken care of by Guardian Police, which will not be part of his jurisdiction, so he need not worry about that. Right now, the Guardian Police are only first, but in the future, anyone can apply to join and will need to go through training. Well, Larry is ahead of the game and tells me he has gone over everything there is on the website and only has a few questions. The website states that a person can bring people other than family with them, or in the case single people, they can bring people depending on their Arcadia CAP score. How do they find their Arcadia CAP score so they know how many people they can bring? I'm surprised that the information is not on the site. Sam will make sure the web first get that online as soon as possible. Okay, Larry, take your Arcadia card and look at the middle A in Arcadia while putting your thumb or finger in the lower right corner. You should see your name and a photo of your face appear on the card, along with the word verified. In the upper right corner is your Arcadia CAP score. An invitee can bring a minimum of 2 people no matter what their score. Score 7 and above can bring the same number of people as if it was a Confederacy score. With your score, you can bring 4. Larry had bumped up to a 7.1, his being easily manipulated by women still hurting his score. He failed every scenario of this kind. Wow, nice card. I like the security on it. My next question is about the 3-year mandatory service in the GDF. When will that start? Everyone will probably spend the first year or 2 just getting acclimated to living on Arcadia. Something else we'll need to add to the website. Everyone migrating to Arcadia will have 11 months to decide if they want to stay and become Arcadian citizens, or be returned to Earth. After the first year, people will be selected according to their birth dates and instructed to report to start their GDF duty, with all eligible people having started their duty by our 3rd year on Arcadia. Remember that just because they are part of the GDF doesn't mean they will be away from home all the time. It will be very similar to the U.S.'s National Guard. They live in their home and report when required for duty, the same as if they were in the National Guard here on Earth. Larry said he wanted to be mayor and would accept the offer now if he could. Sam and I welcomed him on board. Sam gave him access to the website explaining a few things and also gave him the pay and benefits information. He would be paid in US dollars while on Earth and would change to Arcadian credits $AC once we were on our way to Arcadia. She would email him the forms for his personal history and contact information later today. She also tells him he will get a ULT, Universal Language Translator, similar in size to a hearing aid, and have a medical checkup done whenever he was available. It would entail a few hours on the J&J unless something serious was found during the medical. She gave him our contact numbers and made sure he knew he could call anytime. He said he'd call later today and let us know when he wanted to get the medical done and pick up the ULT. Sarah came in just as Larry was getting up, so we introduced them to each other, and they switched places, Larry now standing and Sarah taking a seat. Larry thanked us for the opportunity and was going to let his parents know and celebrate. Let his parents know what? He just accepted our offer to be Guardian City's first human mayor. Him? But he's so young. Aren't politicians supposed to be old people? He is young. He's only a couple years older than you, Sarah. So am I, for that matter. Really? You look young, but I thought maybe you had that Confederacy medical shit done. Nope. This is me. 22 years old and just graduated from university. I have had an Arcadian medical checkup, and you will too if you accept our offer to run the Guardian Orphanage. You'll also get a ULT that fits in your ear and is about the size of a hearing aid. It's a universal language translator. Have you looked over the website and do you know what you want it to say as far as the orphanage is concerned? You are offering me this job to run the Guardian Orphanage here and then in Guardian City? Yes, we are offering you the position. You should know before anything else that we are looking for either an empty apartment building or hotel here for housing roughly 2,400 people. While here on Earth, you will be working from it. I want you to get 14, 18-year-old orphans from as many countries as possible, though. Not only from here. So the job is a little bigger than you probably thought it would be. Are you still interested? Do you still want the position? Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. And yes, I know exactly what I want the website to say. A couple questions come to mind though. How will 14, 18-year-olds pay to get here? What will they do until we leave for Arcadia? What will their rules be? Okay, consider yourself hired, Sarah. As I mentioned, you will get a full medical checkup and a ULT whenever you are available and want to get them done. You will be required to visit the J&J, but it's usually over in a couple hours unless something serious is found. Get with Sam in a bit, and she can explain some things to you, tell you the pay and benefits, get you a cell phone, etc. My understanding is that the Confederacy gives the 14, 18-year-olds some money when their parents are extracted. They can use that money to pay to get here, or we may be able to pay for some. Remember, they all need to take the enhanced CAP test or they won't be considered. During their stay in our orphanage, they will be attending school, and that is mandatory. They will be in school shortly after arriving on Arcadia as well. The school year in Arcadia will be 10 months long with a 2-week break after 5 months. While they are at the orphanage and in our care, they will no longer be considered adults. They will be back to being kids again. I know the rules for the orphanage are on the website, and they will have to follow them here as well as on Arcadia. The biggest difference for them would probably be the age changes for consensual sex. They can legally have sex only with a person that is 2 years older than them or less. For example, the oldest person a 14-year-old can have sex with is a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old with a 17-year-old, a 16-year-old with an 18-year-old. A 17-year-old can have sex with a person of any age because with the 2-year rule, they can have sex with a 19-year-old, which is above the age when a person is considered to be an adult. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I want to get the medical done and the ULT today. Can I hire Sandy and Mandy to help me? Yes, you can come up to the J&J and get the medical done and ULT today. You can only hire Sandy and Mandy as part-timers as they will both be in school. I guess you forgot about school. You will need to hire some help, though, and you can ask Sam or myself if you need anything. Sarah's bouncing in her seat all excited. This is so awesome. Thank you so very much. If I come to your ship, do I have to fuck you? I am damn glad I wasn't drinking anything. Where the fuck did she get that idea from? No, Sarah, you don't need to fuck me, and I am surprised you would even think that. Sarah grins while saying, what if I want to fuck you, though? You're a beautiful girl, Sarah, but we don't know anything about each other. Let's get you working and get to know each other before going down that road, okay? Okay, DD, as long as you're not turning me down completely. I'd love for Sam to be with us too, just so you know. Sarah, I am going to say this just to make things absolutely clear. You do not have to have sex with myself or Sam or anyone to get this job. We both think you are capable of handling the position, or we wouldn't have offered it to you. You understand? Yes, DD, I understand, and I am going to say this to both of you so I am clear. I find you both very attractive and would love to fuck you both, no strings attached. Well, damn, I didn't see that one coming. Sarah and Sam got together, swapped info, and then we just had to get her a cell phone. Larry called and the celebrating was canceled until tomorrow, so he wanted to get the ULT and medical checkup done tonight if possible. We told him to meet us at the cell store near the coffee shop, and I asked if he needed one. He said his cell was good, but asked about minutes for it. I told him to keep a record of calls and we'd reimburse him. We had Sarah's cell phone purchased by the time Larry arrived, so it was just a matter of transporting to the J&J. We gave them both the nickel tour of the J&J, and they were in a bit of a shock. Larry said that seeing is believing. It was easy to think of a spaceship and going to another planet, but actually seeing and being on the ship in person puts it in a whole different context. We got them both into the med beds and told them we'd see them in a few hours. No serious medical problem for either of them, so after introducing them to a meal from Chef, we transported them back to Earth. Chapter 19. Sam tells me she got emails from people in a few countries with plans and layouts for their dream ranch, dairy or farm, and that there would be a national seminar in Europe in 3 days we could attend, as well as one in North America next week. I tell her to plan on us attending both and see if there was an Asian equivalent. I also tell her we would look at the dream plans before I turned in for the night. I asked Sam if she can get an update from Riker as to the number of PGs completed and what else we should be making or getting done for Arcadia and the other planets in the Guardian systems. I tell you, Sam is quick. She gets back to me a few minutes later, telling me that Riker has 2 out of the 5 PGs completed with the AC and 3 out of 4 BCs finished in the 3rd PG. She goes on to say that the space station is 15% completed and that Riker says I might want to think about purchasing a couple Bjorn ore refineries for the Guardian solar systems. The Bjorn ore refineries are a very good idea. We could probably use another one here as well. I asked Sam about getting 3, 1 more for here and 2 for the Guardian solar systems. How much would they cost and how long before we would have them here and in our systems? She said they are usually ordered well ahead of time and built to order, but she would get a first to find out what the situation is. We looked over the dream plans for the ranches, dairies, farms, etc., and they all look doable to me. Nothing outlandish or supersized. The European seminar is being held in Paris, so we decide to go early and do some sightseeing. The view of Paris at night from the top of the Eiffel Tower is something to see. We hit the usual tourist areas and soon have some paparazzi tagging along, taking photos. I tell you, they have no respect for others at all. At times, they almost hit us with their cameras as they shove them in our faces. From now on, our security detail will be visible when we are out on the street. We duck into a small bistro and Sam transports us back to the J&J. Lesson learned. Ha 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 ha. The seminar itself was okay, but those in charge of the different associations were a bunch of conceited assholes, telling me that they would need to oversee the industry on Arcadia, that they would need this amount for a salary plus a whole bunch of other perks. Yeah, somehow, I don't think so. Sam, please tell me these arrogant pricks haven't been invited to Arcadia. They have not DD, and from their sub-scores, they won't be. Shall I add them to the No Way Jose list? Oh, thank God. Yes, make sure they are on that list. I thank them for the information and tell them we are still many months away from gathering colonists and leaving Earth for Arcadia. Yes, it is a polite way of saying, you ain't coming with us. The actual people who owned and or worked in the industry were very different than the conceited assholes that ran it. Many were family-owned operations that were just making ends meet, what with the ever-increasing costs and decreasing prices for their products, as well as the difficulty in competing with the big corporations. Many of them had looked at the website and the areas we had designated for their industry and were impressed if it was all true. Some of the older folks asked about opportunities for their children on Arcadia, as they wanted them to have a fresh start and not be saddled with the family's current debts. I tell them that if they went to Arcadia, they'd receive a medical checkup, which would add around 25 years to their life. So they shouldn't exclude themselves just because of their age. Depending on the acreage, equipment, livestock, etc., Arcadia may buy their assets or pay off their debts if they migrated to Arcadia. I would then put everything we didn't take with us up for sale. I said that the proposed wages, salaries, costs, etc. that are posted on the website were projected and that everyone would be working for me at first, but I hope that many would want to buy the business at a later date, or continue working for me and keep receiving the salary. I thought this way everyone would be able to find out for themselves if they wanted to buy and go on their own or not. I did remind them that they had to take the enhanced CAP test to be considered. A lot more seemed to be interested now than were previously. I guess only time would tell, and we'd see by how many took the enhanced test. We checked in with Larry and Sarah, and both were working with the first on tweaking their sections of the website. Sarah did ask how long until we got an orphanage, as she wanted to get actual photos and selfies for her section to give it a more inviting feel. I tell Sarah we'd check on some properties and get back to her. I remind them both of the need to look worldwide and not just North America. I tell them they shouldn't have any problems with languages as they both have ULTS now, and not to hesitate letting us know if they needed anything. Sam thinks I should do a TV interview and give an update on our progress and plans, so we agree to see if our favorite reporter is interested. I call Angela McKee, and someone else answers her number saying, "Hello." Hello, this is Dideus Sanderson, Guardian Prime of Arcadia. May I speak with Angela McKee, please? Yeah, right, as if the Guardian Prime of Arcadia would be calling little Angela. I can hear someone screaming in the background asking why was he answering her phone and who was calling. Some dude says he is Dideus Sanderson, Guardian Prime of Arcadia. Give me my phone and don't ever answer it again. Hello, Dideus. This is Angela. Sorry about that. A colleague decided he'd answer my phone while I was away from my desk for a minute. Hi, Angela. Yes, it's me. Are you working now? I hope not at my favorite media corp, ha ha ha. Yes, I'm working, and it's not at your favorite place. They did offer me a job after seeing my interview with you, but we're hoping I'd be able to get interviews with you. I knew that even though we get along well enough, you wouldn't take questions from anyone working for them. Hey, I see you and Sam are still together and in Paris. Ooh la la. Now that we've done the pleasantries, what can I do for you? Sam and I were wondering if you'd be interested in doing an interview with us about how things are progressing and see for yourself what we've got going on. Are you freaking kidding me? You're asking me if I'm interested in doing an interview with the most sought-after public figure in the world? I had to hold my cell a ways from my ear as she was shouting quite loudly. I think everyone in the company she worked for knew now. Calm down a bit, Angela. No need to shout and deafen me, okay? Yes, I am serious. We would do most of the interview here on the J&J, but we'd also take a trip to the Pacific Ocean and out to the asteroid belt to show you our gear out there. Sorry for shouting DD, but you don't know how excited this makes me. Yes, 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 I want to go. Hang on while I ask the boss. I hear Angela yell at her boss asking him if she can go do an interview with Dideus Sanderson, Guardian Prime of Arcadia and the Guardian Solar Systems, and first of the first. I don't think he believes her as I hear him say, yeah, whatever, go ahead. I don't think he believes me, but I'm coming with you. What time will you beam me up? I hate you, Angela. I haven't been able to say beam me up yet, and now you beat me to it. Ha ha ha. Sam will call you with the time and where you should be for her to come and get you. You won't need a cameraman as we'll provide you with any footage you want. Okay, cool. Thank you so very much for this, DD. This is a fantastic opportunity, and I really appreciate it. You are welcome, Angela. You are a good, honest reporter, and I don't mind helping you if I can. See you tomorrow. Sam tells me of an apartment complex consisting of 2 buildings, 18 floors with 288 apartments total in each building. The 2 would house around 2,300 persons at 4 to an apartment. The buildings are empty as what few residents remained after an extraction moved elsewhere. The owner was one of the people extracted, and the building went to his kids. His kids were moved to one of the government housing places, and the buildings put up for sale. I tell Sam to make an appointment to see them and to find out who the money from the sale would go to. I also ask her to see if she can find the kids. Maybe they'd be people to take to Arcadia, or at the very least want to live back in their old home. Sam informs me we have an appointment to see the buildings at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Well, I guess our time here in Paris is over after 3 days, so I asked Sam to take us back to the J&J. Sam and I arrive at the apartment buildings about 15 minutes early as I wanted to take a look at them from the outside. I don't know why they call them a complex, as from the outside they appear to be 2 buildings side by side. The realtor arrives early as well and explains that many years ago it was one huge office building, but then when condos became all the rage, new owners renovated them into condo apartments. They're listed as a complex as they have shared amenities on the first couple floors in the central areas of the 2 buildings. The buildings are being sold on behalf of the owner's teenage children, though they weren't too happy being forced out of their home. The listing has been open for 3 months now and titles are free and clear. Sam asks where the owners are now as she'd like to talk to them if we buy the buildings, and the realtor gives her their names and address. We enter the first building, and inside everything still looks clean and in good condition. The realtor says the main entrance I cleaned weekly, but the hallways on each floor and apartments themselves are not. The entrance is currently secured with self-locking doors and accesses via key or video intercom. The elevators are working properly and we use them to check out some apartments on several different floors, where I take a look down the stairways as well. A bit dusty as expected, but they still looked in good condition and everything worked when I tried them. Sam gets them first to inspect the buildings from top to bottom, inside and outside, and let us know of any deficiencies. What do you think of them? Several first will start immediately, DD. The place fits our needs for the orphanage, and it could remain operating, collecting orphans even after we've gone to Arcadia. The young are, the future is how the saying goes, doesn't it? Excellent idea about keeping it open and operating after everyone migrates, Sam. We can migrate orphans until the first swarm arrive. Make sure we let Sarah know about that. I like what I've seen and tell the realtor I'll offer the asking price minus 10% in cash, and it will be my responsibility to have any problems fixed. We fill out the paperwork and she says she will take it to the owners now and see if they will accept it. I ask if we can go with her as we have something we'd like to ask them before she lets them know of our offer. We meet the kids, Darrin and Debbie, 14-year-old boy and girl twins, and they get a sad, dejected look on their faces when I tell them we are thinking of buying their buildings. The look changes when I ask them if they'd be interested in moving back into their home if we do. Can we do that? They say in unison. We were told we couldn't stay there on our own. Well, number one, you wouldn't be living there on your own. There will be many others living in the buildings as well. If we buy the buildings, we will be using them to house others that are between 14 and 18 years old until we leave for Arcadia. And number two, Darrin interrupts excitedly saying, you're Dedeus, and you're Sam. Please take us to Arcadia with you. Don't leave us here, please. Darrin leans in and whispers that the man who lives in the house is looking at Debbie all the time, and they are both scared he will try to rape her. Okay, as I was about to say, number two, you are both considered adults by the government, so there is no legal reason for you to stay here. If you want, you can come with us when we leave here, and we'll introduce you to the girl that will be taking care of the buildings, and probably some of the people that will live there. Have you both taken the enhanced CAP test? They look at each other and then say, they will come with us even if we don't buy the places, and they haven't been allowed to go and take the enhanced test. I tell them we will make sure they can take the test if they want to. The realtor steps up at that point and says that we have made a fair offer on both buildings and hands them the offer sheet. Neither of the twins takes a long time reading it before signing it, and the realtor says she will file the paperwork as soon as she gets back to the office. I ask if we can have the keys now, and she can send Sam the pertinent banking information to receive our wire transfer and let us know when the final paperwork is ready to be signed. She gives me the keys and leaves us with the kids, I guess forgetting she gave us a ride there. Sam contacts Sarah and see if she can meet us at our apartment buildings. Don't mention that we bought anything. Let's give her a little surprise, okay? Darrin, Debbie, if you want to come with us, grab your stuff and let's get out of here. They race off somewhere to get their things. Sarah will meet us at the address in 45 minutes, DD. Thanks, Sam. What do you think of the twins? They seem to be decent kids, certainly well-behaved and still respectful, considering being forced from their home and having to live here. The twins come running up to us, pulling a suitcase each with a chubby guy following behind them. Where do you think you're going with the kids? And he says, you can't take them anywhere. They are 14 years old and considered adults by the government, so they can go wherever they wish to, and they wish to leave with us. Is that everything you have, guys? Are you ready to leave? Yeah, this is all that's left. Let's get out of here, okay? Debbie says. The chubby guy grabs her by the arm, saying, you ain't going anywhere, little girl. 2 steps, and I have chubby guy pinned to the wall, 6 inches off the floor by his throat. You ever touch her again, you won't be alive to regret it. You understand me? I drop the guy to the floor and turn to leave. I hear a loud electrical spark-like sound and look behind me to see chubby guy doing the funky chicken on the floor and 3-1 standing there. I look at her and she says, I didn't think he understood you, sire. I laugh and say, let's go. Sam transports us to the building, and the twins think it's awesome that we can travel like that. We tell them they can't stay here yet, but we'll stay with Sarah for now, until we've completed checking the building out and ensure all the utilities, etc. are connected. We put their suitcases inside the front doors and wait for Sarah. Sarah arrives, and after introducing her to Darrin and Debbie, I take her back outside and ask her what she thinks of the place. She looks at the building and says, is this going to be the Arcadia orphanage here on Earth? It looks to be a lot smaller than what you were talking about wanting. How many people can live in it? Well, it is smaller than what we had talked about until you include the building beside it, and then it is only smaller in capacity by around 100 people. We bought both buildings from Darrin and Debbie, and they are connected in the center area. There are 576 apartments in total, so we can house around 2,300 people. We have first checking out the building right now and hope it can be lived in very soon. You want to go inside and check it out? What you think, D.D.? Sarah laughs and heads back inside. The twins show us the apartment that was their home, and I tell them they can have it again if they want it, and ask if they'd be willing to share it with another boy and girl, as it's a 2-bedroom apartment. Neither has a problem sharing the place. All the apartments need furnishings, so I tell Sarah to decide what she wants for one apartment, and we'll have replicators make them for every apartment. I ask her to take care of the twins and make sure they go take the enhanced cap test if they want to, and explain that if they want to go to Arcadia, they have to take the enhanced test. We head back outside, and I explain to the twins that Sarah will explain Arcadia and things to them, and that if they have any questions or need anything to ask her. I see an ATM and ask them to hold on before leaving, and go to the ATM and withdraw $1,000. I give $500 to each of the twins and tell them to buy themselves clothes and whatever else they need to tide them over until they have access to the monies from selling the buildings. Sarah says she'll take care of them and to let her know as soon as they can move into the apartments. Sam and I see a small restaurant halfway down the block that says soup and sandwiches in the window, and my stomach must have seen it as well because it makes a growling noise. We decide to try it out and go inside. An elderly man greets us, telling us his name is Ernie, and says we must be new to the neighborhood as he's never seen us before. I tell him we are, and that we just bought the first 2 apartment buildings in from the corner. Ah, yes, it's a shame that Darrin and Debbie are so young and had no way to keep them when their dad got extracted. Both are very smart, and have good enough scores themselves to have been extracted, but they weren't home when it happened. I met them and they seemed like good kids. I didn't know that the reason they didn't get extracted was because they missed the extraction. You will probably see them in the neighborhood again, as they will be moving back into their old apartment as soon as the buildings have been checked out. There'll be a lot of people moving in there shortly. We are given menus and I choose the soup and sandwich daily special. I explain that Sam doesn't eat or drink, but I'll pay a cover charge for her. Ernie says not to worry about it, and he'll be right back with my food. He comes back in a few minutes with my food, and a lady who is probably his wife with him. A small, thin lady with a big smile on her face. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Sam, welcome to our little restaurant. Ernie tells me you are the new owners of the twins buildings. Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Bernice, but call me Bernie. And don't you dare make a crack about Bernie and Ernie, because we've probably heard them all, she says, laughing. Good afternoon, Bernie. It's our pleasure to meet you. But what's with the Majesty thing? Now, young man, I know who you both are. Ernie told me not to say anything, but I just can't help myself. You're Daedalus, Guardian Prime of Arcadia, and the Guardian Solar Systems, and First of the First, and you, young lady, are Sam, his PA, right hand, and girlfriend. Though neither one of you admits to the girlfriend part yet. Yes, Bernie, you got it all correct except the girlfriend thing. Even the long-winded titles that I can hardly ever get right. But please know Your Majesty, sir, or anything like that. I am just Daedalus, and please call me DD. You got a pretty good memory to remember all that trivia, Bernie. Yep, everything is still in working order. Well, except too old to have kids anymore, so I'm stuck here until the end. How about you, Ernie? Have you taken the CAP test or the enhanced test? No, with Bernie ineligible for extraction, I have no interest in going. The kids and their families are gone already and we're too old to be considered for migration to Arcadia, so we figured on living out our lives here. Who says you're too old for migration to Arcadia? Well, we are in our 70s, Isn't that too old? No, sir, it isn't too old at all. We want grandparents to migrate, to pass down their experience and knowledge to others, and our technology will add at least a couple decades to normal lifespans. Comfortable decades. You also have experience running a business and could do so on Arcadia as well. Please go take the tests and read over our website. I think you'll find it very interesting. And when you take the CAP test and get more than a 6.5, say no when they ask if you volunteer for the Confederacy. If you say yes and are caught in an extraction, they will take you and leave Bernie behind. Okay, DD, we'll do that. Now eat up before your soup gets any colder than our yakking has already made it. I dig into the soup and get a spoonful of big chunks of meat and vegetables. Looks good and tastes as good as it looked. Taking a bite of the tuna salad sandwich, I find it to be tasty as well. Shit, Sam contacts Sarah ASAP and tell her to have the twins change their yes to a no when they go to take the enhanced test. That is, if they no longer want to volunteer for the Confederacy. Sarah has been informed. They are going now before going to the mall. The first have finished checking the building, and there are no problems of any kind. They did ask about installing an Arcadian power source, APS, to supply power for the building, and a more secure system to the building entrances and apartment doors. The APS would be more reliable than the current system, and the Arcadian security system will provide better building and apartment security through the person's Arcadia card security system. No card, no access. Excellent ideas. Give them the go-ahead and to let us know when they are done. And thank them for me, okay? All taken care of, DD. Bernie came over just after I finished my soup and asked how it was. My compliments on the food, Bernie. It was great and enough to fill me, but not make me want a nap? Ha 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 ha. I'm glad you enjoyed it, DD. Come back anytime you want. I paid the bill and was just thinking about asking Sam for a lift to the J&J when she said the realtor just called and the paperwork is ready for our signature. So off to the realty office we went. Half an hour later we were done and the buildings were ours. Now it was time for Sam to take us back to the J&J. Chapter 20. Back on board, I did some more reading on Arcadia et al., and Sam made some calls. Sam called to set things up with Angela for the interview. She tells Angela to put the word out with the other newsies, that we will give a short progress report in front of the office building tomorrow morning, but not to mention that she'd be getting a more in-depth report. Sam tells her we will pick her up then, and we may invite a few others. She also tells me that there are 3 iron ore refineries available immediately if we go get them. They can be towed by an AC ship using its tractor beam, but at greatly reduced speeds. They would still arrive in both systems within 2-3 weeks. The Bjorn said they will triple the numbers of automated mining bots, plus include full lifetime warranties for all 3 refineries if Arcadia will look at and stabilize a sun in one of their systems. Well, it's not like I would know if this is a great deal or not, but if it will help the Bjorn and the First agree, then let's do it. If you agree, then the First agree, sire. You are our first and what you say goes. Sam, you know me better than that. I don't know everything about First customs or laws, and I will not do anything that would go against those customs or laws if I possibly can. Whenever possible, I will seek input from the First when something I want to do affects them. There are no more Arcadians, so I don't need to think too much about their customs or laws. I have made the laws I feel are necessary for now, and Arcadian customs will come in time. That is your choice, DD. I just wanted to remind you that you are the ruler of the First as well as Arcadia, and can make decisions for our race. That said, the First have all agreed to look at and stabilize the Bjorn star if it is possible to do so. If you want, I will have Riker send the 3 ACs to tow the ore refineries and the First to check out the star. I hear and understand what you're saying, Sam. Yes, have Riker take care of getting the ore refineries and ask the First to give us an update when they know more about the situation with the Bjorn sun. It has been done, DD. Thanks, Sam. Now let's look at those dream plans again, and then I will see you in the morning. You too, girls. I got some sweet dreams and giggles in response. After looking at the plans, I tell Sam we will need to have other farmers look at them and get their opinions. I say goodnight again and head for the sleep trainer. I'm going to have to ask Sam if there is any way of incorporating the sleep trainer mosh training into my bed. It's not like I'm enclosed in the sleep trainer when I'm taking a course. It would be nice to take a course and just continue sleeping instead of having to wake up and get into bed. Wake up time. I need a coffee, then the gym, shower, and breakfast. I see Sam and some of the girls sitting around in various styles of dress, from see-through teddies to floor-length translucent lingerie gowns, to short, barely covering their ass robes. You are all looking very nice this morning, ladies. I really hope you girls keep wearing these outfits when you have your realistic bodies, I say, wiggling my eyebrows. You better believe we will, sire, they say, giggling. You're in a good mood this morning, Dee Dee. Anything I should know? I am in a good mood, Sam. Things seem to be working out, and so much has happened in such a short period of time. Crazy. When we go to the office today, I want you to transport us to the area in front where we have the news conferences. I want to ensure we are seen transporting, so it is well known we can transport. They know the Confederacy has transporters. I'll just tell them ours are more like Star Trek transporters than Confederacy transporters. I go into my bedroom and start getting changed into my Guardian Prime uniform and can hear Sam yell, "Good, it's about time. The people on Earth won't care how you transport DD. They'll all probably want to try it. Probably, and they'll get the opportunity when they leave here and again when they arrive in Guardian City. First, we'll transport groups up to the Star Cruiser from Earth and down to their housing in Guardian City instead of trying to shuttle everyone through the spaceport. Now that I'm dressed, let's get down there and get this show on the road. Security transports down first and lets us know it is clear to transport down too. Sam checks me over and transports us down. The reporters are shocked when we first appear in front of them, but are quickly shouting questions. I just look at them until they quiet down. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for coming. I wanted to let you know that things in space are progressing very well. We have an Ore refinery and orbital factory replicator built and in place out by the asteroid belt, and we have also just purchased property here, which will be used as the Arcadian orphanage for 14, 18-year-olds here on Earth. The shouting starts immediately as soon as I stop to take a breath, and I just shake my head. I see you have forgotten how to act and conduct yourselves properly. I doubt any of you would act properly on board the J&J, so I may have to rethink my asking any of you if you want to go for a ride. I see a lady who has always waited to ask a question, and she has her hand up now, so I point to her and ask if she has a question. Dedeus, there are a few of us here that have been at your press conferences before and conduct ourselves accordingly. Please don't hold the actions of these others against us too. I, for one, would love to go take a trip with you, and I would follow whatever rules you have. You are right. There are a few faces I recognize from previous times, and none of you were shouting out questions. The only rule I have is that anyone coming can't try and wander off. You all have to stay with the group. I point to the lady Angela and two male reporters and say, do the four of you agree to follow this rule? All are very excited and say they will. Then the four of you need to come up here beside Sam and we will transport up to the ship. Angela asks, transport? How will you do that? I don't see a transport pad and didn't see one when you came down. How are we going to transport up to your ship? Arcadian transporters work more like the transporters in Star Trek and don't require a transporter pad like the Confederacy transporters do. Of course, my buddy Jimmy can't let us get away without shouting that I have to take him, as he's the most famous reporter there, and he has a right to go. I look at him and put my hand on my NDMK4, causing him to squeak, piss himself, and faint. I hold my arms out to my sides and grin while saying, hey, I didn't zap him this time. Sam, make sure that gets posted ASAP. Ha 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 ha. We transport up to a launch on landing bay on the J&J and just watch the four reporters as their mouths hang open and their heads swivel, trying to take in everything. Of course, we have a few facts and shuttles out for them to see. This is a launch your landing bay for all the craft we fly. You can see some fast attack craft, or FACs as we call them, and some of our shuttles. The FACs are what you saw in the video of our encounter with the swarm. We explained to them that since the J&J is so large, we'll be using transporters and elevators to get around. I don't think the sheer size of the J&J has sunk in, as they haven't seen it from the outside except for some photos. We show them the usual places and then head to the CIC. Sam warns the CIC crew that we're going to be there soon, and after the usual Guardian Prime is aboard, we head back to the launch bay to get aboard my shuttle. Once aboard, we move to the observation lounge. I tell the commander to take us to the asteroid belt, best safe speed, please, with a slow approach for our viewing pleasure. Yes, sire, the asteroid belt, best safe speed, slow approach. If you'll look out the front, you'll see us coming up on our two orbital factory replicators and in our ore refinery. We will be using the replicators to produce the products for future trade and the refinery for refining minerals from asteroids. The reporters are talking a mile a minute into their recorders as we approach the asteroid belt, describing everything they see. I have to say that the commander gave them a nice, slow, scenic pass around both replicators and the refinery. They ask how much we can make in the replicators each day, how much can the refinery process daily, what it is looking for in the asteroids, etc. I tell them that the information regarding capacities is classified, and I can't tell them. I can tell them that the refinery hasn't found anything exciting yet, but you never know. I wasn't going to tell them what we were looking for at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is that big chunk of garbage floating in the Pacific. I call it the Garbage Island. We currently have 2 recycling ships there, recycling everything for use in our replicators you just saw. Commander to take us to Garbage Island. Best safe speed, please, with a slow approach. Yes, sire, Garbage Island, best safe speed, slow approach. They can see the immense mass as we approach, and you can hear several EUs and oh my gods. They are very descriptive in the telling of what they see, ha ha ha. Commander, it's time to head back to the J&J. Best safe speed to the J&J with the slow approach again, please. Give them a good look at the J&J. Yes, sire, return to the J&J. Best safe speed, slow approach. I explained to the reporters that they would get a good look at my flagship, the John and Janine Sanderson, or as we called her, the J&J. Then we would have a bite to eat if they wanted before transporting back to Earth and showing them the properties for our orphanage. Some of the descriptive words reporters can come up with are mind-boggling, but hey, I guess it makes it more exciting. Everyone was hungry after we landed, so we went to the dining room and I showed the reporters how to order food from the replicator. They thought it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. One of the reporters asked if replicators would be for sale or available for trade. I told them that I would prefer not to make replicators available on Earth as they could cause too much damage to the world's commerce, but that would depend on whether or not a country wanted one. I said that we didn't have them on Arcadia, that we only use them in space. Sam transported us to the apartment buildings and we gave them a quick briefing and tour, explaining what exactly it was, our reasoning for it, how those 14 to 18 years old could get more information about it, and who they should contact. I also said that we would be keeping it operating until the first sign of the swarm in the system. We posed for pictures with the reporters, answered some more questions, and watched some video of the trip. Sam had the video transferred to USB drives and gave one to each reporter. She told them the video had everything that happened since our arrival in front of them this morning, and they could compare it to what we would put on our website in 24 hours. Yes, we told them we were giving them 24 hours before we'd put it online. They all looked at their watches and realized we'd only been gone for a little more than 4 hours. Is everyone ready? Do you have everything you came with? Everyone did, so we took the reporters back to the area outside our office building and quickly said our goodbyes as the reporters all rushed off to get their reports on the air as quickly as possible. Back on the J&J, I had Sam show me how to split screen the TV so we could see the stations the reporters represented, as I was interested to see what they had to say. We talked about nothing special while waiting for the newscast to come on, though I noticed the girls all perked up when I mentioned going back to Arcadia for a while after the upcoming North America seminar. The reporters all did a very good job reporting on today's trip. They weren't fawning or bragging about being chosen to go, they just did a professional job of reporting. Though to a person they said they wished there had been time for a tour of the ship. Maybe next time. Another new day and all is quiet. The first at the apartment buildings contacts Sam saying they have completed their work and everything is ready. Access to the building entrances are working as tested, and the buildings could only be entered when authorized persons access the secure part of their Arcadia card. They said that access to individual apartments would have to be approved separately from entrance access. Sam told them for the moment to ensure that Sarah, Mandy, Sandy, Bob, Darrin, and Debbie had front entrance access, and that Darrin and Debbie had access to their apartment. The other apartments would remain open for now, as they all needed cleaning. The apartment first let her know access as requested had been granted, and they would get an app created for Sarah and whoever else would be giving entrance authorizations. Sarah emails Sam URLs for things she'd like for the 2-bedroom apartments. She said that anything that was doubled could be halved for a 1-bedroom. Sam and I looked at the URLs and don't see anything extravagant, So she responds to Sarah telling her that the items would start being replicated and placed in the apartments as the apartment became available. Sam also mentioned Sarah might want to have some of them go over and clean the hallways and apartments out as they've been closed for 3 months. She would send her instructions for entering the building and how to grant access to the front entrances and apartments using an app. She also let her know who currently has access to the entrances and that Darrin and Debbie had access to their old apartment. Sarah immediately responded saying she'd be going over with a large group to get things started right after lunch. Sam let her know that was fine and to let her know if they needed anything. I called Daryl and Daryl asking them if we could meet and talk about them migrating to Arcadia. They said if I came by their butcher shop just after the noon hour, I would be able to talk to most of the family as today was payday, and they'd be there to pick up their checks. I told them Sam and I would be there. Sam and I arrived at the butcher shop a little early so we could have a look around and see how things were run. It was quite busy when we arrived, so we just stayed back near the front window as people came and went. The business slowed down after about 45 minutes and Daryl noticed us. Sorry about that. If you will come to the back office, our family has some questions they want to ask. No apologies necessary. We came a little early as we were interested in seeing your business. Lead on and we will answer whatever questions you have. We were introduced to their grandparents, parents, 4 uncles, 3 aunts, and numerous cousins. A damn big clan. Most of the questions were easily answered, and I think they wanted to hear the answers in person more than anything else. They did ask about traveling between Earth and Arcadia, as not all the family wanted to go. That's a very good question. To be honest, I don't know when there will be trips between Earth and Arcadia, but I don't see any happening for the first 2 or 3 years we are on Arcadia. Everyone will have the first 11 months to decide if they want to stay on Arcadia, and those that don't will be brought back here. Then I think most people will spend the next 2 years at least watching over their business if they have one, saving to upgrade their housing or to buy a business, or just getting used to life on Arcadia. It would also depend on the level of interest there is for travel between the 2 systems, as well as building ships and training people to work on them. I'd more than likely get it started whenever there was enough interest shown. Vacation areas on Arcadia are something we need to look into, as well as on other planets in the Guardian solar systems. Another thing to consider will be the situation at the time concerning the swarm. How close were they to Earth, the path they were on, etc. Sorry, I can't give you a more specific timing. I don't want to say it will happen in 2 years, and it doesn't for one reason or another. They thank me for coming and talking with them. I tell them I am really interested in them coming to Arcadia and starting a business there, as I prefer family-owned businesses over big corporations. We say our goodbyes, telling them to contact us again if they want or need to, and Sam transports us back to the J&J. I spend the rest of the day reading more about the GCAP, the Elven, and the other races that had been part of it. It was very interesting that they all followed the same core laws but still had their own as well, and none were conflicting. It was sad to read about the 2 races that are now gone due to their sun going supernova. At least that need not happen again if the first really can fix a sun. I guess I'll know that soon. I'd love it if we had time to go and visit the Elven, but right now my plate was full, though it would get better as I delegated more to Larry and Sarah. I imagine the first few months on Arcadia would find more than a few people having difficulty adjusting and getting acclimated to a new world. E called and asked about getting together for official trade talks, and Sam said, right now I'm available this coming week on Tuesday for sure. Sam also said it might be a good thing to talk with Mr. Lee and Dimitri, as well as both those countries would be asking for whatever the U.S. got anyways. He said she'd contact them and see if they were interested, but to pencil her in for sure. Sam told me that the Confederacy ship's crew was pissed when their AIs wouldn't allow them to transport to Earth, and all had been wondering who the fuck this Guardian Prime is. The videos of how I came to be Guardian Prime, why Confederacy military ships are no longer allowed in Earth's solar system without prior approval, and why transporting to Earth is restricted, have all been tagged as highly classified, and a reason of due to past actions of the Confederacy has been given to all the soldiers. They are in awe at the sheer size of the J and the BCs, as well as the videos of our encounters with the swarm. Those that were once pilots on Earth love the FAC and wish the Confederacy had some. I tell Sam hopefully we won't run into a Confederacy pickup anytime soon so we won't have to worry about pissed-off Confederacy soldiers. I'm hoping the seminar tomorrow will be better than the one in Europe and want to get an early start, so I bid Sam and the girls good night and head to the sleep trainer. Thankful this course is almost completed. I have learned a lot and am grateful for the knowledge. It just sucks having to wake up, go to my bed, and try to fall asleep again. That reminded me I had wanted to ask Sam about sleep training in my bed. Sam, can you check if it is possible to somehow do sleep training while in my bed instead of in a sleep trainer? Can the sleep trainer be incorporated into my bed somehow? I don't know, DD, but I'll have the engineers look into it. Thanks, Sam. Good night. Chapter 21. Oh man, I wonder if we should give everyone Pico bots so they can feel this good waking up. And have I ever mentioned how much I love not having to shave every morning? I do my morning ritual and Sam comes in to tell me everything is running well. There are no problems with the recyclers or the OFR, and the Bayonne refinery is running smoothly at 35% capacity. I asked Sam if there is any reason for us to up the capacity, and she says not at this time. Sam informs me that he confirmed for Tuesday at our office building, and both Mr. Lee and Dimitri were interested and would be there as well. I say it sounds good to me, and that we'd go over the list we made once again before the meeting. Sam, are you and the girls ready to go to Texas? The land of big cowboy hats and bigger belt buckles. They say everything is bigger in Texas. Ha 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 ha. Sam groans, saying, you really need to work on that, DD, but yes, we are ready. The seminar is being held in a renovated shopping center, so we'll transport to the parking lot and walk to the entrance. The seminar is using all 3 floors of the shopping center and has a large variety of information and display booths covering pretty much everything a person could think of in regards to ranching and farming. One of the most interesting discussions was not taking place at an information booth, but at one of the rest areas where people could sit and have a coffee. The topic of discussion was about opportunities to start over debt-free on Arcadia. People questioned if the prices listed on the website were guaranteed. Could they move back to Earth and their old property if they didn't like living on Arcadia? And what would happen to their property here on Earth while they were in Arcadia? Sam, have these questions been asked on the website? No, they are not, DD. As a matter of fact, there are no questions concerning ranching or farming on the website. Excuse me for interrupting, but why haven't these questions been asked on the Arcadia website? I know any questions asked do get answered. An older gentleman looks at me and responds, well, Dedeus, yes, I recognize who you are. Can I call you Dedeus? I nod my head yes. I figured with all the questions you were asking of the various associations that a lot of your information concerning ranching and farming was based on hope and a prayer, and not on personal experience. You are partially correct, sir. Will you introduce yourself, and may I call you by your name? Or I will continue to call you sir if you prefer. Forgive my manners, Dedeus, I am Ray Stevens. Please call me Ray. What do you mean I'm partially correct? Pleased to meet you, Ray. Please call me DD. I say you are partially correct because you are right that I don't have a lot of personal experience in ranching and farming. That is why I ask questions of the experts. I asked all those questions because you and ranchers and farmers like you know better than I would what you need to operate successfully, and I want everyone to have the best chance to do so. However, while the projections listed on the website are not based on my personal experience in the industry, they are based on averaged and projected costs to produce a product. These costs include everything related to producing a product, including salaries and wages for workers. This end cost is what is listed on the website, and while not guaranteed, I think they will be very close. So I say you are partially correct in that I don't have experience in the industry and have asked a lot of questions, but these questions weren't solely what prices were based on. Does that answer that question? Okay, I can understand that. What about leaving our properties here while we go to Arcadia? What will happen to them, and what if we want to come back? In answer to your question about wanting to move back to Earth, everyone will have 11 months to decide whether they want to stay and live on Arcadia or move back to Earth. If a person decides they want to move back to Earth, Arcadia will move them back at that time. After the 11 months are up, you would have to stay on Arcadia until whenever trips between Earth and Arcadia happen, and I cannot say when that would be. What happens to your properties on Earth would depend on what you did with them. If you sell them to someone here on Earth, there is nothing Arcadia can do. However, you can sell them to Arcadia and pay off the total amount that is owed against the property. Then should you decide at 11 months to move back to Earth, you can buy the property back for the same amount Arcadia paid you for it. If you decide to stay on Arcadia, then Arcadia will own the property on Earth and do with it what we want. Are there any other questions I can answer for you while we are here? Yes, sir. My name is Roberto Lopez, and I have a question. What does it mean on your website that if I buy the ranch or farm on Arcadia, that I don't own the property? Well, Roberto, I'll tell you straight that you will own the ranch or farm and everything associated with it, but you won't own the actual land itself. You can take the animals with you if you move. You can take the buildings apart and take them with you if you move. But can you take the land with you? No, you can't, as there is no way for you to do so. That is why I say you won't own the land. You will, however, have use of all the land for as long as you own the ranch or farm. Do you see now what is meant by that statement? Yes, I do, but it doesn't seem right not to own the land, too. I do like the plans and layouts you have on the website, though, and also that everything will be new and shouldn't need to be replaced or repaired right away. If there are no other questions, Sam and I will leave you now and go wander the seminar some more. I hope we see some of you on board the Star Cruiser ready to go to Arcadia. I believe you will love the planet and the area around Guardian City that's been set aside for farming and ranching. I shake hands with Ray, Roberto, and a few others. Then Sam and I take our leave. Sam and I wander around the different booths and eventually have the chance to talk to people from the various associations. They all like the fact that I use the information some of their members came up with in regards to the farms and ranches. I told them that their members had the experience and knowledge to know what they needed. I didn't, and that's why I contacted them. I'd think myself pretty stupid to ask for advice from experts and then ignore it. There wasn't anything else we wanted to see again, so I had Sam take us back to the J&J. There was nothing that needed urgent attention, so I read some more of Arcadia's and the GCAP's histories until Sam and I go over our list of things needed for Arcadia one more time, and then I call it a night. Tuesday morning, we head down for the trade meeting with E, Mr. Lee, and Dimitri. Everyone arrives on time, and after some polite chit-chat, we get down to the business at hand. As I thought, there was very little difference in what each country was looking to trade for, though there was a big difference in what each country offered in return. As I expected there would be. It was funny to see each country add to their list what another country had asked for that wasn't on their list, though. After 4 days of back and forth, we had an agreement in place that each of us was happy with. Each country would receive specific Arcadian technology, and what was more important, the theories behind the technology. Could the theories be weaponized or lead to them becoming a spacefaring nation? Maybe, though it would be because of how they expanded on the theory, and thereby of their own making. Arcadia got what we needed, though not everything in the numbers we wanted. So all in all, it seemed each of us was happy. Now they had to take it back to their governments for approval. I knew my government would approve, ha ha ha. We each grab a pen and I quickly ask Sam to make sure we get photos of our signing the documents. She assures me there will be photos and video. We quickly sign each agreement, then double check to make sure each has 4 signatures and 14 pages. Yes, that is right. The whole agreement is only 14 pages long. We joke that it might get rejected because it is too short. I remind them I'll be posting the agreement in its entirety on the Arcadia website at midnight. Now let's go see if there are any press outside. We head for the doors, and it is quiet when we open them and step out and down in front of the media. Good morning, everyone. We, meaning myself representing Arcadia, E representing America, Mr. Lee representing China, and Dimitri representing Russia, are very happy to tell you that we have come to a trade agreement between Arcadia and each of the countries they represent. Each of us is happy with the agreement and believes that our respective governments will be as well and approve the agreement as we have written it. We did joke that it might be too short at only 14 pages long to be approved. We have agreed that Arcadia will provide certain Arcadian technologies and the theories behind said technologies, And in return, each of these three countries will provide Arcadia with specific types and quantities of Earth flora and fauna. As you can see by what I hold in my hand, that it is not a huge document. It really is only 14 pages long. I hope that the politicians responsible for accepting or rejecting the agreement will be able to do so without trying to make any changes. And that's all we are asking of them, to either accept the agreement as is or reject it. It is our hope they accept it. I know Arcadia will be accepting it. I will tell everyone that the complete agreement will be posted on the Arcadia website tonight at midnight. Now, Sam will point you out, and we will answer your questions as best we can. Sam points at a reporter and they ask, "What type of tech will Arcadia be providing?" Arcadia will provide stasis, medical, AI, and communications tech. There will be photos and videos of the various equipment the technology is used in on the Arcadia website tonight. Sam points at another reporter who asks, "Hey, why are you part of this and not someone with more experience?" He steps to the mic. Firstly, there is no one with a lot of experience in negotiating with an alien civilization, even though Daedalus is from Earth. And we can see with the Confederacy how well the last administration did. Due to our familial friendship, I was asked to contact Daedalus and see if he would be interested in trade talks with our government. Daedalus mentioned to include Russia and China in the same talks, and from there, things moved quickly, and you now see the four of us here in front of you today with a mutually beneficial agreement. Sam points at a reporter, but my friend Jimmy starts yelling questions. None of us respond, but he keeps yelling, and no one does anything to shut him up. None of us say anything as we turn and re-enter the building. Wow, he only lasted 2 questions. We say our goodbyes, and Sam and I transport back to the J&J. Hey, Sam, if everything is under control and there are no immediate needs, what say go back to Arcadia for a while? Maybe ask Larry and Sarah if they want to come for a week, and Sarah can see the actual orphanage while Larry sees Guardian City. Why not give each of them a call and see if they want to go for Chinese food tonight, and we'll ask them if they'd like to go. I know I mentioned going before, but it seemed like there was always something to do. Going to Arcadia sounds great, Dee Dee. I'll call Larry and Sarah right now and see if they want to join us for dinner tonight. Oh, you'll like this, Dee Dee. Larry answered Sarah's phone. It seems the two of them have hooked up. And yes, they will join us tonight. Sarah did ask if Bob, Mandy, and Sandy could come, as they have been helping her a lot. I told her it would be okay if they came too. Did you want to invite them to Arcadia as well? Sarah and Larry got together. Cool. Sure, Bob, Sandy, and Mandy can come to dinner tonight and to Arcadia with us. The more the merrier. I'm kidding. Please don't invite the whole neighborhood. Let me get changed and we'll head out for dinner. We were the first to arrive at the restaurant, so I asked the hostess if they could seat 10 of us together, far from the entrance, if at all possible. She said there was an area by the far corner walls open, but we would have to move some tables together. I tell her that is fine, and she asks us to follow her. I notice a table with 5 men sitting around it, watching us as we follow the hostess. I ask one to check them out for me. She tells me those 5 plus 14 other people have concealed weapons in the restaurant, and several are known Earth First protesters. I tell one to have all the security girls come to the restaurant, and for them cover the known Earth Firsters and those that have concealed weapons. I tell the girls that if any of them pulls a weapon to take them out immediately. In our section, 2 busboys and I move a few tables together, and I thank them and the hostess, telling her I am expecting 5 more people to arrive soon, 2 males and 3 females. We take our seats and I order a Sprite while we wait for the others to arrive. I explain that the girls with me can't eat or drink anything right now, but I will pay a cover for them instead, if that is okay. Though the 5 still coming will be eating and drinking. I see the group of 5 men looking and talking in whispers and ask one of the security girls to fill me in with what they are talking about. 1 to 3 tells me that one of the men is saying, I have to be a high cap to have so many girls with me and that they should take me out. The guy whispering back to him is telling him, you're that Guardian Prime guy, and they shouldn't fuck with me. He tells him you had challenged Earth Firsters to stop attacking and killing people and to sign up to fight and kill the swarm instead. I see Larry and the others have arrived, so I tell 1 to continue to keep an eye on the group of Earth Firsters and those with weapons and let me know if it looks like they are going to do something. After a little chit-chat and time to peruse the menu, We decide to get a whole bunch of different dishes, and everyone can try a bit of everything. When the food came, it smelled and looked delicious. The security girls never said anything during our meal, and I didn't notice the group of men continuing to look in our direction, so I put them in the back of my mind and enjoyed the meal and the company. I looked over towards the entrance to the restaurant to see 4 very big men enter, and my mind screamed, Confederacy. I had barely finished warning my security that there might be a pickup happening when the view to the outside goes gray as the interdiction field went up, and a loud voice started saying that this is a Confederacy pickup. I see the group of Earth Firsters and the others with concealed weapons immediately jump up and pull their weapons, though one of them just falls to the floor with his hands over his head. In the space of a couple of seconds, there are more than a few loud crackling sounds, similar to very loud static discharges, and the 18 people that had pulled their weapons joined the one that dropped to the floor on his own. The Confederacy soldiers are yelling at everyone to stay where they are and not to move. One of them puts a circular pad on the floor, and 6 more Confederacy soldiers quickly step through and spread out while moving toward the people that were down and unconscious on the floor. One of the just-arrived Confederacy soldiers looks a lot like Corporal Connors from the testing center. I yell out, CPL, Connors! And I see it is her as she turns her head towards me. She raises her hand with one finger out, letting me know to give her a minute. The soldiers check out the people that are knocked out, put their weapons in a bag, and then use tie wraps to secure their hands behind their backs. The Confederacy quickly has the restaurant secured, and Corporal Connors comes over with a lieutenant, Casper, and after introducing us, asked me if I know what happened. CPO Connors, Lieutenant Casper, my security detail noticed 19 people with concealed weapons shortly after we entered the restaurant, and that a few of them were known to be Earth First protesters. I called the rest of my security detail to come to the restaurant, telling them when they arrived to keep an eye on the Earth Firsters and those with concealed weapons, and if they drew their weapons, they were to be taken out immediately. We had finished eating when I noticed 4 huge men arriving that could only be Confederacy people. I had just warned my security that a pickup might be about to take place when one of the soldiers yelled that this was a Confederacy pickup. 18 of the 19 people my security teams were watching immediately pulled their weapons, and my security teams neutralized them. The 19th person had hit the floor with his hands on his head when the others jumped up and pulled their weapons. Then the 6 of you arrived, and here we are. The L-Tide gets that vacant look in his eyes, and I know he is talking with an AI. The AI confirms your statement, Dedeus. I want to thank you on behalf of my team for saving their asses. The show wasn't supposed to start until after the 6 of us arrived. Someone jumped the gun announcing the pickup. You might have pissed a lot of the Confederacy off, but I am glad you are here tonight and will make sure it gets spread around. Glad we were able to help, Lieutenant. The Lieutenant has the 18 people thrown through the transporter, saying they will be dealt with on lunar base. He is trying to decide what to do with person number 19, the one that fell to the floor when the others jumped up. I see it as the guy that was telling the other one who I was. He is let go as even though he was with them, he didn't pull a weapon or try to interfere with the pickup. I go up and tell him he might want to choose better people to hang out with, as he might not be so lucky next time. Once the bodies were cleared out of the restaurant, the lieutenant got the extraction underway. My security girls ask if we can stick around and see the show. I tell them we don't have a choice as the interdiction field is up, so we can't leave. They just laughed and say, "Yeah, okay, sire." Really? You can get out of the interdiction field? Of course we can, sire. After all, it is just an energy field and we are energy beings. Very cool and definitely something to remember. We watch as some of the women and men get naked so they can try and get picked up. But it doesn't seem to be the wild free-for-all, like the one that I was caught in with Melissa. Yes, test drives were going on, but it wasn't a big orgy fest. Corporal Connors comes back near us, and I mentioned to her that this pickup is a lot tamer than the other one I was in. There are still a lot of naked women and a lot of fucking going on, but it seemed like a lot fewer women were willing to fuck or suck a guy that was going from girl to girl to girl. She laughed, saying, "It is tamer, and it's all your fault, DD. Since word got out about being able to go to Arcadia, plus the video with Mr. 6.5 asshole, way to go, Sam. The women in pickups aren't as desperate as they once were, They aren't as accepting of asshole sponsors or sponsors that try to fuck a lot of girls during the pickup. I can tell you it seems like the conks that have arrived on the moon recently are happier, less scared, and I know there have been a lot fewer recycled. It's almost like things are civilized. Ah, the last one is finished. Time for us to go. Take care, Dee Dee. You too, Sam. It was nice seeing you again. It was nice seeing you too, Corporal. Connors. Stay safe. Well, that was interesting. The pickup, I mean. Not the first part, where people got zapped. Why do you say it was interesting, Sandy? Everyone seemed calm in this one, Dee Dee. Mandy and I were in one before, and we couldn't bring ourselves to do what the other girls were doing to get picked up. We might have been able to if it had been like what we just saw. I talked with Corporal Connors about that, as it was nothing like one I was in before either, and she said that many pickups now were like what we saw tonight. It seems with people knowing about Arcadia in Sam's Mr. 6.5 video, they are not as scared anymore and so are not willing to be treated as badly as they were before in order to leave Earth. Now, are all of you going to come with us to Arcadia for a week? I want to leave tomorrow around 6 p.m. We'll meet everyone at Sarah's place and transport you up to the J&J. Everyone said they were in, and they would meet at Sarah's place to be picked up there. Okay, we will pick you up there at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow then. Now let's see if we can pay our bill and head home, as it looks like most people have gotten themselves straightened out now. I paid the bill and we said goodbye in the parking lot before Sam transported us up to the ship. Well, that was most certainly an entertaining evening. I am so very glad to have had all of you with me, and that you could zap those fuckers before they could fire their weapons. It could have turned out just like it did when my parents were killed. Yes, thankfully, though, it didn't. And tomorrow we are going back to Arcadia. The girls and I are so excited, Dee Dee. How long do you plan on our staying there? I'm not sure, Sam. I'd like to spend a month or so. Don't forget we have some visits to make in late July and August, though. We can bring or send Larry, Sarah, Bob, Mandy, and Sandy back to Earth after a week in Guardian City so they can continue their work. We also need to see how many people we have at the moment committed to migrating to Arcadia. I didn't want to ask Larry tonight, but we'll need to know numbers soon. I hate to see the Star Cruiser just sitting there. I know that as things stand right now, we have 123,430 people ready and willing to migrate to Arcadia. 83,400 of those are made up of families with 3 or more persons in the family, and the remaining 53,030 are singles with women at 17,730 and men at 22,300. The single people are not related to any of the families, so we have a viable gene pool for future generations right now. We do need more farmers and ranchers, so hopefully after our visit to Texas, we will get a spike in applications as we did after the European seminar. We can continue to use androids until we do have enough farmers and ranchers, though. Which reminds me, Riker informed me that the first planet-wide harvest has been completed and is in a warehouse. I'd say we should be looking at taking everyone to Arcadia shortly after your first round of official visits is over. You do want to spend time on Arcadia while everyone gets settled, don't you? Oh, you got that right, Samantha. You can plan on staying on Arcadia for some time after we take everyone there. Barring any emergencies, of course. That is what I am hoping for anyway. But you know that old saying about the best laid plans of mice and men? And thank Riker for the info about the harvest. I'm glad there are enough androids to do the entire planet. Ha, ha, ha. That is true, DD. We can plan and hope it works out. As to the harvest, you need to remember the harvest happens at different times in different areas of Arcadia, so the actual harvesting is not done planet-wide at the same time. By the way, have you thought about which shields will stay behind tomorrow? Yes, I have, Sam. Shields 1 and 2 will stay here tomorrow and they will swap every week while we are on Arcadia. My shuttle can bring Larry, Sarah, et al. Back here after a week and return to Arcadia after refueling. Anything else we need to go over before tomorrow? Nothing I can think of, DD. Oh yes, the engineers did integrate the sleep trainer training module into your bed so you can try it out tonight, and they'll monitor it to ensure it is working properly. Excellent. Please thank them for me, Sam. I do appreciate everything you first do for me. Now I'm going to read some more about Arcadia's and the G-Cap's histories, then try out the sleep trainer in my bed. The info on the Elven is very interesting reading. They have a lot of hidden subtlety and meaning in their body language and gestures. Yes, they do DD, as do many races, and if you know some of those gestures, it will only help you if you meet them. And it is almost certain that you will at some time in the future. You seem to be really interested in the histories of Arcadia and the GCAP. I think that is great. Please let me know if any of us first can help or answer any questions you may have. I will, Sam. Chapter 22. Woohoo! Another trip to Arcadia and another step closer to moving there permanently. I do my usual morning routine and then sit with Sam at the table for breakfast. Good morning, Sam. How's things this fine day? As good as can be expected, DD. Nothing going on in this area of space, and everyone is looking forward to seeing Arcadia and Guardian City again. That is good news, Sam. Hey, can you find out how many of the employees from Arcadia R and D want to migrate and how many we want to take? And I have another question, but it's about Arcadia and our solar systems. Okay, DD. 68% of the scientists and researchers want to go to Arcadia for the opportunity to study advanced tech. However, only 32% of staff want to go right now. The numbers of those wanting to go versus stay are the exact opposites of each other. Of those that want to go, only 5 of the scientists should not be invited to go, as they plan to ask to return after learning all the advanced theory they can in 11 months. Yes, you better believe they will not be invited. Make sure they are on the No Way Jose list. The other question I have this morning is about the planet Graylia. I have read about the planet being on the exact opposite side of the sun from Arcadia and how it was used as a vacation planet for Arcadians, but I have not been able to find any recent information about it. What happened to it during the Arcadia Civil War, and what is its status right now? Is it habitable, or can it be made habitable? Wow, you are studying Arcadian history. I haven't thought of Graylia in a long, long time. Graylia, as you probably know from your reading, has the same orbital path around the sun that Arcadia has. It has the same axis tilt, gravity, etc., and they remain the same distance from the sun while orbiting around it. Graylia is a nice planet with only a single large continent. The planet has some beautiful flora, but as far as I can remember, there has never been any fauna. Arcadians took their pets to Graylia with them when they went on vacation, and the pets were never adversely affected, but Arcadians never thought to introduce animals permanently to the planet. At first, during the Civil War, neither side bombed the planet because people from both sides had vacation homes there, and it had no strategic significance. That ended the first time the Expand and Conquer group blockaded the planet and refused to allow other Arcadians on it. Once all was said and done, the structures on Graylia were all destroyed, but the flora and planet itself had not been damaged beyond repair. I don't have any current information, but we'll ask Riker if he has anything he can tell us. Good evening, Dee. Sam tells me you would like to know any current information about Graylia. I can tell you that Graylia at the moment has no structures of any kind remaining. The structures that were destroyed in the war have been reclaimed by the planet since the war's end. There is no fauna, though the flora is thriving and the planet is in a virgin-like state. I can send a couple ships there with some video drones and have them video the entire planet if you wish. The video would be available in 2 days. I will also have the info on the data crystals updated concerning Graylia. Good evening, Riker. Thanks for updating me so quickly. Yes, get the video done of Graylia. I would love to see it, and please ensure the data crystals are updated. Is there anything else that should be looked at and updated on the data crystals? Is the data on the old GCAP races, systems, and planets up to date? Is there any race, system, or planet that any first can think of that has data older than, say, 100 years and should be updated? If there is, please have that done as soon as possible and see if we can figure out some way to keep the data up to date. That will be quite a task and take quite some time to complete, sire. We will start updating the most recent data crystals first and work our way back from there, if that is okay with you, sire. I figured it would take a while to complete, but it will be worth it in the long run. The first data crystals I'd like updated are the ones concerning Arcadia, the old GCAP, and the races that once belonged to the GCAP, their systems, planets, etc. Second, Update the data crystals that pertain to everything within, say, a 1,000 light-year radius of the Guardian solar systems. Once this has been completed and we know about everything that's going on in our neighborhood, we can continue in an outwards pattern and update the remaining crystals. Of course, first that are outside of these areas can update the crystals for the areas they are in. Put as many first as possible, updating the data per my first and second requests so they are completed as quickly as possible. I want this done ASAP for security reasons. We don't need a surprise from something or someone in our own backyard. Does that sound feasible, and how long do you think it would take for the first 2 parts to be done? Riker? Sam? Tell me your thoughts about this. I don't know where you come up with these ideas so quickly, Dee Dee, but these are something we hadn't thought of before, especially the first 2 requests. Maybe because we are energy beings, we don't think of these things, but the information is definitely important for the security of Arcadia and future Arcadians. Maybe all that sleep training you've been doing is responsible. We usually update the data crystals as we come across new information, but I can see a reason to have them updated in a more orderly fashion. Anything else, Sam? Nope, I just said all I had to say. Riker will be taking care of it and will be able to keep us up to date on how it is progressing. How about you, Riker? Anything? You have good points, DD, and I think Sam may be right as to why we first don't think as you just did. The information on Arcadia is current and updated daily if required. I started updating Arcadia data more frequently when Sam first contacted me about you. I can tell you that the information on the Elven is 3 years old, and the information on the Darrian is 8 years old. It will not take long to update the data crystals for these 2 races, and I believe we can have the remaining 2 races completed within 2 weeks. I'll also have the 2 systems where the suns went supernova checked out as well. Updating the data crystals for everything within 1,000 light-year radius will probably take 10 to 12 months, depending on how much things have changed. As far as the rest of the data crystals, I cannot begin to give you an idea as to how long it will take to update them all. The task will be worked on continuously, but I don't think you know just how much data you have access to. Think 100 million times more than what is on Earth's internet, and then triple it. Thank you, Riker. I know to update everything will take an enormous amount of time. We will get it done eventually. It is good to know the information on the Elven, and the Darrian is so recent. I have been reading a lot lately about Arcadia's and GCAP's histories, and am also reading about the Elven and their history in GCAP. I am looking forward to reading it even more so now. Well, I got you, Riker. Can you give me an update concerning our stabilizing the Bjorn Sun and the 3 Bjorn ore refineries? Yes, sire, the first have assessed the Bjorn Sun and say it can easily be stabilized as it is in the very early stages before going supernova, and would probably have lasted another 300 to 400,000 years. They believe they can have it stabilized within 3 months and will monitor it afterward. The Bjorn are ecstatic and have released the 3 refineries to our ship commanders, who are now on the return trip to our system and Earth system and should arrive in 2 weeks. The Bjorn wanted to give the commanders their remaining 2 refineries. They were so happy that we could save one of their sons. But the commanders had to decline, as they would not be able to tow all of them at once. Riker, please contact the Bjorn and thank them for the 3 ore refineries. Let them know I am very happy that their son could be stabilized, and that with all respect, I would not feel right taking advantage of their happiness by taking their other 2 refineries. We made a deal we were both happy with, and it appears we both are still happy with, and that is the best kind of deal to make. I will do as you say, sire. Thanks, Riker. I guess we shall see you again very soon. Later. DD, a couple weapons techs would like to see you. Sure, Sam, I will see them anytime. Do you know what it is about? They are here now, so I will let them tell you. Good evening, sire. We have been working on the ND Mark IV and have been able to make it both lethal and non-lethal. The default is non-lethal. However, if you think lethal when using it, it will switch to having a lethal result on the target. When it is reholstered, it reverts to its non-lethal setting. Of course, we have not had any field tests, but it has worked every time during virtue tests. Wow, thank you. I hope I don't have to test the lethal setting, but it is good to know it is available if needed. Is this the only one, or are there more already made? This is the only one we have made at the moment, sire. It is yours, and more can be made if you say so. I don't see any need to make any more at the moment, but we may need them in the future. Sam, ladies, I am off to crash for the night. I'll see you bright and early in the morning. Good night, DD. Good morning, Chef. How are you doing today? I'll have a double D coffee now. Then in 5 minutes, 3 large eggs scrambled, 3 slices of bacon, a side of hash browns, and a 355 milliliter glass of pineapple juice, please. Good morning, DD. Here's your coffee, and the rest will be ready in 5 minutes. And I am doing great, thank you for asking. That is good to hear. How is the AI programming coming? Not so good, DD. I mean, I have no problems programming AIs, but have not been able to come up with a breakthrough. I was thinking about asking you if I could teach AI programming to new colonists that are interested and see if they can discover something new. I think what you told me may be true, and I need people with a different way of thinking and looking at theories. I have no problem with you teaching AI programming once we have people on Arcadia and the schools are open in Guardian City, though I will ask you to limit the theory to a maximum of 1 generation above Confederacy AIs for the first year. I don't want you teaching advanced AI programming to someone and they decide to return to Earth after 11 months. I'll tell you what, part of our recent trade agreements is for is. Put together a 10-month teaching plan for an AI theory and programming course to Confederacy-level AIs, and we can use it in our trade agreements, and you can teach it on Arcadia, okay? That would be fantastic, D. Thank you very much. This is making me so excited. You are more than welcome, Chef. I got my breakfast and had just sat down when Sam and the girls showed up. Sam said we were good to go. Nothing to report from the PG commander, and there were no problems with any of the other projects we had going. We could pick up the group at Sarah's and head to Arcadia. Sam said that Sarah's people had 2 entire floors cleaned already. She had people who would make sure the cleaning continued while they were gone. She's got pics of the place on the website already and has been getting a lot of interest worldwide. Some firsts that want to be teachers have submitted a couple curricula for approval. The curricula will cover subjects to be taught at the orphanage here on Earth and in the orphanage and schools in Guardian City for the first year. They also have a more advanced curriculum that would start in the second year and prepare students for Arcadia University and Guardian Academy. I asked Sam what she thought of the curricula, and she said the first year curriculum was good in that most of the subjects were familiar while having some slightly advanced alien subjects that would keep people in learning mode and give them a taste of what would be available in the advanced second-year curriculum. She said the more advanced curriculum starting in year 2 would be more difficult, with more advanced alien theory available if the student desired to learn them. If the student wasn't interested, they could take the regular Arcadia curriculum. I told her the curricula were approved, and for her put a first in charge of running the show, with regular reports to Sam as to how they are working out. I told Sam we had to find a balance between too hard and too easy for the curricula, or people would lose interest. However, I would go to the little harder side rather than the little easier side. Sam said she'd let the first know. I did some more reading on Arcadia and GCAP until it was almost time to go. I grabbed a quick bite to eat from Chef, and Sam appeared at the table. Okay, Sam, are we ready to go get Sarah et al. And head for Arcadia? Let me call Sarah now and make sure they are ready, and I'll go with a couple of the girls to get them. You can wait here and enjoy another coffee if you like. Well, I guess they are ready as Sam and 2 of the off-duty security girls disappeared. I grabbed another coffee and contacted Riker, apologizing for not asking him earlier about accommodations for our guests. He said that he had androids clean and ready both a hotel and the Guardian orphanage so our guests could stay at either place. I said I would leave it up to them where they wanted to stay, and they could even stay at my place. He said everything else was going smoothly and was ready for our arrival. I thanked him and told him I'd contact him again before we left Earth's solar system. From the screams and exclamations, it sounds like Sam and everyone are on board. Sam gets them all seated around the table and asked if anyone is hungry or thirsty, and of course, they're all hungry and thirsty, so she introduces them to Chef and explains to them how to order food from him. They seem to be overwhelmed by the choices, so I ask what their favorite restaurant is, and Sam shows them how to bring it up on the display. That gets everyone settled for a bit as they take their food and drinks to the table and chow down. Once everyone has eaten and put everything in the recycler, I ask them if they are ready to leave. They are, so we make our way to the CIC. Guardian Prime is aboard, is heard as we enter. As you were, everyone. Commander, everyone is ready to go to Arcadia? Yes, we are, sire. Just give the word and we are out of here. I see everyone is watching the viewers, so I say to the commander, Commander, take us to Arcadia. Best safe speed. All ships depart now for Arcadia, best safe speed. And we were gone. Sam had told the group it would only take about 15 minutes or so to arrive in the Arcadian solar system, and then we would travel via my shuttle to Guardian City. I am going to leave it up to you guys where you stay in Guardian City. Riker has told me that a hotel has been made ready for you and that the Guardian Orphanage is also available if you want to stay there, or you can even stay at my place. I know 4 of you want to see the orphanage, but that doesn't mean you need to stay there during this trip, or even when you eventually live here. I will insist that all 5 of you stay at the same location for this trip, though. And please, since you don't know the city yet, have someone else go with you if you want to go out and wander around. I don't think anything will go wrong, but you never know. If there is a particular place or area you want to see, let Sam or myself know. I know the main thing you want to see, Sarah, is the Guardian Orphanage, and Larry wants to see how Guardian City operates. And we will show you everything we can. But remember, you can also relax while here and enjoy the beach, the waters, the parks, etc. 5 minutes to arrival at Arcadia, sire. Thanks, Commander. Let me know when we are in orbit over Arcadia. Sam, will you show our arrival on the viewer? Yes, DD, I will put in on the main viewer directly to our front. I tell everyone this was something I had loved seeing on my first trip to Arcadia, and I hope they would enjoy it as well. Once we were in orbit and they had a chance to see Arcadia from space, we would go to the shuttle and head down to Guardian City. Suddenly, the large main viewer came to life, and we could all see the Arcadian solar system. Sam pointed out where the planet of Arcadia was, and seconds later, we could see it plain as day. I looked at the others and see they are just as stunned as I was when I first saw Arcadia from this view. We are in orbit above Arcadia, sire. Thank you, Commander. Once we are in Guardian City, please go to minimum manning and tell everyone to enjoy themselves. I had the comms open for everyone to hear, and they thank you, sire. I hope all of you enjoy yourselves as well. Before we head to the shuttle, I want to introduce you to someone else. Riker, can you show up here and meet some people from Earth? Riker appears and says, Good morning, sire. Welcome back to Arcadia and Guardian City. Good morning, everyone. I am called Riker with a Y, not an I. I am pleased to meet some of our future citizens. Wow, you even look like the Riker from Star Trek without the beard, Sandy says. Riker is grinning as he responds, Yes, I do, and I blame it on DD, as he named me after him, even stating the spelling with a Y instead of an I. Seriously, though, I think it is a great name, and I try to live up to the meaning behind it being given to me. I introduce Riker to everyone and tell them his title is second of the first, and that he is the one taking care of Arcadia and the Guardian solar systems, and making sure everything works. But sire, you neglect to tell them that since you accepted becoming the Eternal Guardian, Prime of Arcadia and the Guardian solar systems, and first of the first, that all I have done is followed your directives, making sure they were properly completed. Yes, I and others have given you advice from time to time, but it is your ideas and plans that are making Guardian City and Arcadia a better, safer place to live. Okay, let's say that everyone does what they can to make sure Arcadia and Guardian City will be a great place to live. All of you will be doing your part in this as well once we have moved here. Thanks for popping in, Riker. Now get back to work. Ha, just kidding. Keep in touch, Riker. Now let's head to the shuttle and get our butts down to Guardian City. The week passed quickly for everyone. Sarah and her group were ecstatic with the orphanage and everything it had. They were especially happy to see that the rooms here were larger than a typical dorm room. Larry was awed with the monitoring systems for the different services and aspects of Guardian City. And of course, everyone loved the beaches and water. And we were all amazed at the amount of food harvested in the warehouse. The web first made sure that the many pics that everyone took were posted on the website. Sam and I saw them off at the Guardian City spaceport, using the spaceport's transporters to send them up to my shuttle, which would get them back to Earth and then return to Arcadia. Chapter 23. Back at the house, Sam tells me she and the girls have something to show me whenever I have some time available. I tell her I have time now if they want. Sam tells me she'll be right back and then disappears. Sam reappears with 2-2 and 2-3 beside her, and all three look stunning, dressed in long, translucent lingerie gowns that almost touch the floor. I groan, saying, "You three are going to kill me one of these days. You all look so incredibly sexy in those gowns. I know you can see the effect you have on me, and I appreciate your teasing me. And it is too bad I can't really show you my appreciation." "Oh, but now you can show us DD," Sam says as she walks up to me and pulls my head down to her, giving me a soft, sensual kiss. I start kissing her back when it suddenly dawns on me that Sam is kissing me, and I can feel her lips. I pull back from the kiss, looking at Sam and stuttering, "Oh, wow! What? How? Sam?" I look back and forth from Sam to 2 and 2-3, all three of them smiling at me. Then it clicks in my head. The scientists. It must have shown on my face when I thought of the scientists as Sam's smile got bigger, and she said, "Yes, Dee Dee, the scientists have come up with fully functional, anatomically correct bodies for us. This body is version 4, and they say it is as good as they think they can come up with. The only thing we can't do with these bodies is reproduce. This is incredible, Sam. All three of you look almost exactly like you always have, just more lifelike. That kiss felt so real. When did this happen? How did they feel? How do you all feel?" 2-2 and 2-3 came up beside Sam, then each step up to me looking at my face. I was stunned, but not too stunned, that I didn't give each one of them a nice long kiss too. The scientists finished these a few days before we arrived, and we have been using and practicing with them at night since arriving. We still need a lot of practice getting used to physically touching and manipulating things, though. The first few days resulted in a lot of broken things. The bodies feel fine to us, but then we don't really know anymore how they should feel. We want you to feel our bodies and let us feel yours, and we'll give our thoughts to the scientists and they can make any needed adjustments. Is that okay with you, DD? Let me get this straight. You three want me to feel your bodies, to touch you all over your bodies, and you want to do the same to me? Ladies, I'd have to return my man card if I didn't say I was more than okay with this. Each of them giggled at that and then stepped out of their gowns. I stepped forward to touch them, but Sam stopped me with a hand on my chest, saying, "Don't you think you should be naked too, Dee Dee?" "Doh, of course." It took me but a few seconds to get out of my clothes and stand before them naked. We lightly caressed each other, and I was amazed that I couldn't feel anything strange or different from a real body. I closed my eyes and tried to sense any difference and couldn't. The girls were slowly moving around me as they run their hands all over my body. It quickly got extremely hard for me to concentrate, as it felt like 6 hands giving me a tantric massage. "We can see you like our bodies, Dee Dee, but please touch us everywhere so we can see how we react to your touch." Sam then caressed my cock as 2-2 and 2-3 started lightly kissing me on each side of my neck. I looked into Sam's eyes as my hand lightly stroked one of her breasts, and I ran a thumb over its nipple, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. "Oh yes, that feels so good, DD. I continued to caress Sam's tit with my right hand, while moving my left down 2-3's body until I came to her pussy. I slowly brushed my finger over the lips and could feel she was wet. I gave her little clitty a rub, causing her to tremble and push her pussy onto my hand. 2-2 decided we should be on my bed where it would be more comfortable. "Dee Dee, we want to do everything with you right now except actual penetration with your penis. We want that to happen too, but we want to be alone with you the first time. Is that okay with you?" "Of course it is, 2-2. You all know I will never force you. Whenever you are ready, let me know." Laughing, 2-2 says, "Oh, we are all ready and want to. It's just that we want the first time to be when we are alone with you. Sam will stay with you tonight. Then I will. And then 2-3 will. After that, if you will have us, all 3 of us want to stay with you." I look at them and can see the happiness in their faces. I know I have a huge smile on my face when I say, I am more than willing to have each of you with me. I took turns kissing and touching each of them. They kissed and touched each other. Everyone did oral on everyone else. Each of the girls coming, and I'd come on Sam's belly so they could all see it. We were all laying there in the afterglow when 2 to 3 started laughing and said, well, it's not very scientific, but I guess we can tell the scientists that everything works. Everybody broke up laughing. We got cleaned up and just lazed around, each of us touching someone else many times, getting used to being able to physically touch each other's bodies. So DD, how do our bodies feel to you? Do they feel real? Did they react similarly to how a real body would react when aroused? Girls, I couldn't tell any difference between your bodies or a real human body. Thinking about it now, I am surprised that your bodies reacted normally when we started kissing and touching each other. I can't begin to think about how the scientists accomplished that. Okay, I will pass that info on to them. Can I give them the go-ahead to make bodies for other firsts that want them? Yes, absolutely, Sam. Let them know, and give them my congratulations and my thanks. The next week was spent with many first getting used to having bodies. Sometimes it was comical, and other times it looked painful. The scientists were ecstatic that I couldn't tell any difference between a human body and their creations. They did say they were doubtful about ever solving the problem of the bodies not being able to reproduce. I told them it wasn't a game breaker for me, but if it was something the first wanted, then they should keep trying. I did spend a night each alone with Sam, 2 to 2 and 2 to 3, and it has been the 4 of us in bed every night since. I don't think there was anything they weren't wanting to try. They each had the attitude that they wouldn't know if they liked or didn't like something unless they actually tried it. Later, Sam communicated with everyone back on Earth and let me know there were no problems and that all the projects were on time. Larry said there were quite a few younger farmers and their families signed up to go to Arcadia. They lived and worked on their parents' farms, but were the second or third kids in the family, and so they wanted to strike out on their own. He said he wasn't seeing Sarah anymore, as she was working a lot at the orphanage. When Sam contacted Sarah, Sarah told Sam that she and her group were now living in and working out of the orphanage, and were getting many inquiries from orphans worldwide. She didn't think it would take much longer to have both buildings cleaned and to fill the available spaces. Sam reminded her that every orphan had to have taken the enhanced test before she could offer them anything. Sam told her she was sorry that things didn't work out with Larry. Sarah said it was for the best, as she couldn't put up with the manipulative bitch Larry started seeing right after they returned from Arcadia. Larry never mentioned he was seeing someone new. Was she that bad? Yeah, right after we got back, he started seeing her. He said she was someone he dated when he was in school. Evelyn something or other. I don't think they ever told me her last name. Very pretty redhead and freaky in bed. I will give her that. But she uses that to manipulate Larry and get him to do whatever she wants to do. But it is no big deal. Right now I love my work and it is so exciting. When are you guys coming back to Earth? It is great that you love your work, Sarah. I hope the others working with you feel the same. We haven't decided yet exactly when we are coming back. DD has some visits to make in July and August, so that is when we absolutely have to be back. Take care, Sarah, and I'll talk to you later. Sam told me about her conversation with Sarah and that Larry may be seeing Eve again. She asked me if I should have a first watch him and see what is what, or did I want to remove Eve from the No Way Jose list. I told her to have a first keep an eye on him and to also have one watch Eve. We'd see what was going on before making a decision. Sam also said that the trade agreement had been ratified and a first was overseeing our side of the agreement and had started production and delivery and had also slowly started receiving the flora and fauna we were promised. All in all, she thought things were shaping up very well and it wouldn't be much longer before we had enough people and moved to Arcadia. Sire, excuse the interruption, but I have some news that you need to know. Not a problem, Riker. What do you have for me? Well, sire, the Elven were one of the races that we informed about our being able to stabilize suns. A couple of firsts just updated the information we have on the Elven and informed me that they had discovered that shortly after being told of our ability, the Elven Queen and her ship left Elven and are heading for Arcadia. If the timing is true, the Elven ship should arrive in the Guardian solar systems within the next 3 to 5 days. Okay, is there any idea why she is coming? And how long would it take for the J&J to get to the Guardian system the Elven would first arrive at? I have no factual idea as to why she is coming, though I can hazard a guess. You could be in the Guardian system within a half hour, but that would not be safe. You and a PG could safely be there in 14 hours. Can the first detect where the Elven ship currently is and how long before their arrival? And tell me what your guess would be for them coming here. If the Elven follow the old protocol, some first should be able to locate them. I have informed all first between here and Elven to look for them and immediately inform me if they detect them. Sire, the current Elven technology is many, many generations behind Arcadian and First technology, so I would guess that she is coming to demand access to our tech as per the old GSCAP agreement. To get access, she would have to get you to agree that the old GCAP is still functioning and therefore the agreements are still valid. You, I, and even the Elven know that the GSCAP has not existed since the Arcadians and Guardians all perished. Plus, add in the fact that they have not lived according to the basic GSCAP laws for many centuries, and all agreements are null and void. But that would be my best guess as to why she is coming here, sire. That would be a very good guess. Riker and I would say it is probably the right one. I'll have my commander prepare what's here of my PG, so we are ready to leave at a moment's notice to go and welcome the Elven Queen. The 2 BCs that are already in our destination Guardian system will join us and take the place of my 2 BCs that are in Earth's solar system. A show of strength may give her some pause in whatever she is thinking about. I just hope she doesn't live up to her people's nickname for her. I have sent the message to the 2 BCs already in the specific Guardian system, and your PG has initiated full system checks, so they will be ready whenever you need them. And the new data says she does live up to the people's nickname. Queen Bee, as her people affectionately call her. Queen Bitch, huh? Well, meeting her should be interesting, to say the least. Let me know as soon as any first detect their whereabouts. Anything else, Riker? I will, sire, and that is all I have for the moment. Well, ladies, it looks like we will meet the Elvens sooner rather than later. I guess I better read up some more on them, and especially everything on Queen Buhalia, aka Queen Bee. Get some info via the sleep trainer as well, Dee. You never know what little tidbit will help. Will do, Sam. I got a few hours of reading in before Sam and the girls said it was time for bed. I set the sleep trainer to give me a couple hours of info once I was asleep, which took longer than usual, what with the girls in bed with me and all. Ha 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 ha. I wake up to the proverbial good morning BJ and look to see it is 2 to 3 doing the sucking. The others are still asleep, DD, so I want you to blow your load in my mouth and down my throat. Go to hell 2 to 3, and if you don't share, there will be hell to pay. Don't be greedy first thing in the morning. Yeah, what Sam said was all 2 to 2 had to say. Ha 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 ha. 2 to 3 did take my load in her mouth and shared it with Sam, and 2 to 2. Snowballing, I believe, is the porn word for it. Up and at 'em, girls. Let's go. Chop, chop. I need a shower, coffee, and then breakfast. After that, who knows? I had just finished breakfast when Riker contacted me. Good morning, Riker. What's up this morning? I'm guessing news on our friend Queen Bee. Good morning, sire. Good morning, Sam. 2 to 2, 2 to 3. You 3 look very happy this morning. Good morning, Riker, they all say, giggling. Your guess is correct, sire. The Elven ship has been detected, and it appears the information we have is correct. They will arrive in the Guardian solar system closest to Elven system and furthest from us in 3 days, 12 hours and 18 minutes from now. So they will arrive in 84 hours from now, more or less. It will take us 14 hours to get there, so let's depart here in 65 hours, arriving 5 hours before they do. Will this give us enough time for all our ships to top up on fuel? Yes, it will, sire. Okay, then. We will leave here in 65 hours. When we arrive at our destination, the other 2 BCs will cloak and join us, and I want every ship to remain cloaked until I say otherwise. The OWP will identify itself and hail the Elven, telling them they have entered the Guardian solar system's sovereign space of the Guardian Prime of Arcadia and First of the First. The OWP will then order them to remain where they are and ask them their reason for entering our system. When the Elven give their reason for being there, The OWP will again tell them to remain where they are, and that an Arcadian ship will arrive soon to escort them. How does that sound, Riker? Girls? That sounds good, sire. Non-threatening, yet lets them know they are in protected sovereign space. What will you do if they ignore the OWP or don't remain where they are and try to continue traveling? Well, Riker, if they ignore the OWP or try to continue traveling, the OWP will fire a warning shot first, and if that doesn't work, well, I hope things don't need to go further than that. But if they do, it will come from us. I have passed that on to the OWP, sire. Thank you, Riker. Ladies, any comments? None, sire. Okay then, Commander? Yes, sire. Let me know when all the system checks have been completed and all ships are ready. I will, sire. In the meantime, everyone can do whatever. I know I'm going to the beach to ogle some ladies. Ladies, are you coming? Just try leaving without us. DD. Ha 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 ha. The first that had decided to use female bodies also decided that they were going to wear what they called more comfortable clothing for our climate. I think they might have watched too many Arabian Nights fantasies, though, but there was no way I was going to complain. Sam and the girls also took to wearing their new clothing as their everyday wear. The first few days that they all were out and about in their new clothing was like the first few times a person goes to a topless beach. You have hard-ons coming and going, and I did. Then you become accustomed to seeing tits and they don't affect you the same way all the time. You can look and appreciate what you see without getting hard. And I do appreciate the scenery very much. I wake up this morning spooned in behind Sam, and she is slowly rocking back and forth on Dickie. She lets out a small moan, and that is enough for 2 to 3 to start licking her tits, and 2 to 2 lifts a leg so she can use her tongue on Sam's pussy and give my dick a lick or 3 as well. I'm at the point of no return and empty myself inside of Sam, and 2-2 dove in to clean it all out. Damn, life is good. It was time to get ready to go meet Queen Bee, so I showered while the girls cuddled a little longer before showering. Then we all gathered at the table before transporting to the J&J. Sam, beam us up to the J&J, please. We walked to the CIC, and Guardian Prime is aboard, is heard as we entered. Good morning, everyone, as you were. Good morning, Commander. Are all ships ready for departure? Good morning, sire. Welcome back aboard. Yes, sire. All ships are ready for your orders. That's good to hear, Commander. Everyone remains cloaked until I say otherwise. Let's get going, shall we? Commander, best speed for arrival at destination in 14 hours. All ships depart now and remain cloaked until ordered otherwise by Guardian Prime. Best speed to arrive at our destination in 14 hours. And we were off. Chapter 24. Good morning, Chef. Can you give me a DD coffee and a number 2 breakfast, please? Good morning, DD. Here is your coffee, and your number 2 will be ready in 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Excellent. Thank you. How is everything in Chef's world today? Have you tried out a body yet? Everything is great, DD. Thanks for asking. I did try out a body, and it was quite a remarkable experience. I didn't believe that sex had so much of an effect on people until I felt it for myself. A great feeling, though. I think it will be only a special occasion thing for me. It is good to hear you enjoy the experience, Chef. Ah, great, I see my breakfast is ready. Thanks, Chef. We passed the time while traveling, going over our return to Earth in a few days and what we wanted to get done before going on our tour. We then started going over possible scenarios with the Elven, but quickly realized that it was pointless to do so, and decided to just do whatever until we arrived at our destination. I did some more sleep training on the Elven, and had just finished another shower when I hear, 1 hour until arrival at our destination, sire? Thanks, Commander. Getting more info on the Elven via the sleep trainer didn't seem to have bothered me any. I just hope I can remember things if or when I need to. The girls were off somewhere, so I headed for something to eat. With an orange juice and a number 6 meal in hand, I grabbed a seat at the table and dug in. That was delicious. 10 minutes until arrival, sire. Thank you, Commander. Sam, are you coming to the CIC? Sam walked into the suite at that moment. Yes, I am DD. 2-2 and 2-3 are on duty today and want to know if they should be visible and in their bodies when you meet the Elven. Not at first, Sam. Sorry, 2-2, 2-3. I don't want the Elven to wonder why I would need security guards with me when I'm on my own ship. They can be in their bodies with me later, if they want to, depending on how things go. Sam and I head to the CIC and everyone is ready for our arrival. Sensors, I want a full system sweep immediately. Commander, have the 2 BCs already here fall in on our flanks where our other 2 BCs would normally be. Get a sit rep from them and position our group close to the area where the Elven are expected to arrive. Yes, sire, the BCs have nothing to report and we are moving into position. Nothing on sensor, sire. The system is quiet. Thanks, everyone. Commander, ensure all ships are refueled and go to minimum manning until 1 hour before the Elven arrive. At that time, I want all ships cloaked, all stations manned, and the weapon systems armed and on standby. Yes, sire. Okay, everyone, you heard Guardian Prime. Once your ship is fully fueled, you can sit back and relax. Sam and I go back to our suite, and I tell her I'm going to the gym for a workout. Of course, she and some off-duty security decide they want to go too. Oh boy. We're back in the suite, relaxing, when the commander informs us the Elven should arrive in an hour. Sam has informed me I need to be in my Guardian dress uniform as Guardian Prime of Arcadia, so there is no doubt that I am Guardian Prime. We enter the CIC and the commander has some news. Sire, the first that are watching the Elven ship report that it is slowing down as they approach our solar system. They have not deviated from their path and will now arrive in 71 minutes from now. Thanks, Commander. Is everyone ready? Are the OWPs ready? Everyone is ready, sire. Good, now we wait. I go through different scenarios in my head and try to see what information about the Elven pops up. Shit, there is no sense in overthinking things. I guess we shall see what happens when it happens. Sire, the Elven are arriving. Thank you, Commander. Open comm so we can see and hear what goes on between them and the OWP. I don't want them seeing or hearing us yet, though. Comms are open, sire. Unidentified ship, this is Guardian Orbital Weapons Platform 75. You have entered the Guardian Solar Systems, sovereign space of the Guardian Prime of Arcadia, and the Guardian Solar Systems, and First of the First. Please state who you are and your reason for entering our solar system. A male elf right out of Earth's storybooks appears on the screen in a green and brown uniform. He looks to be about 175 centimeters tall, wiry body, long white hair, and long pointed elven ears. He has a haughty attitude when he says, Orbital Weapons, Platform 75. We are the Elven Queen ship and she is on board. We are going to Arcadia to meet this new Guardian Prime of yours. Thank you, Elven ship. Though there has been no request from Elven to open diplomatic relations, Guardian Prime is aware of your pending arrival and has given us orders for when you arrived. Please remain at your current location, and an Arcadian ship will arrive soon to escort you on the remainder of your trip to Arcadia. Whoever the elf male is, he does not look impressed when the Elven Queen steps in front of him and starts ranting. I am the Queen of Elven. Who the hell do you think you are to tell me what to do? I am going to see this supposed Guardian Prime and demand my rights as a member of the Guardian Council of Allied Planets. According to the agreements, I have the right to your technology, and I want it. I also have my daughter, the first princess, who shall take her rightful place as his queen if I decide he is worthy of her. The Elven Queen is beautiful, but damn what a harpy. Damn awesome-looking body, though. She pulled her daughter to her side when she mentioned her, and the princess rivals the queen in both looks and body. The princess did not look happy, though. The OWP did not respond to the queen, and this set her off even more. Get this ship moving. It is taking forever to get to Arcadia, and I am not going to sit here and wait for some lackey to come and escort me. Okay, Commander, I think I've heard enough. Uncloak the J&J only, and join us into the comms so I may speak with Queen Bee. We are uncloaked and comms are open for you, sire. There is no need to move your ship anywhere, Elven. Good morning. I am Guardian Prime of Arcadia and the Guardian Solar Systems, and First of the First. Since you could not be cordial enough to introduce yourself when hailed by OWP-75, I will address you as I've heard you are known, Queen Bee. Okay? Good. Ooh, that raises as much a ruckus on the Elven ship as our suddenly appearing did, as many voices start babbling in indignation. The queen has a shocked look on her face and her mouth is imitating a fish gasping for air. The first princess, though, appears to have a smirk on her face. If you will be quiet, I will respond to your so-called demands. First off, Queen B, as we both know, there is no longer a Guardian Council of Allied Planets, nor any valid agreements, at least not since the Guardians and Arcadians all perished many centimillennia ago. Add in the fact that the Elven have not lived according to the basic GSHAP laws for many centuries, and all agreements are null and void, so your claim for access to Arcadia's technology is not valid and is denied. If the GSHAP is reborn in the future, then new agreements can be made. I do welcome opening diplomatic relations with Elven at the present time, though if you want the same, and as far as marriage to your daughter, the first princess, while she is stunningly beautiful, I will not marry someone I do not know and love, nor will I be forced by anyone to marry or marry anyone that is being forced to marry me. Judging by the looks on the first princess's face, she is of the same mind as I am. Princess, sorry, but I do not know your name. I ask for you to honestly tell me your feelings regarding your queen wanting us to marry. I have a feeling that there is already someone you want to marry. Good morning, Guardian Prime. I am called Princess Suhalia. Suhalia? I would like to apologize for the rudeness displayed by the ship's captain and my mother, the queen, for not introducing themselves earlier when first contacted. You are correct in that I agree with you and do not wish to marry you. There is someone else I am engaged to marry, though I wonder how you would know that. Well, that caused another shitstorm. The queen was yelling at the princess, and the princess was standing there with a smirk on her face, and the captain was yelling that no one needs to apologize for him. The captain shut his yap after about 20 seconds, but it didn't look like the queen was ever going to. Enough, Queen B! Let the princess speak! I shout. This stunned the queen yet again, and she stares at me with wide eyes and nostrils flaring. I was prepared for her to start ranting again, so I just stare back at her. We stare at each other for what seems like minutes, but are probably only seconds, when the queen bows her head slightly, saying, "As you wish, sire," and makes a quick gesture with her hands. Whoa, what the fuck? Sam, did you see that? Quickly check out the video and look at the queen's hand gesture and tell me if she didn't just make the elven sign of obedience to me? Yes, she did, sire. You need to decide quickly whether to accept it or not. I think it would be good for the long term if you did. Are all three of you okay with what I'll have to do if I accept? 2-2 question mark Ducetine? All of us are okay with it, sire. We know what you need to do if you accept, and you do need to accept her gesture. To reject her could cause serious problems between our races. Queen B, I have been doing a lot of studying of elven customs, history, laws, etc., and I know just happened and also what might happen. We will come back to this in a moment. Princess Suhalia, it is an honor. Excuse me for asking, but I see you glancing to your right frequently. Would that glance be to your fiancé? The honor is mine, Guardian Prime, and yes, it is my fiancé I keep glancing to. Sam, get ready to transport the queen, princess, and her fiancé to my briefing room. I am going to accept the queen's gesture of obedience and don't want the princess or her fiancé to freak out if we transport only the queen. We are ready when you are, sire. Princess, if you have no objections, I would like to transport yourself, your fiancé, and the queen to my ship where discussions with the queen can continue. The princess looks at her fiancé, then at the queen, whose head was still slightly bowed, before saying with a smirk, I too know what happened and what might happen, so I have no objections, Guardian Prime. Okay, then I will see you all momentarily. Sam, come with me and transport them as soon as we are ready. The briefing room was just off the CIC and could be accessed from either the CIC or the corridor. It didn't take us more than 15 seconds to get there, and then Sam transports the three elven aboard. All three have a look of surprise on their faces as they look around in wonder at their new location. I step towards the princess saying, Hello, princess. It is a pleasure to meet you in person. Welcome to my briefing room aboard the Arcadian ship, the John and Janine Sanderson, named after my parents and nicknamed the J&J. This lovely lady is Samantha, my personal assistant right hand and one of the loves in my life. Princess, will you please introduce us to your fiancé? Sam gives the princess a curtsy and the princess smiles, saying, I am pleased to meet you, Samantha, and there is no need to curtsy to me. I hope we will meet often and become friends. This handsome man is my fiancé, Lord Giorgio. I shake his hand, and he gives Sam a slight bow. The queen has said nothing so far, but I can tell she is ready to explode at being ignored. I look over at her, and if looks could kill, I'd be dead. I continue looking at the queen while addressing the princess. Princess, I hope you will not be alarmed by what I'm about to do, but rest assured I will only do it if the queen wants it. Guardian Prime, you said you studied us, Elven, and while I saw the gesture the queen made, I did not know if you did, or if you would know what it meant. I thought you might, though, when you gave your response, and it appears you do. Please do what you feel you need to do, and I will explain it to Giorgio. The queen is red in the face now, knowing that others saw her gesture, but the hard nipples on her breasts betray her excitement. Queen Bee, if I do this, you will not become my wife, but you will be my consort, and I will be your only male lover. If you want a male lover or husband in the future, I will expect you to be honest and tell me, and at that time being my consort will end, though no other relationship we may have would need to. You will have no say in the governing of Arcadia or any other planet under my care, nor do I want any say in governing Elven. I will give you one chance to back away from this. If you don't want this to happen, leave your gown on and step forward. If you want this to happen, remove your gown. Now. Well, hot damn if she didn't just look me in the eyes and let her gown fall to the deck and stand before me in all her glory. 170 centimeters tall, long platinum blonde hair, bright blue eyes, perky tits with small pink nips, and a narrow waist that made her apple-shaped butt look a little bigger than it was. I motion for her to turn around, and she dies a slow turn, doing her best to keep her eyes on mine, as I see that she looks just as good from behind as she does from the front. Come to me, Queen Bee. I'm going to accept your gesture of obedience to me, and fuck you in every hole you have. Come to me and we'll start with you sucking my cock. Queen Bee takes the 3 or 4 steps to reach me and immediately drops to her knees, undoing my belt and pants, letting them drop to the floor. I quickly step out of them as she demonstrates that she knows how to give head. I peel out of my jacket and shirt while looking down to watch her looking up at me as she bobs back and forth of Dickie. Her lips feel oh so good. Okay, Queen Bee, I'm gonna fuck your mouth now, and when I come, I want you to swallow it all. You'll stay down there on your knees because I'm going to immediately get behind you and fuck your pussy until I come in it, and then I'm going to finish in your ass. You will be mine then, and you will know it. The queen gives a little whine as I start to slowly stroke in and out of her mouth, going a little deeper each time until she gags and I know her limit. Everyone can smell her arousal. I take a quick glance at the others and see that the princess and her fiancé look spellbound, and Sam is looking at me with a huge grin on her face. I wasn't going to drag it out, so after just a few minutes I pull back. So just the head of my cock is in her mouth and shoot 3 good ropes of cum. The first must have hit her throat as she gags a little, but doesn't lose any and swallows after the last shot. She starts sucking again after swallowing the last bit and keeps Dickie hard. I pull out of her mouth and move behind her, pushing her forward so she was on all fours, then slide into her pussy in one stroke. That gives her her first cum, and when I reach around and tickle her clit as I stroke in and out, she has her second and then her third. At this point, I plunge all the way in and let my load go. We sag to the deck, and when I pull out of her pussy, I use my cock to rub our juices around her asshole before popping the head in. Ah, fuck me, but that feels good, sire. Pound me until I can take no more, then come deep in my ass. Make me yours. Make me your bitch. Well, I aim to please, so I do as asked and start pounding in and out of her ass, and she starts coming. It feels like my dick is wrapped in velvet, and I know I'm not going to last long. I don't think I last another 5 minutes before I go balls deep in her ass and bust my nuts in her back door. You're mine, bitch, and don't you forget it, I croak, dropping to rest on my forearms. My cock deflates and slips out of her ass, but the queen is out of it and doesn't even notice. Sam, transport us to our suite so the queen and I can clean up. We'll meet everyone back here in about 30 minutes or so. I carry Queen Bee into the big shower and hold her as she recovers. Slowly, she comes around and gives me a big kiss. That was just what I needed, thank you. You are more than welcome, Queen Buhalia, and you know I enjoyed it very much as well. I am glad I did all that reading on you, Elven, now. Please, sire, call me Queen Bee when we are alone or in private company. In public, we will need to show respect for each other, but in private, let me know I'm your bitch. Okay? Okay, Queen Bee, I can do that. I did mean what I said about being your only male lover from now on. I don't share women with other men, though other women I have no problem with. If we were together all the time, even other women would be off limits unless I agreed beforehand. You said Samantha was one of the loves in your life. How many are there and what will they say about what we just did? There are 3 women in my life right now, and all 3 of them gave me the go-ahead before I had you brought here. They may want to join us in the future or not. That will be up to me and them. And if I didn't want to be with them, too bad, Queen Bee. You don't have a choice when you are with me. She snuggles in and wraps her arms around me, saying, Okay, Seer. We dry off, and seeing our clothes were neatly laid out on the bed, we got dressed. Are you ready to go back to where the others are? Yes, I am, sire. And since they have all seen and know everything, will you consider being with them as private company? Yes, I will, Queen Bee. Yes, I will. Sam, please transport us back now. Yes, sire. Suffice to say, there were 2 shocked faces when we reappeared in the briefing room, and the Queen was cuddled into my side. The Princess and Giorgio kept staring at the Queen with their mouths open. I look at the Princess and Giorgio and say, Everyone, what happened here goes no further than those that are here. I don't want to hear any rumors regarding this from your ship, from Elven, or anywhere. If there are any rumors, I will find out who started the rumor and make them wish they hadn't. And no trying to blackmail the Queen. Do I make myself clear? They both nod their heads. I continue to look at them, saying, I want to hear you both say to me that you understand. Both blink and reply, Yes, Guardian Prime, we understand. Guardian Prime, my loyalty is to my Queen and to my soon-to-be wife, Princess Suhalia. Some of the nobles will have a problem with it, but the people will not have any problems with you being the Queen's lover. Giorgio, I personally don't give a rat's ass if anyone knows the Queen and I fucked today, but they don't need to know the details nor the reason why. I should have made myself clear on that point, and if some of your nobles have a problem, well, I'll straighten them out if need be. Now, is anyone hungry? I certainly am. I would think so after the workout you just had. Mother probably needs to replenish her liquids too. Ha 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 ha. The Queen blushes at that and can only reply, Daughter, what? When? Why? Okay, yes, I am famished. There, daughter. Satisfied now? Everyone starts laughing, and Sam transports us to the dining room where we introduce them to Chef and show them how to use the replicator. There were no Elven dishes, but Sam said we could rectify that and that everything should be edible by the Elven as our DNA is so similar. All too soon, I figured we better take the Queen et al. Back to her ship, and we could meet again the next day to see what we could come up with, diplomatically speaking. The Queen asked Sam and I to come with them and just visit for a while, so we agreed to. Where would you like to be transported to, Your Majesty? Can you transport us back to where you picked us up from? That is where the nobles should still be. We transported back to the Elven ship to what would be their CIC, and within seconds of our arrival, several Elven started yelling. The Queen couldn't be heard at all over all the loudmouths that were yelling. I boomed, Shut up now! Well, that got them to close their mouths, but who knew how long it would last? Your Queen has something to say, so be quiet and listen. The Queen looked at me and nodded her head before saying, Thank you, Guardian Prime. Turning to look at the others, she continues. We had a very interesting time on board the Arcadian ship and even sampled some of their cuisines. Speaking for myself, I enjoyed myself immensely. Oh my, look at that. Huh? What are you talking about, Sam? I turn a bit to see what has Sam's attention and see a stunning, blonde-haired elven girl that I now can't seem to take my eyes off of. I had thought the Queen and First Princess were beautiful, but this girl was... Wow. Oh my is right, Sam, but we need to keep our attention on what is happening around us and not on this, damn, I don't know how to describe her. You are right, sire. 2 to 2 and 2 to 3 are affected by her as well, though the rest of the security team doesn't appear to be. Guardian Prime? Hmm? Oh yes, Princess. Sorry I spaced out there for a minute. No worries. The Queen took care of a couple of questions from the nobles and is returning. Thanks, Princess. I turn to face the Queen as she arrives. Is everything okay, Your Majesty? Any problems with the nobles you need taken care of? I say with a grin. The Queen's back is to them, and I can see more than a few dirty looks from them. I just continue grinning. No problems I couldn't take care of. We will go for a tour of the ship in a few minutes, then head to my lounge to relax, chat, and you can try some elven food if you wish. I would love to, Your Majesty. Maybe we could get samples of whatever you have for our food replicators, and they would be available for whenever elven are on Arcadian ships. Absolutely, Guardian Prime. Sam, Princess Suhalia, will get you whatever you need. I keep glancing over at the elven girl Sam, 2-2, 2-3, and I seem to be enamored with. She has seen me looking her way a few times now and has always smiled back. There is something about her that keeps drawing my gaze back to her. Excuse me, Your Majesty, but I need to ask you who that blonde elven girl in the light blue outfit is? Sighing, Queen Bee tells me. That is my daughter, third princess, Dalihila. I'm afraid I have not been a good mother to her. She has lived with her father all her life, and I have mostly ignored her. She was the result of my being drunk and horny one night, and having sex with someone I never would have otherwise. She is a constant reminder of that night, and I have always held it against her. I won't say I understand because I don't. You did what you did, and you need to let it go. She is a result of what you did, not the reason you did it. I look over to look at the girl I now know is a princess, and I see she has noticed me talking to her mother, and she gives me a small smile. I smile back as one of the elven males turns and bumps into her. Get out of my way, you stupid little brat, he yells, swinging his arm at her and hitting her shoulder, knocking her to the deck. She falls on her ass and is scrambling backwards to get out of his way as he starts walking towards her. I take 2 steps, and I am behind her. A 3rd step over her, and a 4th step puts me in the way of the elf male moving towards her. I put my arm out in front of me, preventing him from going any further, telling him, let her be, and don't hit her again. This does not concern you and is none of your business, so stay out of it, he snarls and tries to go around me. I move to stay in front of him, saying, I am making it my concern and my business. You should watch where you're going, and you wouldn't run into others. Do you feel like a big macho elf hitting a young girl like her? You shouldn't, because it just shows you're a bully and an asshole. I stare at him until he turns and starts going back to where he was when he bumped into the princess. I turn and move to the princess, extending my hand to help her up. May I be of assistance, princess? She is looking into my face as she reaches out to take my hand, and just as our hands touch, I see her glance behind me, and her eyes go wide as she shouts, My love! Behind you! I quickly spin around and see the elf male is almost upon me, with a dagger in his raised hand. I move to the side as his hand comes down and grab his wrist, twisting his arm and hand in toward his body. I can feel the dagger go into his chest and know he feels it too as his eyes go wide in surprise. I hold on to his body as he collapses to the floor, and I end up on one knee beside him. He is looking at me with wide eyes, and I look back at him, and though I don't know why, I say loud enough for all to hear. You attacked me from behind without warning like a coward, like someone with no honor. You are dying by my hand because of your cowardly act. I know your elven laws, and by elven law, I declare all that is yours is now mine. He keeps his eyes on mine as he dies. The silence from the bystanders is deafening. So be it, shouts the queen. Duke Halihila, died by Guardian Prime's hand after attacking him like a coward from behind with no warning. Therefore, no fault can be attributed to Guardian Prime. By our laws, Guardian Prime has the right to claim all that was the Duke's, and he has done so. Unless, of course, one of you wants to step forward now and challenge Guardian Prime? No one? Then this matter is settled. Let it be known that House Alihila is now House Sanderson, and Guardian Prime is now Duke D. Sanderson, an elven noble, with all privileges and responsibilities that come with his title. I look and see Sam and the Elven have shocked looks on their faces, while the third princess has a look of love? Chapter 25. I had no idea the elf was a duke, nor can I say why I claimed all that was his, but the queen just acknowledged and verified it, so I guess it is a done deal. I will have to get Sam to find out exactly what I claimed and what my responsibilities will be. Get your hands away from me. I don't need your help. You never offered any aid to me any of the other times that my father hit me, so don't bother now that he is dead. Hearing this, I turn back to the princess and see a male elf with his hand out to help her stand up. But princess, you know what he would have done to me if I had tried to interfere in the slightest. He whined. Sighing, the princess responded, yes, I know what he would have done, and I'll do my best to remember that. But I also don't want you to try being gallant now. It won't make me feel any different about you or most male elves. Turning to me, she holds her hand out and I grab it, helping her to her feet. Looking me over, she asks, Sire, are you okay? Were you hurt at all? I am fine, princess, though I am sorry for your loss. I did not know he was your father, and while I am not sorry I intervened after he hit you, I regret that it ended with his death. How are you, princess? Did you hurt anything when he hit you and knocked you down? No, sire. I too am fine. I thank you for intervening on my behalf. No one ever has before. As for him being my father, I had no love for him and will not miss him. He had no love for me either, nor anyone else for that matter. His only loves were money and power. Sire, I may not have loved him, but I do love my half-sister and her mother. I would ask that you treat them fairly once everything is turned over to you. Princess, I have no idea what will be turned over to me or when it will be, but I can assure you that everyone will be treated fairly. I will probably need your help deciding what I will do with everything, as you would be more knowledgeable about everything than I would be. Of course I will help you in any way I can, sire. Sire, you have claimed all that was his. That includes me as well. I am yours. More so than that, though, I give myself to you of my own free will. I know you will not be living on Elven, but I wish to stay with you, wherever that may be. I will be your lover, a part of your seraglio, or even your servant if that is your desire. I want to take your house name and be known as de Sanderson. Anything, just please take me with you when you leave. Turning to the queen, she continues, Queen Buhalia, I will revoke my title and all that comes with it if you will allow me to go with Guardian Prime. Queen B sighs and replies, revoking your title won't be necessary, third Princess de Alahila. If Guardian Prime is willing to take you with him, I will give you my blessing to go. They both turn to look at me to see what I have to say. Now hold on just a minute, ladies. We need to talk about this. First, though, can we get this area cleaned up? Can someone take care of the body? Is there somewhere we can go to discuss this? A couple of the elves come and remove the body, and soon cleaners are doing what they can to remove what little blood got onto the deck. Once that is done, the queen and the princess turn back looking at me again. Are you sure you want to talk about this with everyone around? They just continue looking at me. Okay then, first off, princess, why did you call me my love when you warned me about the attack? The princess blushed and looked down briefly before looking me in the face again. I don't know why I said those words, sire, but they feel right. I feel a very strong attraction to your princess, but there are things you need to know about me that might change any love you think you feel for me. Looking at Sam before turning back to me, the princess replies, Sire, I know there is at least one you love at this time, and that there may be others now and in the future. I am fine with that and want to get to know her as well. I already feel you in my heart, and I hope you will come to love me as you do her, and that she and I will come to love each other as well. But no one knows the future. I also know what probably happened between you and the queen on your ship, and that Queen Buhalia is now your consort. While not happy about it, I will not cause any problems regarding it. Girls, what do you think? I'd love for her to come with us and see if there is more to our mutual attractions, but not if any of you disagrees. Sire, all of us agree and want the opportunity to get to know her as well. Tell her the truth, that there are 3 of us and that we all love each other in every way. If she doesn't balk at that, we say let's give it a chance. Princess, you are very perceptive to see my feelings for Sam from just the short time we've been on board the ship. You need to know that there are 2 others besides Sam that I love. It works because we are honest with each one another and all love each other in every way. It's not all about me. If this doesn't bother you, then we want you to know that we welcome you into our lives and look forward to getting to know you. The princess squeals in delight, jumping into my arms and hugging me tightly, saying thank you over and over again. Sam moves up beside us and the princess wraps her in a hug, thanking her as well, before giving her a small kiss on the lips. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing him with me. I will have to thank the other 2 when I meet them. I am now 3rd Princess de Sanderson, but please just call me de Sanderson. You are very welcome, de Sanderson, and welcome to our family. You will meet the other 2 later as they are on duty at the moment. My name is Samantha, but please call me Sam. Humph, no kiss for me, princess? And my name is Didius, but call me Didi, okay? The princess looks up at me and says, she would have kissed me too, but she couldn't reach my lips. So I lean over, give her a nice soft kiss. She slowly opens her eyes and looks up at me. That was a beautiful kiss, sire. I hope the first of many. Thank you. It was my pleasure, princess. And if I have any say, there will be many more to come. Please, sire, don't call me princess anymore. I have taken your house name and would like everyone to call me de Sanderson now. Okay then, but you need to call me DD and not sire. De Sanderson doesn't feel right though. It feels like an ownership name to me. What would you say to being called Delilah? Delilah Sanderson? Is that how people are named where you live? With 2 names? Being de Sanderson will have great significance on Elven, but none elsewhere. If this is what you want, I will agree. Sorry, I should have given you my full name. My full name is Didius Sanderson. Didius being my first name, the name given to me by my parents, and Sanderson being my familial name. Where we live, we go by our first names on a daily basis, while familial names are included in more formal settings, as a sign of respect for another, or a few other times when appropriate. I could see tears form in her eyes as she looked at me. You will let me use your family name? Yes, I would be honored to be known as Delilah Sanderson. I pull her into my arms and give her another soft kiss, wishing we weren't in a public place. Ahem, ahem. Ah, yes, we shouldn't forget all the others around us at the moment. We step back from each other while Sam comes to my right side and Delilah slips to my left. Well, Queen Buhalia, I believe we have some things to discuss, and I have some new assets to go over. I am sorry to say that these will have to wait for another time, as I have several pending meetings and other immediate responsibilities that cannot be rescheduled. What do you say to your returning to Elven, and we will meet you shortly before you arrive in the Elven system. We will then travel with you the rest of the way. We will be traveling for many weeks returning home. How will you be able to meet us weeks from now, shortly before we arrive back in our system while leaving well after we do? It only took us 14 hours to safely arrive here from Arcadia. Let me ask the commander how long it would to safely travel from here to the Elven system. Commander, this is Guardian Prime. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you clearly, sire. How may I be of assistance? Commander, how long would it take for the J&J to safely travel to the Elven system from here? Sire, traveling with your PG, it would take 10 hours to safely travel to the Elven system from here. Of course, as soon as she hears 10 hours travel time, the Queen goes into a rant. I look around to see everyone's reaction, and all the Elven appear to be very busy at their tasks. I let her go on for a bit before deciding to shut her down. Enough of your ranting. I don't care if it took you almost 13 weeks to travel here. You know you have no claim to anything under the old GCAP contracts. You need to decide now if you want there to be any possible future talks between us, or are you going to continue it, bitch and rant and rave? Well, what's it going to be? It was easy to tell Queen Bee was in capital B mode. Her face was red in anger, and she was clenching and unclenching her hands as she stared at me. Finally, her face started to return to its normal color, and she says, "Fine. We shall travel back to Elven and meet you there." Good choice. Now, do you have enough of everything for the return trip? Do you need fuel, replicator matter, or any other supplies? Captain, are we in need of anything for our return trip to Elven? Your Highness, yes, we would need to fill our fuel and replicator reserves before the return trip. The Queen looks at me, so I ask, Riker, this is Guardian Prime. Can you hear me? Yes, I can, sire. How may I be of assistance? Do we have fuel and replicator matter for the Elven so they may return home? Please first answer me quickly via my comms implant before we decide what everyone should hear. Yes, we do, sire. They use a combination of space gases for fuel our replicators can replicate, though they do not have that level of technology yet. You can offer them a collector, which can be added to their fuel system in 6 hours. This would allow them to collect their fuel when traveling. The replicator matter could be transferred to their storage during that time. Okay, tell me that so everyone can hear, but bump the hours needed up to 12 and don't mention replicating their fuel. We have someone we want to get to know here. As you wish, sire. Yes, we do, sire. Fuel and replicator matter can be transferred from your ship to the Elven ship in approximately 12 hours. If you wish, sire, the androids can install a collector in the Elven ship's fuel system that will allow them to collect fuel while traveling. Thank you, Riker. I look at Queen Bee and continue. Well, you heard the man, Queen Buhalia. 12 hours before you will be ready to go. Shall we go ahead and get started? And would you like the collector installed at the same time? Yes. Guardian Prime, please commence the transfers and installation of the collector. I nod to the Queen. Commander, please start the transfers and collector installation. Ensure the necessary Elven are instructed in the operation of the collector if required. Yes, sire. Transfers have begun as requested. Thank you, Commander. It is easy to tell the Queen is still in a bit of a huff as she says, Can we go to my lounge now and discuss a few things while everything is going on? I nod in the affirmative. Commander, please let me know 1 hour before everything has been completed. As you wish, sire. I turn to Delilah and ask, Delilah, do you want to leave with us on the J&J when the time comes or return to Elven and wait for us to come there? My home is with you now, DD. Can I grab a few things to bring with me? You can bring anything of yours that you want to bring Delilah, unless it is forbidden by Elven law or the Queen, of course. Sam can help you if you want, and she knows what is illegal on Arcadia. Can you show Sam your father's personal effects and anything else of his you think I should take with me now? Sam, make sure everything is transferred to our suite on the J&J. Delilah gives me another big hug and kiss. Thank you, DD. Sam, can we go get my things now, and I'll show what we should take of the Dukes? Just a second, Delilah. I need to get a couple of DD's people here first. 2-2, 2-3, report to me on board the Elven ship, please. We are already here, Sam. Yes, I know that, but the Elven don't, and I don't want them to know our security is not visible. Sam, make sure you explain everything to Delilah, even about you three being first. No secrets, okay? Yes, you are right, DD. No secrets. 2-2 and 2-3 appear and give me a hug and small kiss before going over to Sam. Hi, Sam, what's up? Girls, this is Delilah Sanderson, formerly 3rd Princess Delahila of Elven. She is now part of our family and will be coming with us. Delilah, these are the other 2 loves and DDs in my life. Sam introduces Delilah to 2-2 and 2-3 and then tells them to take care of me, as she is going to help Delilah pack for moving to the J&J. Can we call 2-4 and 2-5 to stay with Guardian Prime and we'll help you move? We can start getting to know Delilah as well. Sam agrees, so 2-4 and 2-5 show up, and the 4 of them give me a quick kiss before going off to wherever chatting to each other, as if they've been BFFs, best friends, forever. Well, it seems they may get along well together. However, will you keep up with 4 women? I look over and see the Queen with a big smirk on her face. I have a big grin on my face as I turn to the Queen saying, I don't know, but I'm sure I'll love every minute of trying. Well, Your Highness, shall we go to your lounge? The Queen leads the way on the short walk to her lounge. Once inside, she turns and gives me a passionate kiss before stepping back and asking if I'd like anything to drink or eat. I have no idea about Elven food or drink, so I ask her if I can get something like a sampler plate of Elven cuisine and a non-alcoholic drink. She says she knows just what to get me, and a scantily clad serving girl comes running when the Queen rings a little bell. The Queen notices I frowned when the girl came running in, took the order from the Queen, then ran back out and asked if there is a problem. I tell her, I don't like slavery, Why don't you like slaves? That is not what I said. I said I don't like slavery, the forcing of people to be slaves for others. I will never condone it, nor will it ever be allowed on Arcadia or any alliance I am part of. You do know it was forbidden by the old GCAP? Slaves have been on Elven since before we traveled into space. It would be impossible to replace them. Free them and pay them for their work, and you probably wouldn't have to replace them. Just something to think about. The serving girl comes back with a tray of bite-sized pieces of what looks like meats, cheeses, and fruits, and a glass with what looks like the old lava lamp juice in it. She gave me a big smile as she backed away before turning and leaving. The food was okay, though, bland. Well, except for the seafood bites. They were delicious. The drink was okay, too, but very, very sweet. So, sire, what do I owe you for the fuel replicator matter and collector? Nothing, Queen Bee, you owe us nothing. We offered everything to you with no strings attached. Something else I will offer, and no, it is not any of our tech. I hope to reopen the Guardian Academy in the near future. When it opens, and if we have an alliance in place, Elven can apply to attend the courses offered and become Guardians again. If the Guardian Academy is not something you learned of when you read about GCAP, let me know, and I will send you its history. While its history was great, I want its future to be even better. I do know about the Guardian Academy. Admittance there was sought after by many races, even non-GCAP races, though they knew that would never happen. I think we Elven would like to send students there again. She then stood and dropped her gown, saying, "Now, are you sure there isn't anything I can give you for all you have done?" I went to her, and we spent our time seeing who would give in first. Thank God for Pico bots. I had her on her back and was between her legs doing a slow grind on her when I felt small hands on my butt cheeks and a wet tongue probe my ass. I looked over my shoulder to see which of the girls it was and imagined my surprise to see it's the scantily clad serving girl. She smiles and winks at me, then goes back to work on my butthole with her tongue. Fuck me. That pushed me over the edge, and I soon erupted into the queen's pussy. I caught my breath, looked back over my shoulder again, and the serving girl silently mouths, "Thank you," blows me a kiss, and sneaks away. Damn, no idea what she was thanking me for, but I knew what I wanted to thank her for. Ha 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 ha. Queen Bee and I showered, dressed, and are chatting when the quartet show up and tell me that all of Delilah's things have been moved, though there wasn't that much, so they may have a shopping trip in their future. And all of the Duke's personal effects have been moved to our suite as well. I just groaned, causing them all to laugh. Queen Bee gives us a tour of her ship, and after a couple hours, we had managed to see it all. Sire, 1 hour until all transfers have been completed. The collector has been installed, tested, and the Elven are knowledgeable in its operation as it is very similar to their orbital collector, just many times smaller. Thank you, Commander. We bid our goodbyes to the Queen First Princess and Lord Giorgio, then transport back to the J&J and watch the Elven depart the system. Sam, have some first, keep tabs on the Elven ship and its occupants. I'd rather have no more surprises for a while. Commander, are we ready to return to Arcadia? Ready whenever you are, sire. Commander, return to Arcadia best speed to arrive in 30 minutes, please, with a slow approach on arriving so the newest member of our family can enjoy the view. Return to Arcadia best speed to arrive in 30 minutes with a slow approach on arriving so we can give Delilah a great view. Okay, we got 30 minutes until we are back in Arcadia. Does anyone want food or anything to drink? 30 minutes? We're going to be at Arcadia in 30 minutes? How can that be? You said it took 14 hours to travel here? It took 14 hours to safely travel to meet you. We don't have to worry about fuel or anything when arriving at Arcadia because there is a refueling station there, and we know the system is secure. Back in our suite, the girls showed me that Delilah was moved in, and we introduced her to Chef as I got a meal. I was starving. Delilah was skeptical about the food, so she first tried a bit of my steak, then some of my baked potato with bacon bits and sour cream, and then some of my glazed baby carrots. Damn it, I think she's going to eat it all. I figure, fuck it, go get another order from Chef and sit down as she doesn't end up eating my dinner. Sire, 10 minutes to arrival at Arcadia. Thank you, Commander. Sam, can you bring the view up, please? I keep a sidelong glance at Delilah as we arrive, and yep, by her look, she thinks the view is at least very pretty. And Delilah loves the house. I introduce her to Casa and get her set up so she can come and go freely, and after a quick tour, we gather in the living room. Okay, we'll spend 2 days here in Guardian City showing Delilah the sights. Then we have to go to Earth and complete our commitments there. Does anyone have any questions, or is there anything else? Sire, I have something if you have a minute. 1-1? Sure, what can I do for you? You can start hand-to-hand and combat situational awareness training is what you can do for me and your security teams. You did not hear the Duke when he started his attack on you, and you would not have known of the attack if not for Delilah's warning. Then you were too slow to move when you did get the warning. Any slower and he would have hit you in the back with the dagger. If you did not have a body shield or your uniform on, your security would have zapped the Duke before Delilah warned you. We did not, though, as the attack was not life-threatening, and I wanted to see how you would react. And you need to talk to Delilah about her getting a body shield as well. You are right, I didn't hear him coming at me, but I didn't think I moved slowly once I was warned. But if my security feels I need training, then I will take the training. Get with Sam once you have a training regimen and schedule a time for the training. I'd prefer first thing in the morning if possible, and we will talk with Delilah about a body shield ULT and medical checks over the next few days. If she agrees to them, they can be done while in Earth's system or on our way back to Arcadia. Delilah, I will insist that you get a body shield once we have explained everything to you. With a body shield, I will know you will be safe from harm. Now I am beat and need a nap. Anyone else? Delilah, I know you've only been with us a day, and I understand if you want your own suite for a while. Oh, no, DD, Delilah said, interrupting me. The girls have already told me if I want it, my place is with you and them, and that is where I want to be. They have also told me the basic rules. We are honest and faithful to each other. These rules make me want to be with all of you even more. They also told me that you got their approval before taking the Queen up on her obeisance. And now that I am part of the family, I could now nix any further encounters between you and the Queen. However, I agree with them that they will have to continue for the time being to avoid any potential problems. But I also know the Queen has a few close female lovers and only seeks a male lover every few years or so. She says that last part with a grin on her face, and it puts smiles on my other ladies as well. With that, we strip down, climb into bed, and make love with the newest member of our family. I end up spooned behind Delilah with Sam on the other side of Delilah, 2 to 3 behind me, and 2 to 2 behind Sam. Chapter 26. Delilah's boob feels good in my hand, I'm thinking, as I wake from my slumber. Too bad I got to pee. How the fuck do I get out without waking anyone? I manage it and see the empty spot my leaving created is quickly filled as the girls all move closer together. I go do my business and contact Riker. Good afternoon, Riker. How were things while we were gone? Any news I need to know about? And please, no more surprises for a while, okay? Riker informs me that the 3 ACs have returned and the Bayern ore refineries will be in position soon. The 3 ACs will then join the BCs that have been completed, and there will be 3 complete PGs, 1 PG patrolling each of the Guardian solar systems. The 4th PG is almost completed, and then the 5th will be started, and he will let me know when it is done. News from Earth is that there is no news. Great. I thank Riker for the updates and tell him to send the 4th PG to scout the path of the swarm and check on how the Confederacy is doing in their fight against them. They are to remain cloaked at all times and not to contact the Confederacy unless they initiated the contact. They can attack the swarm, though, unless it will interfere with a Confederacy operation. I would like a status report on the situation once they can make one. I tell him to keep the 5th PG here for the moment, but it will be going to the Earth system just before my PG and the Star Cruiser come to Arcadia with our immigrants. I let him know to build a couple more PGs, as I believe it's better to have and not need to than need and not have. And in thinking ahead, we may need one for the Elven system in the not-so-distant future. I also ask him what he thinks about doubling the number of BCs in a PG to 8. Overkill? Unnecessary? Riker says he doesn't consider it to be overkill or unnecessary. It's simply something they've never done before. They've always had 4 BCs, though he can't find any specific reason as to why that number. I tell him to double the number of BCs for each PG to 8, making it the new standard from now on, and to make enough BCs to bring the 5 PGs already made or in progress up to the new standard. He says it will be done. I also tell him not to go into full production with the ore refineries unless he thought it necessary, but to look for the rarer elements instead. Anything we or other races were short of. He said he would get it taken care of. I was at the table enjoying a coffee when the girls come in and give me a kiss before Sam shows Delilah where to get things like food and drinks from. Delilah is a little shocked to find out there are no replicators on Arcadia. I tell her she will get used to it. I say that Sam and the girls are even starting to lend a hand cooking. She has a puzzled look on her face that makes me laugh. She has no idea what cooking is. Okay, girls, we got today and tomorrow here, then we're off to Earth. What do you want to do? What would you like to see or do, Delilah? There are so many strange and different things here, Dee Dee. I think it will take some time for me to learn and get used to everything. Please be patient with me. She looks sad and scared as she says this. I reach out to her and pull her onto my lap, enjoying the feeling of her snuggling up to me. Love, this is all new to me too. I'm sure we will all make mistakes. I know I will. It is only natural to do so when so much in your life changes, though I doubt any mistakes will be made on purpose or intentional. Just remember we are all in this together and we love each other. She nods her okay, saying, I will do my best, my love. Hey baby, that's all any of us can do, I said as the others all came in for a group hug. Of course, we showed Delilah the beach and ocean, but we also showed her Guardian Academy, which I told everyone I hope to open again soon after our first year here. I also mentioned that I had let Queen Bee know that Elvin would be welcome to apply to attend if we had an alliance agreement. And Delilah found out that cooked food was just as good as replicated food. The girls had replicated a whole bunch of things that Delilah needed when on board the J&J though, and said they will take her shopping once we were on Earth. It was once again time to go, and I let Sam know not to inform anyone of our return until we were going to see them. I wanted them to get used to working on their own. Sam said we would have to get numbers from Larry and Sarah ASAP, and we needed to see how much of the trade agreement had been fulfilled so far. On board the J&J, I said the magic words to the commander, and soon it was Hello Earth. Sam checked in with the commanders, and the system was quiet. No excitement plainside either. Earth governments had finally started asking the Confederacy for some of the tech and weapons they were supposed to give the Earth to fight the swarm, but nothing had been sent yet by the Confederacy. The trade agreement was around 65% completed, the replicators and refineries were running smoothly, the second refinery just having arrived, and Garbage Island has been reduced by 28%. Damn, that thing was big. It was Sunday evening, so we took Delilah down to Earth, showed her the apartment I used to live in. I had to put this up for sale, and just wandered around answering her questions. It was a quiet night, so we went to a local hangout to give Delilah a taste of spicy hot wings. I found out that none of the girls had ever had spicy hot wings before. I had told Delilah about the elven food tasting bland, except for the seafood, and she said she loved the seafood because it was so spicy. I don't know why she called it so spicy, so I figured I'd show her what spicy is on Earth. I ordered several different batches of wings, honey and garlic, teriyaki, smoldering hot, blazing hot, and burn the house down hot. I explained the differences in each of them and told them that no matter what, if it was too hot, not to drink anything right away and to eat a piece of bread instead, as it would ease the burning sensation quicker. We were chatting and waiting for our order when 4-1 informed me my old friends were coming our way. I looked and see Aline, Brenda, and Cassandra. Sam sees them too and quickly explains to Delilah who they are and what happened. They stop at our table and Cassandra says, Hi, Dee Dee, can we talk for a minute? Just the 3 of us and you? Hi, Cassandra girls. You can talk, but anything you can say in front of my girlfriends. You already know Sam, and these other lovelies are Delilah, 2-2, and 2-3. Ladies, these three girls are Cassandra, Brenda, and Aline. We dated for a little while a few months ago. So, Cassandra, what do you want to say to me? We want to apologize for lying to you and for saying the things we did after you broke up with us. We followed Eve's lead, and that was our mistake. We are truly sorry for what we said and hope you can forgive us. Brenda took a step forward with a twitch of her hips, causing Delilah to jump out of her chair and menacingly tell her, "Back off, bitch. You had your chance. He's ours now and forever." "Whoa, down there, Tiger," I said to her as I pulled her into my lap. "Damn it, Brenda. We were just supposed to apologize and ask if he would forgive us, not see if he was interested in a fuck," Aline said. "I'm sorry, Dee Dee," Brenda says with a sob. "No one has treated me or made me feel like you did, and I hoped that maybe I was stupid to think that, and stupid to think sex would change your mind. Don't hold my stupidity against Aline and Cassandra, please." "Huh. It seems like all three of you are sorry and really mean it. What do you think, Tiger?" "They sound sincere, love. I believe them, but it is up to you if you forgive them or not. I didn't like that one twitching her ass at you, though. Only we get to do that to you." "Girls, I believe you too and forgive you and wish you all the best, though we won't be friends or lovers ever again." DDS, is there any chance you can take our names off the No Way Jose list?" Cassandra asks. I look at Sam and she just shrugs. "I tell you what I'll do. I'll take your names off the No Way Jose list, and you can go to Arcadia if someone takes you as their concubine. Read on the website what that would entail. I'll also have a sponsors genre concubines connection area added to the site where those willing to be concubines can put their information, and those that are interested in concubines can then contact them. Test drives would be up to each person, but it will be made known that serial test drivers will lose their chance to go to Arcadia. That will hopefully prevent anyone from using potential concubines just for a strange piece of ass. Thanks, DD. We have been going over the website and almost know it by heart. You should know we no longer hang out with Eve and haven't for a while now. You should watch out for her, though, as she blames you for everything, and it was getting scary to see. Thanks again, DD. The girls turn and leave, and not even 2 minutes later our wings come. I told them to start with one of the honey and garlic or teriyaki ones first, and eyes light up as they taste them, saying they were so delicious. I try one of each, and they are very good. Next up, I try one of the blazing hot wings, thinking I will ease my way up to the burn the house. Down hot ones. Oh man, but that's hot. I grab a piece of bread and just hold it in my mouth for a couple minutes, waiting for the burning sensation to pass. Delilah is looking at me with eyes wide open. She picks up one of the smoldering hot wings and sticks her tongue out at the thing, but doesn't touch it. I start laughing and tell her to taste it. She looks at me, takes a big bite, and immediately grabs for the glass of water, her eyes as big as saucers. I yell, "No, no, no," and give her some bread instead, telling her to hold it in her mouth for a bit, then swallow it and take another piece. Sam, 2-2 and 2-3, are staring at her. Her face and neck are red. Her eyes are starting to tear up, but she is silent. People are looking at me and I just shrug and say, "She's a hot wings virgin." They laugh and some of them tell her not to worry, that they get better the more you eat them. She swallows the bread in her mouth and I tell her to take a drink now if she wants. "That was so hot. I thought my lips were on fire, but it was good. Can I try another one?" she asked, causing some laughter at our neighboring tables. They all ended up trying at least one of each, but only 2-3, and I liked the hottest one, which left more for the two of us. The others just shook their heads watching us eat them. I paid our bill and Sam transported us back to the J&J. All in all, it was a fun night. I asked Sam about them eating tonight when they never did before, and she said that they don't need to eat, but they did tonight for the experience, as they had no idea what spicy wings were all about. Delilah was exuberant and had a smile a mile wide. I've never been so happy in all my 92 years. I choke and look at each of my girls and jokingly say, "Well, I hope that all of you will still love me when I'm old, feeble, and can no longer get a hard-on." They all look at me as if asking what I'm talking about, and Delilah comes right out and asks, "What are you talking about?" I point out that I know the first are ageless, and that the info I read on the Elven doesn't say how long their lifespan is. It just says they are long-lived, while a human male's lifespan is around 80 years. So all of you will still be young and sexy-looking when I'm 80 and have wrinkles everywhere. Delilah looks shocked that my lifespan is so short, and Sam asks me if I remember what Riker said to me when he told me about becoming Guardian Prime. I said that he asked me if I'd become Guardian Prime of Arcadia in the Guardian solar systems. Sam corrects me saying Riker said to me, and then she played his exact words. We first will give you Arcadia and the Guardian solar systems if you agree to become their eternal Guardian Prime. Sam goes on to say that Riker said it again after I had accepted, and he declared to all first, all hail to Deus, the new eternal Guardian Prime of Arcadia and the Guardian solar systems, and first of the first. Needless to say, I am more than a little stunned and ask how and when this was accomplished, and am I now immortal? Sam says that my Pico bots were given and would follow what are known as the Guardian Prime protocols, meaning that while I was not immortal and can die, it would be very difficult to kill me. I was, however, immune to all diseases, toxins, aging, etc. I said nothing for a few minutes, and then looked up at them all grinning. I guess I should ask if you all will be able to stand me after 90 years. Ha 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 ha. 1-1 pops in and tells me my hand-to-hand and combat situational awareness training will start first thing in the morning at the gym. Oof, I had forgotten about that, but I'd be pretty stupid not to take the advice of my security. We decide to call it a night after we've each managed a couple orgasms. Yay, Monday morning. Up early, no stresses. My commander reports that there is nothing to report, so I grab a DD coffee from Chef before heading to the gym and my training session. The training was mostly sparring and correcting my mistakes until someone started throwing tennis balls at me while I was sparring. I was told I needed to be aware of what was happening around me, even when I was occupied. 1-1 explained to me to concentrate and visualize the area that surrounded me, and try to know when someone or something entered that area. I slowly managed to be able to see the area that was around me and told 1-1 when I could. Then I saw a blur and a tennis ball hit me in the head. What did you see? 1-1 asked. Shit, what the fuck 1-1? I replied, rubbing my head. I could see the area around me. Then I saw a blur before getting hit in the fucking head with a tennis ball. Okay, good. You were able to visualize your surroundings but not see or react quickly enough to something entering your surroundings. That will come with time and practice, and I want you to try and visualize the areas around you whenever it is safe for you to do so. That means whenever you are on board one of your ships or when it is just you, your ladies, and your security. We are done for today, but be here at the same time every morning for a while. Okay, you got it 1-1. The girls aren't in the suite after my training, so I grab a quick shower, then a coffee and breakfast. Sam and the girls show up and Delilah goes for a quick shower, while Sam tells me they had shown her another gym as they didn't want to disturb my training. I told her we could work out in the same gym as I was supposed to train for distractions too. The first keeping an eye on Eve and Larry reported in. Larry has been actively trying to get Eve on the list of people going to Arcadia. He has tried changing her status, tried deleting her name and re-adding it, and has even tried getting a fake Arcadia card for her. The first watching Eve thinks she has gone nuts. She is sweet and nice when with Larry and others, but goes psycho when alone, ranting and raving about how you fucked her over and ruined her life, how she was going to get Larry to take her to Arcadia, and then she could get close to you and win you back. Then she'd kill you and make the Arcadian people worship her. Obviously, something needs to be done about both of them. At the very least, they will be kept far away from you. I doubt Eve has gone crazy, though I believe they say, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. So who knows? And I'm severely disappointed in Larry. This just goes to show that even our enhanced CAP test isn't infallible. Keep an eye on them both for the time being. I'm getting an idea of how I want to deal with them, but want to think on it a little longer. Don't inform Larry that we're back yet. On to other things. Have the web first add the sponsor concubine section I mentioned last night to the website. Call Sarah and see how things are in her department, and we need an update on our other projects. Damn, we're back at work, aren't we? Delilah is watching raptly as Sam laughingly replies, Okay, first, Larry and Eve will continue being watched, but you need to deal with them ASAP. Second, the sponsor Chakra Concubine section has been added with the warning about serial test drivers. I'll call Sarah at 9 a.m. and then give you a report. Sam updates me on the other things we have going on and says we should be able to leave for Arcadia within 2 to 2.5 months, giving us time to help people acclimate to Arcadia before running off to Elven. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, of course. Wow, you guys have a lot going on. Are you always this busy? Is there anything I can do to help? Some days are busier than others, Delilah. We seem busy today because we are getting caught up after being away for a while. There isn't much you can do to help right now, other than stay close and ask any questions you may have. We are learning as we go too. Sam, I have an idea how I would like to deal with our personnel problem, if it is possible. Can 2-2 and 2-3 come here for a moment? I know they are on duty today, but I'd like all of your opinions on my idea. I explained my idea for dealing with Larry and Eve, and with our 5 scientists as well. While they say it is devious, they are all for it, so I asked Sam to contact Trank for me. I asked Trank if the Confederacy can help me with a personnel problem I have, and after a little back and forth, all we need is to let him know where and when we want it to happen. I tell Trank Sam will contact him as soon as we know, but it would be sooner rather than later. Sam, see if we can rent the private room at the steakhouse tonight for 7 p.m. If we can, send those 5 scientists that want to go to Arcadia and come back after 11 months a secure email asking them to be there tonight at 7 with their Cap and Arcadia cards. Tell them they are being considered for a top-secret project and to have their families with them, as they may have to leave Earth right away. Remind them this is a top-secret project and they are not to mention it to anyone. Ensure they do not see who else got the email, and have her first follow them to let us know what they have to say and if they will be there. Can you send messages between Larry and Eve telling them to be at the restaurant tonight too? Make it appear to Eve that Larry's inviting her to dinner there, and make it appear to Larry that Eve wants him to meet her there. Then once they've agreed, block any further contact between them. I'll want all my security teams there 30 minutes beforehand to ensure there are no Earth Firsters there or anyone with weapons. I was able to book the private room online for tonight and will let you know how things go with getting everyone there. I've informed Trank there is a possibility it may happen tonight and assured him your security was going to ensure there would be no danger to the Confederacy team. Excellent, Sam. Keep me informed, please. Sam called on Sarah, and while everything was going great, Sarah told Sam that the orphanage could easily be filled as there were almost 17,000 kids interested worldwide. Sarah asked about getting more residences built on Arcadia, as the capacity there was only 2,500 right now. Sam told her she'd talk to me about it and let her know ASAP. Sam also informed Sarah that the orphanage here on Earth would stay open until the swarm got too close, and that she should find someone interested in taking over for her when she goes to Arcadia. Sarah said she knew just the person and would introduce her the next time we stopped by there. I had overheard some of the conversation and quickly agreed to take more orphans. The immediate area around the orphanage was easily large enough to build a university-style campus on, with housing for, say, 25,000 people. Orphans and staff. Sam told me she'd get Riker to make the additions, and she'd get all the kids checked out ASAP. Sam called Sarah back and gave her the news, letting her know we'd stop by tomorrow. I put off Sam's idea to take Delilah shopping today until tomorrow, saying that 2-2 and 2-3 would be available to go tomorrow too. Sam and Delilah both thought that would be even better. We took Delilah down to show her Arcadia R&D and introduce her to Dean and Mark. I threw them for a loop when I introduced Delilah to them as the Sanderson, 3rd Princess of Elven. They didn't know whether to curtsy or bow or what, ha 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 ha. Delilah scowled at me and told them I was being a stinker and that she was only the 3rd princess when on Elven, and that she wanted to be known everywhere else as Delilah Sanderson. I explained to them how Delilah came to be with us, and that we'd be meeting up with the Queen's ship in a few months. I could see that both were maybe rethinking staying here on Earth and going to Arcadia for what could be the adventure of a lifetime. I let them both know once again that they'd be more than welcome to come if they changed their minds. We went for lunch, then back up to the J&J, and Sam is informed that Larry and Eve would be at the restaurant and that the scientists would be there too. She then informed Trank we were a go for tonight. I asked Sam to explain to Delilah the body shield, pico bots, etc., and then asked Delilah if she will get a complete physical done. This way there will be medical info on her in case it was ever needed. I tell her again that I want her to get the body shield so I'd know she was protected. In the meantime, I was going to read more on the Elven and GC app, then we'd do dinner here before going to the steakhouse. Chapter 27. Delilah let me know she had the body shield in complete physical done, and Sam said that there was info on Elven health characteristics already on file, though it was a couple 100 years old. Sam would have other first get-up-to-date info from Elven as soon as possible. We had a seafood sampler dinner tonight. Well, Delilah and I had the seafood sampler as Sam decided to abstain from eating tonight, simply meaning we had chef give us several different seafood dishes from several different seafood restaurants. The food was good, but I'll admit it that the seafood bites I had on Queen Bee's ship had a more memorable taste. Delilah said the mer raised and made the best seafood that she had ever eaten. Sam explained that the mer are what we called mermen and mermaids here on Earth. Cool. They really exist too. I asked Sam if it was possible to get some examples and recipes for our replicators and for use on Arcadia as well. Sam said no problem getting them for our replicators, but examples for Arcadia would have to wait until we could get physical specimens ourselves. It was time, so we let Trank know we were going to secure the restaurant now and transport it down to the restaurant. Trank let Sam know they would be ready on their end. My security informed me the only weapons in the place were the knives and cleavers used in the kitchen and for eating, so we were good to go. Sam and I knew the scientists by sight and welcomed them as they arrived, showing them and their families to the private dining room. Once everyone was seated, I asked if they had their Arcadia and Confederacy cap cards with them, and to give them to Delilah as she passed by them. Delilah gave the cards to Sam, who took the Arcadia cards and gave the Confederacy cap cards back to Delilah, who returned them to their owners. 2-1 informed me that Larry and Eve had arrived and were seated at the far end of the main dining area. I apologized to the families of the scientists, telling them that they were here because I would not knowingly split families apart, and when the coming opportunity arrived, they could each make their own decisions. I then told the 5 scientists that I knew about their plan to go to Arcadia, learn all they could, and then return to Earth with the knowledge. I let them know that I was never going to let that happen and that they no longer were invited to Arcadia, and they also no longer had jobs at Arcadia R&D. Of course, they sputtered and denied everything, while their families just stared at them. I told them all was not lost, though, as there would be a Confederacy pickup happening momentarily, and they'd be leaving Earth anyways. That news caused an even bigger ruckus. One of the scientists' wives jumped up asking if they had to go with their husbands to the Confederacy. I told her that would be their choice, as it would be a regular Confederacy pickup, and they could not be forced to go. I told her that she would also be free to try and get picked up by any other sponsor in the place tonight. I saw the gray curtain fall, then a few seconds later heard a voice boom out, "This is a Confederacy pickup," and a couple of the scientists' spouses stripped and run for the door. I guess they weren't interested in leaving with who they came with. Sam, Delilah, and I made our way past where the Marines were getting the pickup started and over to where Larry and Eve were. I could see the surprise in the eyes of both Larry and Eve as we stopped at their table. I confront them both and tell them there is no way Eve is going to Arcadia. Eve just keeps looking from Sam to Delilah and back to Sam. Larry whines that he loves her and I should let him take her. I tell him he is in enough trouble with me, so don't push it. The orgy part of the pickup is underway, and I can see 2 Marines chatting to some women. Fuck, they are big. I see women asking the Marines questions, then shaking their heads, or the Marines ask something, and the woman shakes her head. I say to Sam that the extractions still look pretty tame, and she agrees. Eve looks at the extraction, then at Larry, then at myself, then at the extraction again. Quite a few test drives are going on, but nothing really degrading. Eve stands up, sheds her clothes while looking at me, then heads over to the orgy, looking back only once, but at me, not at Larry, which puts an even bigger pout on his face. The 2 Marines see her coming and intercept her before another interested person can get to her. They appear to be trying charm on her, as they are all smiles and she turns for them, showing her body, answering their questions, and doesn't leave like the other women did. Next thing we see, she is on her knees giving each a BJ until one of them moves behind her and starts fucking her pussy. He sticks a thumb in her ass and she shakes her head no. But the Marine leans forward and says something, and Eve's eyes look wildly around the area, but all she sees is people fucking. We can see her shoulders slump as she realizes all the sponsors are occupied and that this is her only chance, and she nods her head yes. The Marine then shoves his Coors can-size cock in her ass, and she can only scream through her nose as the guy in front shoved his down her throat at the same time. Larry is almost crying at seeing this. I tell him that she willingly did the same with me and her girlfriends and asked for more. I then asked what he thought I should do with him as he tried changing information in our database so Eve could come to Arcadia when he knew I wouldn't allow her to come. He didn't say a word. He just sat there with his head hanging down. I told him I no longer trusted him and that he was guilty of corruption and accepting a bribe. He just hung his head even lower. I asked him for his ULT and Arcadia card, telling him he was no longer mayor of Arcadia. I then asked Sam to revoke his access to the website and everything else he had access to. Your CAP testing said you were easily manipulated by pretty women, and you sure proved that correct, didn't you, Larry? You should count your blessings. We aren't on Arcadia already, as you know the punishment for your crimes would be death. I guess you can always go take the Confederacy CAP test again and hope to be in another pickup. I see the test drives are about done now. Eve nods her head while looking dazed, cum seeping out her ass in one hand, wiping it from her face, until one of the Marines slaps her ass, making her jump and scream, "Yes, I do." That wakes Larry up, and he runs to a Marine saying he has a 6.5 cap card. The Marine checks his name and says yes, he does, but he is part of Arcadia and had revoked his volunteering for the Confederacy, so the Confederacy cannot take him. I knew that none of the 5 scientists had revoked their volunteering for the Confederacy, so knew they'd be taken tonight. Larry tells him he is no longer with Arcadia and that Guardian Prime is here and could tell him that too. Larry leads the Marine to me, and after the Marine asks, I tell him that yes, Larry was just fired here tonight and so is no longer part of Arcadia. The Marine thanks me, then turns to Larry and asks, "Are you volunteering for the Confederacy?" Larry says yes, he is, and the Marine tells him it's his lucky day then, as this is a pickup and he is allowed 2 concubines, so he better hurry and pick them. Larry runs to where Eve is blowing one of the Marines again, yelling that he can take her. The unoccupied Marine steps in front of him, saying that Eve is their conch and for him to fuck off. The Marine then turns around and starts fucking Eve's pussy. Larry falls to the ground crying, "No, no, no." And at the end, when it's time to leave, one of the Marines that was fucking Eve grabs Larry and throws him through the transporter. Eve looks towards me with sad eyes as she walks towards the transporter, and I just smile at her. "Wanna kill me, eh, bitch?" The gray curtain disappears, and the people that got test-driven but not taken start looking around for their clothes. I don't see any of the scientists' family members anywhere, so I guess they all got taken. Well, wasn't that a lot of fun? Let's go pay for the private dining room, then head back to the J&J, I say as I feel my phone buzz telling me I got a message. I see the messages from Dean asking me to call him. I pay the bill and we are back aboard the J&J when I call Dean. "Hey, Dean, I got your message. What's up?" "DD, could you meet with Marcia and I tomorrow morning?" "Sure, Dean. Is 9 a.m. good for you both? Can you tell me what you want to see me about?" 9 a.m. is good, DD. "Yeah, Marcia and I are having second thoughts about staying here on Earth, and we both wanted to talk to you more about Arcadia. I'm also interested in what you'd do with the company if we came to Arcadia." "Okay, that's great news for me, Dean. We'll talk in the morning and answer any questions you both have. Do you mind if all my girls are with me? They may be able to give you guys a different point of view. Oh, and if you know someone who'd make a good city mayor, let me know. I find I am in need of a new one. Bring all your girls, DD. Marcia would love to meet them. And I guess maybe you were too young and don't remember that Marcia was the mayor here for more than 10 years when you were a little tyke." "Damn, I don't remember that." "Excellent. You know I'm going to try the hard sell on her tomorrow, don't you?" "Yes, I know, DD. You probably won't need to try too hard, though. But we'll talk in the morning. Go spend time with your girls, and we'll see you in the AM. "So we are meeting Dean, and I'm guessing his wife tomorrow?" "About anything interesting," Sam says. I tell Sam and Delilah about my conversation with Dean, and that Marcia was a mayor for more than 10 years when I was younger, so I may not need to hunt too hard for a new one. That would be nice, Dee Dee. Just keep in mind what you know about old politicians, though. Speaking of politicians, the first keeping tabs on our conspiracy politicians inform me that they are talking about nationalizing R&D companies once they get the Confederacy to start supplying them with weapons for fighting the swarm with. Arcadia R&D was specifically mentioned by them. Well, if Dean and Marcia come to Arcadia with us, I'd probably sell it then. With them and a majority of our employees coming to Arcadia, along with this news, I have no reason to keep it. Remind me to mention this tomorrow when we speak to Dean. It's just myself, Sam, and Delilah romping together tonight as 2-2 and 2-3 are on duty until midnight. I wake momentarily and give them each a soft kiss when they slide into bed with us and am immediately asleep again. Good morning again. A great coffee, then off for training. Things were going a bit better, meaning I was concentrating and seeing the area around me better, until Sam, Delilah, 2-2, and 2-3 showed up. Fuck me, but their workout outfits should be illegal. Needless to say, my concentration went into the tank, and I got hit by more and more tennis balls. 1-1 got pissed and said that this was exactly why she didn't want them around when I was training. I told her it was better I got used to something like this here where it was safe for me to fuck up than to see scantily clad women at the wrong time and get fucked up. I told 1-1 to give me time and it wouldn't affect me so much. I needed a cold shower but took a hot one anyways. Ha 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 ha. A great breakfast from Chef, another coffee, and we get the reports from everyone that things are tranquil and unchanged. I told Sam to call Trank and thank him for his help last night. Trank said that Larry had still been in a funk when the ship departed the system and may need to be retested. Oh fuck, not good for him. We had Chef put together a 24-piece variety donut box, along with 6 cups of coffee and 2 medium Tim Hortons French vanillas. Dean and I both loved the French vanillas from Timmy's, to take with us for our meeting with Dean and Marcia. Sam, 2-2 and 2-3, said they weren't interested in having a coffee or donut. I replied more for us then. We stopped by to see Mark first, but he was out, so we headed up to Dean's office. We offer Karen, Dean's secretary, a coffee and donut, which she accepts while telling us Dean and Marcia should be arriving shortly. I tell her no worries as we are early. Before I can start the introductions to her, Dean comes running in through the door with Marcia, following behind, laughing her head off. Dean's eyes spy out the box of donuts as he says, "I smell Timmy's French vanilla. You better have one for me too, DD. Well, good morning to you too, Dean," I say as I point out his cup to him. And good morning to you, Marcia, I say, giving her a kiss on the cheek and a coffee of her own. I introduce the girls to Marcia and Karen, and they take a few minutes to chit-chat a bit. Marcia and Karen are amazed that Delilah is an actual elven, as they, like most people on Earth, had read stories about elves but always thought they were fairy tales. They were beyond amazed when told that Sam, 2-2, and 2-3, and all first were actually energy beings in lifelike bodies that have only been recently created by first scientists. They had doubts until I had my security team appear, and they couldn't touch them. Marcia and Karen both snickered and glanced at me when Sam pointed out that their bodies were fully functional and anatomically correct, and that I had told them I couldn't tell any difference between theirs and a real body. Then Delilah piped in that she couldn't either, causing even more giggles from the women and a smirk from Dean. Dean led all of us into his office, and after we grabbed seats on the couches and chairs, he explains that Marcia, Karen, and he were having second thoughts about staying on Earth, and they would like to ask us about Arcadia. The 3 of them. Well, that was news to me, so I grinned while raising an eyebrow and pointed at each of them saying, "You 3? Together?" Ooh! This got a couple blushes from Marcia and Karen, but they both still looked me in the eyes and said yes. Dean said they all had taken the enhanced CAP test and wanted to know what other requirements there was. I asked them to give their cards to Sam, saying that there weren't any set-in-stone requirements and that it was more about who would be a good fit for Arcadia. "Sam, let me know what you think about them." I asked if they had gone over the website and if they knew Arcadia wasn't a democracy, that it was a benevolent dictatorship and I was the benevolent dictator. I told them that doing what was right for Arcadia and the people of Arcadia was part of my duties as Guardian Prime, and that I had Sam and the girls to ride herd on me so I wouldn't become a power-hungry dictator. DD, all three are highly acceptable, and I am surprised that Karen has not been contacted already by Larry. I think we will need to go over the entire database and list of people that Larry contacted and double-check everything. I'll get some first on it right away. Dean says they have gone over everything on the website and don't believe things would be too different than they are now. They were concerned about what they would do as R&D on Arcadia would be far advanced from what it is here on Earth, and especially what Marcia could do. Dean was also concerned about what I would do with the company if they came to Arcadia. Sam gave them their Arcadia cards back as I tell them that apparently my ex-mayor dropped the ball and that Karen should have been contacted about going to Arcadia. I reminded Dean that I had already told him that he and Marcia were more than welcome and that yes, the R&D would be more advanced, but running an R&D company wouldn't be. Dean, we recently heard that some politicians are contemplating nationalizing R&D companies when the Confederacy starts to give them weapons to work with, and Arcadia R&D was mentioned by name. The politicians in question have reason to dislike me, so I believe what we've heard. I want you to put out a rumor, or two, anonymously of course, that I'm thinking of selling the company. Let's see if there is any interest. I'd like it kept to ourselves for now that you are coming to Arcadia, but if it does get out, we won't deny it. Dean smiles and says he can and will make that happen. Now, as to what you could do, Marcia, I seem to be in need of a new mayor for Arcadia and would like to know if you'd be interested. First, though, have you looked at the laws and sentences pertaining to positions in government? And second, would you be able to implement how I want Arcadia run and not how you think it should be run? Discussion about things will always be welcome, but in the end, I would have the final say in what gets implemented. I understand if you need time to think about it, but please let me know as soon as you can if you're interested. Can you tell me why you have an ex-mayor? The person I had as mayor was fired for corruption and bribery. He was trying to get his girlfriend on the approved list, even though he knew she was not and never would be approved. Oh my, I've read what the penalties for those crimes on Arcadia will be. Was he killed? No, he wasn't. We are still on Earth, so he was fired and told he would no longer be going to Arcadia. This happened last night at the steakhouse. At the steakhouse? Wasn't there a Confederacy pickup there last night? Yes, there was, and yes, it happened when we were there. Larry, my ex-mayor, was fired during the pickup and was eventually taken himself as he had his 6.5 Confederacy cap card with him. Unfortunately, his girlfriend, the girl who he was trying to take to Arcadia with him, and was there at the restaurant with him, had earlier decided to take part in the pickup and was taken by 2 Marines before he got his shit together. The 3 of us been talking this over for a while now, DD, and we've gone over every section of the website numerous times. I don't need any more time to think about being your new mayor. I'll gladly take the position. When can I start? Excellent, Marcia. Get with Sam to go over everything and get up to speed. Things need to get done and people need to be contacted. We also need for you to get the medical checkup, ULT, and other things done right away. Sam, would it be faster to give Marcia the information for all the things Larry was working on via sleep training? Could it be done during the medical, or does it have to be via the sleep trainer? She can be given the information during her medical, sire. Okay, great, do that then. Dean and Karen, if you want, you can both get yours done at the same time Marcia does. The whole process usually takes a couple hours unless something during the medical is discovered. We can get you all done tonight if you want. Marcia, I'd like you to get yours done tonight, if not sooner. Let Sam know what you all decide. I can go with Sam right now if that's okay with her. The sooner she can get me started on what I need to know and do the better. Okay then, let's take Marcia up to the J&J and then see Sarah. Any other questions we can answer for you? None. Dean, Karen, Sam will pick you up at whatever time you're available. If you think of questions later on, please give Sam or myself a call. Sam, we'll call you once we are done work and come up then to get everything done, Dean says. On board the J&J, we give Marcia a quick tour while Sam explains the ULT works, how the information will be passed to her during the medical checkup, and the process for the checkup itself. Marcia says, let's get it done then, and gets into the medbed. Sam tells her we'll see her in a couple hours. We transport down to the orphanage and update Sarah on plans for the orphanage on Arcadia. Letting her know we'll take as many as we can on the initial trip, as we'll have housing for approximately 25,000 people in total. The plan is to have around one adult for every 25 or so orphans. The orphanage on the website will be updated in a day or two with the changes. Sarah then introduces us to an elderly lady she calls Gran and tells us Gran has been helping her keep everything organized. She tells us that Gran and some of her friends have been chatting up the kids living there, and the kids have come to think of them as grandparents. Gran is the one she would like to have run things here on Earth after we all go to Arcadia. We chat with Sarah and Gran for a while and find out Gran would love to keep the orphanage running after we leave, especially if we are going to take more kids at a later date. I offer her an Arcadian medical checkup and ask her if she knows more seniors that would be interested in doing on Arcadia what she and her friends are doing with the kids here. I tell her that if any were interested in going, they'd get the full Arcadia medical too, which would add around 25 good years to their lives. Gran said there is a seniors internet group she belongs to, and she would ask some of them. I told her to make sure and tell any that were interested to go to a Confederacy testing center and ask for the enhanced CAP test. She'd be more than welcome to come too if she was interested. We could even take her on the last trip when we close the orphanage here for good, if that was what she wanted. She tells me she'll think about it and the medical checkup and let me know. We take our leave and head back up to the J&J as it's almost time for Marcia to come out of the medbed. The first doc is showing Sam Marcia's medical results, and Sam gets a concerned look on her face. DD, Marcia has early-stage breast cancer. It is easily curable with our medbeds and will take about 3 hours if she agrees to be treated. When she comes out of the medbed, I'd like to inform her of the results without you being here. It's something she should be told in private. I have no problem with that, Sam. But please make sure to stress to Marcia from the start that the cancer is 100% curable. If she knows that right from the start, it may make the news less stressful for her. Call me when I can come back and we'll go from there. I leave and head to the dining room for a quick coffee and a Boston cream donut while waiting for Sam to tell Marcia the news. Bad news, yes, but with Arcadia's medical technology, it's no longer life-threatening news. Sam lets me know I can come back to the medbay, and when I walk in, I see a 10-mile-wide smile on Marcia's face. I see you're taking the news very well, Marcia. Sam and the doctor both tell me it's 100% curable, so while I was scared at first, I no longer am. She tells me it will be gone after 3 hours in the medbed, and I won't feel a thing during the procedure. Sam told me the same. I take it you are going to get the treatment done right away? Did you want to call Dean and let him know? Yes, I'm getting the treatment right away. And no, I'm not going to tell Dean right now. There is nothing he can do, and I don't want him to worry for nothing. I will tell him and Karen both when they come up for their medicals. Okay, I guess we'll see you in around 3 hours then. Well, what would you ladies like to do for 3 hours? I shouldn't have asked. Shopping, all four reply. Chapter 28. At least when shopping with females that can transport things, I don't get turned into a pack mule. I guess I should be thankful for that. Every bag was transported to our suite on the J&J after it was paid for. I swear my card was heating up. The shopping was a boring few hours for me. Except for when they were in the lingerie and swimwear stores, of course. I think to myself with a big grin. Back in our suite, I couldn't believe the pile that was on the bed. Well, I think it was on the bed, though. I couldn't actually see the bed. I grabbed a guarana and glass of ice, then went over some reports while I waited for Marcia's medical to be completed. The first going over Larry's account and files reported there didn't appear to be any abnormalities other than what he was trying to do for Eve. That was good to know. Dean called and he and Karen were ready to come up. I told him someone would be down in a few minutes to bring them up. Sam, is Marcia out of the medbed yet? Dean just called and they are ready to come up. The doc is just about to help her out of the medbed. Why not have 2 to 2 or 2 to 3 get them and bring them to the dining room? We can all meet there. Okay, sounds good to me. See you there. 2-2, 2-3. Will you go down and bring Dean and Karen up in a couple minutes? Meet us at the dining room with them, okay? Can do love, they both say, and give me a quick kiss before leaving. Well, Dalila mi amor, do you want to take a walk with me? I say to her as I hold my hand out for hers. She takes my hand in hers while caressing my face with the other. Anytime, my love, anytime. Now, of course, we are the last to arrive since we were walking. And of course, we got kidded about it. Everyone was hungry, so we each placed orders with Chef and chatted about nothing important. Once everything was dumped into the recycler, Marcia took Dean and Karen back to the table and told them about the breast cancer being found, having it treated, and now being cancer-free. Needless to say, they were dumbstruck for a moment before asking her how she was feeling now. She reassured them she was feeling fine, and the doc said there was no more cancer in her body, that she was 100% healthy now. Dean and Karen both wanted to get the medicals done right away, so we took them to the medbay. When we arrived, Dean thanked the doc profusely for curing Marcia and went to give her a hug. And yes, his arms went through her. He did look a little embarrassed for a moment until I told him there was no way of telling if they were in a body or not, so not to feel embarrassed. While Dean and Karen were getting their medicals done, we started bringing Marcia up to date on what we knew about the different projects. She said this is pretty much the same info she now had on her head, though she did have a little more. She tells us that Larry was pretty organized, and it appeared to her that many of the projects were nearing completion. She says that there are many purchases to be finalized and that she wants to go over them in more detail tomorrow before updating us. I tell Sam to get her purchasing authority on our bank account so she can sign off on them, as we would be gone in a couple days on our trip. Sam, Delilah, and Marcia went into a huddle about woman things. Hey, that's what they told me. So I ran away over to the TV and took a look through the website. The sponsored Tortron concubine section had quite a few gals and even a few guys listed as willing to be concubines. There didn't appear to be any complaints yet, which is always a good thing. I did have to satisfy my curiosity and look for Aline's, Brenda's, and Cassandra's names. Well, what'd you know? They were already spoken for. Good for them. The file on their sponsor said he was a computer geek, and yes, he looked like your stereotypical computer geek. Hey, I'd do the same if I was in his shoes and take them as a sure thing, rather than see who I might meet on Arcadia. I was going to take them, remember. Dean and Karen are done with their medicals and both are in good health with no problems. Hey, Dee Dee, 5 of our scientists didn't show up for work today. Rumor has it that they and their families are gone. You have any idea where? Dean asked with a smile. 5 of your scientists and your ex-mayor get taken when Arcadia people and properties are supposed to be off limits to the Confederacy. Okay, DD, give it up. Tell us what you did, Marcia says with a smile. Okay, look, it's like this. We knew that the 5 scientists had plans to go to Arcadia, learn everything they could about our advanced technology, and then say they wanted to return to Earth at the 11-month mark. There was no way I was going to let them continue working at Arcadia R&D, let alone take them to Arcadia after learning this. So I had Sam email them that they were being considered for a top-secret project and to be at the restaurant with their families where they'd be told more. We had also found out that Larry had hooked up with Eve again. She was his girlfriend and mine at the same time a few months ago and had lied to both of us about it. We both dumped her, and I put her on the No Way Jose list, meaning no way Jose was she going to Arcadia. Larry knew she was on the list as this happened the first time I met Larry and before he was made mayor. After they got back together, Larry had been actively trying to get Eve off of the No Way Jose list and on the list of people going to Arcadia. He had tried changing her status and her name, tried deleting her name and re-adding it, and had even tried getting a fake Arcadia card for her. The first watching Eve thought she had gone nuts. She was sweet and nice when with Larry and others, but went psycho when alone, ranting and raving about how I had fucked her over and ruined her life, how she was going to get Larry to take her to Arcadia, and then she could get close to me and win me back. Then she'd kill me and make the Arcadian people worship her. I had Sam contact Trank, the Confederacy Moonbase AI, and I asked if he could help me with a personnel problem. I told him I'd get 5 very good scientists and my soon-to-be ex-mayor together in one place, and would the Confederacy be interested in extracting them? I told Trank that the 5 scientists had not revoked their volunteering for the Confederacy and that the other one had, but would probably volunteer again after I fired him. Trank checked their names and said that the Confederacy would definitely be interested. He then asked if 2 Confederacy Marines could join the extraction and look for a conch. He told me these 2 belonged to a group of Marines that shared all their conchs. Their conchs could be fucked by any of the group at any time, and once the Marines tired of them, they were traded or given to the civil service and ended up in the planet whorehouse. They were on the transport that was here on Earth orbit and were looking for new conchs. I said they were welcome to join in, and I may have sent Trank Eve's photo to give to the Marines with a note saying that she was a sex freak and into everything and anything. Once everyone was at the restaurant, the Confederacy then came down and did an extraction, taking my problem children away. I didn't see the scientists leave, but Eve did get picked up by the 2 Marines before Larry revolunteered and was extracted too. Damn, DD, that's... Wow. Devious, very devious. What the heck did you do that the Confederacy would even consider doing something like that for you? Dean asked. I'd rather not get into that, Dean, okay? Okay, not a problem, DD. Now I think it is time for us to go home. Can anyone give us a lift? Ha ha ha. Sam transports them back to the office building so they can get their vehicles and go home after I tell Marcia to call us if she has any questions or needs anything, and to let us know when she has gone over everything and is ready to give us her take on things. I remind her that we will be going on our tour soon, and I'd like her input before we leave. The 5 of us sit around chatting and listening to tales of Elvin from Delilah. Damn, her father sounds like one huge asshole. Almost makes me wish he was still alive so I could kill him again. I got more than a little angry when I found out that House Alahila, now House Sanderson, my house, has slaves. Some are debt slaves, meaning they owed a debt to the previous duke and couldn't pay the debt, so they were forced to work for the duke until the debt was paid, though they never seemed to be able to pay off the debt. The other slaves were owned, and of various races including the Mer, who made the delicious seafood. As a matter of fact, the Mer of House Sanderson raised and made almost half of the seafood that was available on Elvin and for export. I let Delilah know that this would change as soon as we got to Elvin. I'd be setting House Sanderson slaves free and offer them a wage to continue working for me, or I'd help them move back to their homeworld if that was possible. Delilah could see I was angry and started apologizing. I asked her if there was anything she could have done about it, and she said no, she couldn't. No one could, not even her stepmother. I hugged her and told her she had nothing to apologize for. I did tell them all that Queen Bee knows my view on slavery and that I wouldn't enter into an alliance with a race that kept slaves. That news shocked them all. The girls could tell I was still more than a little pissed, so it was just a cuddle and hugs night once we were in bed. It was nice, and I could feel the anger quickly dissipating. Slaves? Not in House Sanderson. No freaking way I was going to be a slave owner, even if I had to find them their own planet. What a great way to wake up, surrounded by nubile, naked bodies. Training, followed by my morning routine, then an artery-hardening breakfast from Chef, and I was raring to go. Sam and the girls come in while I'm relaxing with my coffee, and Delilah comes back with a plate full of bacon. I take it you like bacon, Delilah? This bacon tastes incredible, like nothing I've ever had before, because I haven't. We have nothing like this at all on Elvin. It tastes so good it is almost addictive. Well, don't eat too much of it all of the time, as it can raise your cholesterol levels, or even worse, you may come to no longer like it. Ha 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 ha. She just looked at me like I was nuts. Dee Dee, I got a report from the first watching the politicians. They have heard the rumor about you possibly selling Arcadia R&D and have contacted companies that they own. They expressed their desire to get hold of your company if possible, as for some reason, they seem to think there may be more advanced or even alien tech there than you have shared publicly. Huh, good to know. If they give a reasonable offer, I may just take it. And we know there is no Arcadia or First Technology there. Is there? No, there is not, DD. There is none of our tech on Earth except the low-grade security tech and the Arcadia power source at the orphanage. While more advanced than Earth tech, the security tech wouldn't give anyone trying to steal it any big advantage over anyone else, and the APS is tamper-proof and will turn into useless slag if someone, somehow, does manage to get into it. Okay, great. Let's start thinking of a plan to get all our people up to the Star Cruiser when the time comes. I'm thinking there should be a first in contact with every person, family, or group that's going, and transport them aboard in an organized fashion. Anyone got some ideas on how we can get that done? We spent more than a few hours going over several ideas before deciding on doing specific sections on every deck at the same time, transporting roughly 25,000 people in total at a time. This would take 10 trips if we had 250,000 people, so around 3.5 to 4 hours if we take into account possible disruptions. I told everyone that any disruptions were to be taken care of as quickly as possible. If someone was being difficult, depending on what they were being difficult about, they could be sent back to Earth as quickly as they left it. Each first would contact the person, family, or group they were assigned to a few days before transport was to take place and explain how they would be taken to the Star Cruiser and what would happen as soon as they were on board, namely immediately getting into their seat so they could get their medical checkup and citizen ID chip. They would not, however, be told exactly what day they would leave, only that it would be within a week. When we got to Arcadia, the people could be transported en masse to their homes in Guardian City as they were going into neighborhoods and not into a confined space like the Star Cruiser. Dean and Marcia called at the same time. Dean for me and Marcia for Sam. Sam disappears and is quickly back with Marcia while Dean and I are still talking. Dean lets me know that he was contacted by another R&D firm inquiring if the rumor about Arcadia possibly being for sale was true. Dean told them that I had mentioned I would be willing to listen to any reasonable offers. They asked if $250 million was reasonable, and Dean said he laughed and told them not even close. Dean and I both know it's worth more than triple that, but I tell him I'd probably let it go for $600 million, as I'd have to look at spending as much of the money as I could before we left, as the money would have no value on Arcadia. I told him to set up a meeting if there was any serious interest, and he said he would. I bade Marcia welcome back to the J&J and asked how she felt this morning. She said she had never felt better and asked if there was anything else done during her medical. I looked over to Sam with the question on my face, and she assured Marcia that nothing else was done. Marcia said she had gone over Larry's files and they matched the information that was in her head. She said there was a lot in the final stages of being purchased and that should be wrapped up in the next 3 to 5 weeks. She asked what we were going to do to remain in contact with the orphanage after we left so they wouldn't feel abandoned, and what we were going to do about things we left behind. Things such as the recycling ships at Garbage Island, the OFR, and ore refineries. I tell her that a couple BCs will be staying in the system to watch over our assets that are left behind. They will rotate out with another pair every month. I had to tell her that I honestly hadn't thought about how we'd keep in touch with the orphanage. I looked at Sam and asked her if a communications/surveillance satellite would work if we put one here in Earth's solar system. Sam said it would work, and we could provide communications access to whoever we wanted to. The satellites are shielded, armed with weapons and protocols that would only allow them to return fire, and completely sealed so we would not have to worry about anyone entering it, stealing it, or blowing it up. I said I guess we better get one built and set up here then ASAP. Sam told me the order was sent to the OFR, and she'd let me know when it was completed. I asked Sam, when she had the time, to look into using the recycling ships to recycle countries' landfills once they were done with the garbage island, or if countries wanted their useless space junk cleaned out of the skies, or maybe see if that would be something Delilah would like to do. She said she'd talk to Delilah about it and help her out if she was interested. The garbage island was now 75% gone, and she figured it would be 100% gone within another 6 to 8 weeks at the latest. We didn't need to stick around to have the recyclers start the next recycling project if it was already in place, as the first crews were capable of taking care of everything. Then the only thing left to do then would be to complete the trade agreement, transport people to the Star Cruiser, and go to Arcadia. Damn, we could be gone in 6 weeks. We went over our plan for transporting people up to the Star Cruiser with Marcia, and how they would be transported all at once to their homes on Arcadia. She thought it was doable, but told us to remember that it probably wouldn't go as smoothly as planned. Everyone had a good laugh saying, yeah, we figured that. I told Marcia we were off to Russia tomorrow, and that I had complete confidence in her ability to get whatever needs to be done, though we were just a phone call away if she needed us. We all went when Sam transported Marcia down to meet Dean at the office building. Dean said the newsies were still out front, so I went down to speak to them with the whole entourage. We walked out and there was silence. Whoa, what the freak? They were looking expectantly though, so I quickly spoke up saying we'd answer as many questions as we could before we had to leave. Sam takes over and points at the first reporter who asks, "Is there any truth to the rumor that Arcadia R&D is for sale?" That rumor didn't take long to get out. I recently heard that rumor too, and while I am not actively looking to sell my family's company, I will listen to any reasonable offer. Their follow-up question is, what would you consider a reasonable offer? I heard you have been offered $250 million. Wow, someone at that particular company is using you to feel me out on a price. I wouldn't call it an offer though. We were asked if $250 million was reasonable, but Dean Masters, the person that has been running the company since my parents' death, and I both know that the company is worth a lot more than that. And no, I won't name the company that asked. Sam points at a younger reporter who says, "You seem to have a few more women around you today. Can they introduce themselves and tell us where they are from?" I look over at the girls and shrug my shoulders saying, "Well, everyone should already know Sam, but it is up to each of the girls if they want to talk to you. Ladies, do you want to answer the question?" The reporters know Sam, but don't know she is an energy being or originally from Arcadia, so her, 2-2, and 2-3 decide to keep it that way, only giving their names in that they are my PA and my security, as well as my girlfriends. I guess we should have warned Delilah about the press, but we didn't, and she shocked them into silence when she told them she was Delilah Sanderson, mine and the other girl's girlfriend, and that she was originally from Elvin, but was now calling wherever I was home. You could see she stunned the reporters as their jaws dropped, and it looked like they were wanting to yell out questions, but surprising, they held back. I figured I better cut them some slack and explain that Delilah Sanderson was from the planet Elvin, where her name is Third Princess de Sanderson, that we had met when I briefly met her mother, the Elven Queen Buhalia, and that we being all four of us, decided we wanted to be together, so she stayed with us, and here we are today. I thank them all for being so courteous to us, but we had to leave now, as we were going on our trip east tomorrow. They all took off like their pants were on fire to get their stories on air, and we went back up to the J&J. When we got back to the J&J, Delilah was worried that she had said something wrong to the reporters. We all reassured her that she didn't, and took the time to explain to her about Earth reporters and how they were different from reporters on Elvin. Here on Earth, reporters weren't held accountable for what or how they reported on anything, no matter whether what they said was misleading or an outright lie, while on Elvin, reporters were held accountable for not only what they reported and how they reported it, but for what they omitted from their reports as well. Any incomplete, slanted twisting of or other misrepresentation resulted in severe penalties for both the reporter and their employer, up to and including execution if it was against a royal. Many times I wish we had the same rules for them here on Earth. We have pretty close to the same rules on Arcadia, that's for sure. News of the third princess of Elvin being on Earth completely overshadowed the rumor of my company being for sale, which didn't bother me any. It was good to see that most of the newsies played it straight, reporting the news of my having the third princess of Elvin as my girlfriend, as well as my having 3 other girlfriends. They did point out that none of my current girlfriends were from Earth, though I had dated girls from Earth. All true, so bonus points to them. Of course, everyone's favorite news channel, the Comedy News Network, wondered what this meant for the people on Earth. If there would be a royal wedding, how could I be allowed to commit bigamy, conveniently not mentioning that I wasn't married to any of them, and that the Earth governments condoned the Confederacy taking people from Earth as slaves. And of course, why weren't Earth girls good enough for me? That was enough for me, and I turned the screen off. A nice dinner, then relaxing and just talking about our upcoming trip. Delilah was super excited about visiting places she has never known about, let alone seen before. We'd have 3 days each in Russia, China, India, and the UK, so I imagined there would be time to play tourists. Chapter 29. What a beautiful morning. I slip out of bed and go for my coffee, then training, then coffee again and breakfast, only to find a surly-looking Sam at the table when I go to sit down with my breakfast. Sam glares at me saying, "You just had to tell them Delilah was a princess, didn't you? You know my phone has been ringing off the hook since last night." "Well, shit, I wanted to stir the pot a little, but I'm sorry they were bugging you," I said, with as contrite a look on my face as I could. I heard someone snort, and Sam's facade broke as she started laughing, and was quickly joined by Delilah, 2-2, 2-3, and the rest of the security teams. Okay, what did I do or say that you all find so funny?" Sam could barely speak. She was laughing so hard, but she did her best, saying, "Many of the power people in many countries, politicians, royals, the uber-rich, etc., have been calling wanting to meet the princess. Many who have never called a single time wanting to meet Guardian Prime, the ruler of a new world." Ha 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 ha. "Well, damn, ain't that enough to keep a person's head from swelling?" I say in my saddest voice before I too started laughing. I look sideways at Sam saying, "Please tell me you didn't set up any more appointments or meetings during our trip." Sam managed to settle down a little and say, "I told them, sorry, but the princess would not be available for any meetings while we were on our trip. We thought it was super funny that they got so excited over a princess, but not so much over the ruler of a new planet, 3 solar systems, and an alien race. And I'm only the 3rd princess. Ha 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 ha. Well, you know what they say, some people are too stupid for their own good," I say, with my nose in the air and in my best aristocratic voice. They all just started howling again. Okay, what time do we need to be in Russia and what time do we need to leave to get there?" "We moved into orbit over the Asian continent last night and still have a few hours before we need to take the shuttle down and meet the Russian president at the airport. So let's go back to bed and we'll make up for all of us teasing you like we did," Sam says with a grin. Delilah starts running for the bed while saying, "Last one there gets the outside." "Silly girl," says 2-3, as she, 2-2, and Sam disappear. Yeah, they can transport directly to the bed and beat Delilah and me there. But I'll walk because it's not like I care if I'm on the outside or inside of 4 beautiful, naked girls. I think to myself with a big grin on my face. We spent a grand total of 15 days on our tour through Russia, China, India, and the UK. Nothing major happened. It was more of a see and be seen thing rather than state meetings. We did a few fancy meet and greets with the high and mighty of each country, complete with speeches about Arcadia's sovereignty and the hopes for a long and fruitful friendship. All the right words were said by them and by me. Normal politician, blah, blah, blah. We did accept 2 more invitations to visit for the end of the trip. On our first day in Russia, Sam received a call from the Prime Minister of Canada's office, and I received one from the headman in the White House himself. We both figured it wouldn't hurt us to go visit them, and so we graciously accepted their invites. I had no problem going to visit the U.S. president, as our families have known each other for many years, and he was the negotiator for the trade agreement. A formal meeting never came up during negotiations from either of us, so I never thought about it. I did tell the man that there were specific politicians I would not meet, and he said he just wouldn't invite any then. I told him that was even better for me. He said we'd do lunch in the Rose Garden, just him and his family, and me and mine. He said the press would be there, but they'd be far enough away they shouldn't bother us too much. I told him that sounded fantastic to me. I did agree to do a quick Q&A with him after the lunch, telling him that if we didn't have the women with us, it'd probably be a pretty short Q&A. The Canadian Prime Minister is an arrogant asshole, and I didn't care if I ever met him again or not, but I didn't think it would be a good move to turn down the invitation as technically I had lived in the country, and my company was HQ'd there for a time. He did get smarmy with Delilah until Sam put him in his place when she asked him, while in front of a large group of people and reporters, why he hadn't taken the enhanced cap test, and to not let his only having a 4.8 on his Confederacy cap stop him from taking it. She told him that even I had taken it, but that my score had only improved by 0.7 points, from a 9.2 to a 9.9. A short while after that, we said our goodbyes to those that were there. The PM was not, having run off after Sam's question to him, and Sam transported us up to the J&J with everyone watching. Another morning and no more parties or meetings. Now we just got to get caught up in regards to what has happened since we left. Of course, after my morning training and coffee and breakfast, Riker contacts us and says that the remaining PGs have been completed, so we now have a total of 7 completed. He'd like to know if there was anything else in particular I'd like produced. I tell him that the 5th PG would still be coming to Earth before we left for Arcadia, and to have the other 2 join the ones patrolling the other Guardian systems. I didn't have anything in mind at the moment that I'd like made, but I'd let him know if I did, and asked him to let me know if he, or any other first, thought of anything to build that was needed, or that may be interesting. This might be a good question to put on the website and see what possible products the new citizens would like to see available. I mentioned this to Sam, and she says she will pass it on to the web first. I also ask her if there are photos of Arcadian products or products from other races that might be interesting to our new citizens. She said she'd get together with the girls and look for interesting items. I tell her she might want to get with Marcia, Sarah, and the people at the orphanage if she wanted a human perspective. She thought that was a good idea. I ask Riker if he has received a report from the 4th PG yet, and he says that the 4th PG reported just a short time ago. He tells me the report states that while the Confederacy is slowing the advance of the swarm, they lack the numbers of ships right now that would be needed to stop the advance. Apparently, when the Confederacy battles the swarm and win, more swarm ships show up time and time again, eventually overwhelming the Confederacy forces, with the end result being the Confederacy has to withdraw from the system. So I guess there's no chance of them preventing the swarm from reaching Earth then? I would think not, sire, though they should delay their arrival by a few years or more than originally thought. The commanders report that not much has been happening in Earth's solar system. There have been some Confederacy transport ships coming and going, but no military ships. They report that the communications/surveillance satellite has been completed, tested, and is fully functional. It has been positioned and anchored near the OFR and ore refineries. I thank them for their report and turn to Sam asking, I read in all that information you sent me so long ago about security sentinels, and how they used to be placed around a solar system to provide an early warning of any intrusions into the system. I know that the first versions of the communications/surveillance satellites replaced them, but I don't want to put communications/surveillance satellites anywhere outside of where we maintain a presence. Can we build and put those security sentinels I read about in the 2 systems adjacent to Earth's system that are directly in the projected path of the swarm? They could give us, the Confederacy, and even Earth a warning if we wanted them to, couldn't they? The Confederacy should know when the swarm gets that close, but good idea. Yes, we could make and place security sentinels, and it wouldn't take long, as it sounds like you only want to cover the projected path of the swarm and not the entire systems, correct? Yes, that is correct. One question about them. I read that they have cloaking capabilities, but I didn't read anything about weapons or any other means of self-protection. Are there any weapon systems they use? No, there were no weapons that they used. They were totally passive, and so were never detected. Ever. That I know of anyways. Okay, great. Let's get the 2 adjacent systems covered by the security sentinels ASAP then. The OFR will start building them right away, Double D. Marcia had been going great guns while we were gone, and has almost everything completed. All the purchases have been agreed to, so now it's just waiting for the lawyers to get the completed paperwork properly registered and transferred. Then the money switches hands. Sarah has both apartment buildings full and more orphans worldwide wanting to go. The first have approved everyone in the building, or they wouldn't be there, and another 17,233 worldwide, bringing the total to just over 19,500 orphans approved for migration. Sarah has been told who, of the worldwide orphans, has been approved, and has in turn told the orphans themselves, though stressing that she doesn't know when they'd be leaving. Sarah also tells us that Gran has over 2,000 seniors interested in being grandparents to the kids. Gran says she wants to run the orphanage after Sarah leaves and would like to know when she can get the medical done. She'll also go to Arcadia when we decide to close up shop here on Earth. Sam informs me that she watched over Delilah as she returned some calls about our possible recycling projects, and she'd let Delilah explain. Delilah tells us that Canada, the US, and many other countries have expressed interest in our recycling their landfills if we would just take the crap away. We wouldn't pay them for it, and they wouldn't pay us. She told them she'd talk to me about it and get back to them. She told me we should do it, and any recycled matter that we didn't need or use could be sold to other races or stored for future use. I told her she should call them and let them know we were okay with taking it without any payment changing hand. She told me that many Middle Eastern, African, and a couple South American countries feel that we should pay them to take their crap, and she felt that there was no need for us to do that when we could get it for free from other countries. She said she told them that that was not what we were looking for at this time. I told her she made a good decision. Sam informed me that the trade agreement was now 98% completed and would be 100% completed by this time next week. I thanked her for the information and asked her if she could think of anything we had missed. She couldn't and said if I didn't need her that she and the girls were going down to the orphanage and see if they could come up with any products to make available right away on Arcadia. She thought we should put them in the website stores for people to view and virtually buy, as this would give us a better idea of what to actually make. I told her I thought that was a great idea and to do it, but to have an area where people could suggest other products as well. Sam said she would get all the seniors checked out and approved or not to go to Arcadia while at the orphanage and bring Gran up for her medical. The girls leave, so I grab a coffee and a couple warm cinnamon rolls from Chef and sit down to go over all the notes and lists I made since this first started. Everything seems to be happening so much faster now as we come closer and closer to having everything completed, and I worry that we'll overlook something. I think back, and man, it is hard to believe that so much has happened in the last 6 months or so. I hope that Mom and Dad would approve of what I've done so far. I decided to take a look at the website and see how things were going. The web first have the site details so good that it was almost as if you were actually there in Guardian City. The sponsors' concubine connection area on the site has slowed down a lot. All the sponsors now had all the people they could take with them, though there were still quite a few people willing to be concubines. I checked on a few of the people I had personally talked to over the last few months to see if they were on the list to go or not. Oh, this is good. Daryl, and half their families are going. They had asked on the website about the possibility of more people being able to come to Arcadia on the return trip if people were brought back to Earth after 11 months. The answer was that the orphanage and the enhanced testing were going to continue, so there would be an opportunity for others to migrate to Arcadia in the future. I guess they liked the answer. I do believe the rest of their family will come in the second migration if the first half of the family recommends it. Yes, I believe there will be people that have to be or will want to be returned to Earth, as I doubt there is any way to please everyone in a group of people as big as the group we plan on migrating. Bernie and Ernie are going too. Excellent. Looks like they've got a similar soup and sandwich cafe open in Guardian City. I wonder if they know about or would be interested in Gran's grandparents program. Sam and the girls get back as I was getting dinner from Chef. Beef and chicken shawarma wraps with a spicy garlic yogurt sauce. They had Gran with them so she could get the medical done. Gran wasn't hungry when I asked and wanted to get things done so she could get busy, were the words she used. Sam took her to the med bay and let her know she'd be back in a couple hours to take her home. I asked if anyone else wanted any, looking directly at Delilah in particular. She said they had gone to a little soup and sandwich place near the orphanage. She went on to say the Ernie and Bernie said hi, and that they hoped I'd stop by their cafe in Guardian City, if not here, before we left. They thought the grandparents program was a fantastic idea and had signed up for it. The girls asked how my day went, and I told them how I spent it. I told them that Aline, Brenda, and Cassandra, the girls they briefly met that night we had the spicy chicken wings, would be going to Arcadia as concubines, so of course they had to see what their sponsor looked like. They agreed he looked like a computer geek, but all said that from the details in his Arcadia card that he seemed like a very decent person. The girls said they had some things to show me that everyone that was at the orphanage agreed may be good items to have for sale on Arcadia. I said I'd love to have a look after eating and a relaxing coffee. That didn't happen right away as my cell buzzed with a call from Dean, asking me if I could make a 9 a.m. meeting tomorrow at his office. XYZ R&D had contacted him and requested it. I said Sam and I would be there, and then checked with Sam, and XYZ was one of the companies the politicos had called about buying Arcadia R&D. I told Sam about the meeting and the company, and that I'd like to go down a little early and say hi to Mark. We sat down so they could show me all the items they thought would do well in Guardian City stores, and I was numb after seeing seemingly endless varieties of furnishings, appliances, clothes, fake plants, real plants, etc. They showed me some Arcadian products that, while they didn't look like anything I'd buy, they all thought would be different enough to garner a lot of interest. We took a break so Sam could take Gran home. She was healthy as a horse before the medical apparently, and Sam said would probably live a much longer than normal life. I mentioned to the girls that I didn't see a lot of big-ticket items like vehicles, RVs, boats, etc. They told me there wasn't that many, so they saved them to the end to show me, and then they showed me. I nixed all the anti-grav items for the time being. I didn't want anyone getting any ideas about trying to steal anti-grav tech and return to Earth with it, but I did see a couple things I'd like to have. I okayed the rest of the big-ticket items as long as they could be made so they didn't use fossil fuels. Sam said they could be made to run in the same fashion as my car is. I told them to go ahead and put the items, except anything with anti-grav, on the website and see what, if any, interest there was, and we look at buying them and/or having Riker get some replicated and put in our stores in Guardian City. I did have them put up a motor yacht that looked very interesting. It looks very similar in appearance to an older luxury Earth motor yacht called Sunflower, but at 30 meters it is only slightly more one-third of Sunflower's 75-meter length. There are 3 full decks, a pilot, churn wheelhouse, and it looked like it had all the luxury items a person could dream of. There is a huge swim platform that is fully connected all the way around, sporting a freshwater pool, hot tub, sauna, and tanning area. Another deck has a hexagonal seating area and bar area with fire pit. Another has a beautiful kitchen, aka galley area. There are 3 queen-size staterooms with complete heads, bathrooms, and 1 king-size stateroom with complete head. It looks like the pilot wheelhouse has enough gizmos and other high-tech looking gear too. Girls, do you think that our having something like this would be considered too ostentatious? Would the citizens be pissed if we had something so luxurious? I think something like this would be out of their price range for quite a while. Yes, some will think it too much, but there are always people that think that what someone else has, they should have too. I do think, though, that anyone with half a brain will realize that you had a lot more money than they had when everyone was on Earth, so it would be natural for you to have more on Arcadia. Plus, with your being the ruler of the entire planet, some would think it was normal for you to have something like that. That would be my take anyways, Sam said. I'm from Elven, where the rich and the royals have far more than normal citizens and don't care if they don't like it. Though I will tell you that as Guardian Prime of the Guardian solar systems and First of the First, if you plan on entertaining dignitaries or royals of foreign races on Arcadia, they will expect you to have such luxuries and may think less of you in Arcadia if you don't. 2 to 3 piped in saying, on Earth, there are a lot of luxury items that average citizens can't afford, but there are also many more, less luxurious, yet similar items that they can. Give them a good variety of quality things they can afford and see what happens. You don't want things to be too easily obtainable, but not completely out of their reach either. That is what is done here on Earth, no? Though high quality seems to be lacking in many things. Good points by all of you, thanks. I think that 2 to 3 has the right idea, and that's what we'll go with for now and adjust later if necessary. Put the items you want to on the website now, as well as the big-ticket items, and have someone keep an eye on what is in demand and what the people could care less about. Explain this as test marketing of products we may be able to have in Guardian City. Now, I am beat and going to bed. Anyone want to see if they can beat the Timex torture test? I say while wiggling my tongue like Gene Simmons of the old rock band Kiss. The girls all look at me with "huh" written all over their faces. I should have known they wouldn't get it. Ha ha ha. See who can take a licking and keep on ticking, I say with a lecherous grin. Screams and giggling are heard, then three of the girls disappear while the fourth starts running. I quickly caught a squealing Delilah before she got far, saying with a smile, "We'll teach them to transport everywhere," as I pick her up and sat her ass on a tabletop before diving headfirst between her thighs. Chapter 30. I am having an awesome breakfast after my training and shower of 3 huge strawberry crepes with whipped cream and a double side of hickory smoked bacon. Freaking delicious. And even more so when a person doesn't have to worry about fats, cholesterol, and all that other crap. Sam appears in front of me and says with a smirk on her face, "So you thought you were hot stuff last night, huh? Bringing Delilah to bed unconscious, then trying to do the same to us. Well, we showed you, didn't we? You were out like a light after only 72 minutes. 2 to 2 and 2 to 3 appear alongside Sam, as I reply, grinning, "Girls, you three are energy beings. My trying to outlast you three would be like trying to outlast the Energizer Bunny." They had confused looks on their faces as I get up and dump my stuff in the recycler. "What's that mean, DD?" All three ask at once, to which I laughingly reply, "Google is your friend," and head to our suite to quickly get changed for our meeting this morning. After changing, I lean down and give Delilah a good morning wake-up kiss. "Come on, sleepyhead. Rise and shine, baby. Time to get up." A smile appears on her face as she stretches, the sheet sliding down, exposing one of her luscious breasts. Oh, Lord, what I would do if I didn't have to go to a meeting. "Good morning, love." I think that was the best sleep I have ever had." She slipped the rest of the way out of bed and pulled my head down for a better kiss. I could see the love in her eyes as she said, "You are everything I could ever have wished for in a mate." She looks over my shoulder at our lovers and continues, "And you three are the cherries on top." I hear, "Aw, honey, you are so sweet," as the other 3 loves of my life help Delilah to the shower. I swear I also heard someone say in a whisper, "But there are no cherries anymore because Dee Dee took them." Then just loud giggling. "Sam, are you ready to head down?" I jump as Sam appears right beside me. "Ready whenever you are, Dee Dee," she says, then pulls my head down for a quick kiss. "Okay, the commanders had nothing to report this morning. Did anyone have anything for you? And can you get all the details and specs for that motor yacht I looked at last night and send it to Riker to have built and ready for when we arrive? Get the web first to put it on the website and see what people's reactions to it are. It can be made so it doesn't use gas or diesel or anything like, right?" No one had anything out of the ordinary to report this morning, DD. It looks like everything is going smoothly so far. The motor yacht you looked at last night is Arcadian and not from Earth, so Riker has the plans for it already. It will need to be modified a little to use the newest APS and electronics gear, but that should not present a problem. Do you want it in Guardian Prime colors? Awesome, thanks, Sam. Have it painted in the same color scheme as the Wayward Sun, with the main body coloring in white with thin crimson striping, running alongside a whiter black striping. I think it will look better on the boat than the black and crimson Guardian Prime colors. Riker now knows and will send an image of how it will look later this afternoon. "Now, are you ready to go?" Sam laughingly asks. "Yes, let's go. Mark's office first, please." We find out Mark is out of the office for a few days at a security seminar, and it seems there is a rumor that the Confederacy may start giving the Earth militaries advanced weapons, and security firms are meeting with the military about the possibility of getting a few for training and use, of course. Mark is also going to see about getting some for R&D purposes, though of course this is all just a rumor right now. We head to Dean's office, stopping to talk to Karen, asking her how she's been feeling since the medical checkup. She tells us she feels 20 years younger and is looking forward to going to Arcadia and living a less stressed life. When Sam asks, Karen explains that since learning about the swarm, many people are very stressed about getting off Earth. What's going to happen to them if they don't? And if they have families, how they can get their families off Earth and safely out of the swarm's way. She says that living on Arcadia and being so far away from the path of the swarm, along with the videos of DD kicking swarm ass, will relieve all of the stress caused by the swarm. then people will only have the stress of living. Karen takes us into Dean's office where we talk a little about the Confederacy and when will they actually give advanced weapons and tech to Earth governments. The contingent from XYZ company arrives, and after the pleasantries are done, we get down to discussing the possibility of their purchasing Arcadia R&D. They are interested in the entire company to include all offices, labs, and projects worldwide. Well, gentlemen, I will tell you that I'm interested in selling if the right offer comes along. As you probably know, I am in the process of packing up and leaving Earth for the foreseeable future. I will be upfront with you and tell you right now that there is no information or projects underway for my planet Arcadia or any alien race, nor any projects that use Arcadian or alien tech in any way, shape, or form. Knowing this, is XYZ still interested in purchasing Arcadia R&D? And just for my own curiosity, would the company retain its name, or would it be changed to XYZR&D? Your statement is noted but doesn't change our interest in buying your company, Dedeus. We are authorized to make a sincere offer of 600 million US dollars, subject to confirmation of Arcadia's financial situation matching our information, and we would be changing the name to XYZ R&D. I am told that you and Dean, you would have a pretty good idea if our information about Arcadia's financial situation was in the ballpark if we showed it to you, he said as he handed Dean and I what appeared to be a financial review. Dean started looking through his, while I looked quickly through the summary. I saw that the totals in each category looked about right from what I remembered from the last statements I saw. I pulled Dean to the side and told him that the information in the summary looked like the same information in the last financial statements I had seen. He said that if that was true, then they knew they were still low in their offer. I told him I was going to ask for more and see if they'd settle around $750 million. Yeah, I know I said I'd take $600 million, but you never accept the first offer? Well, I have to say your information looks pretty accurate. I can't speak as to the details in your information, but the end results appear to be in the ballpark, though on the low side. If XYZ upped to their offer to 900 million US dollars and I retained all rights to the company name, Arcadia R&D, I do believe we'd have ourselves a deal. I figured they'd have to call and get that kind of number authorized, and they asked if they could have a few minutes to discuss things with the Home Office. Sam, can you monitor their call? Who they call and what is said? Easily double D. Please do so and let me know what was said before we meet them again. Will do, boss. No problem, gentlemen. We'll leave you here if you like and go have a coffee with Karen in the outer office. Just open the door whenever you are ready to resume. We went out and stood around with our coffees, Dean whispering to me, he is very curious as to what they are saying in there, and is surprised it is going so quickly. Most times the selling and buying of big companies like Arcadia take months. I agreed but whispered back that XYZ must have coughed up some big bucks to get the information that they showed us, so they probably have every bit of information about the company that is available. DD, they have called one of the politicians that we are watching and conference called with the others. They have told the politicians that you told them that there are no projects for your planet Arcadia or any alien race, nor is there any alien tech of any kind in use by the company. The politicians tell them you must be lying, as why else would an alien race give you a planet to rule? The politicians tell them to counter with 800 million US dollars, and if I turn them down, they will just have to nationalize the company. The call has ended. DD. Awesome, Sam, thank you. The door to Dean's office opens, and they ask us to come back inside. Dedeus, Dean, we have been told to up XYZ's offer to 800 million US dollars, and that it was the final offer. I looked at Dean and Sam, then over at the XYZ contingent, smiled, and held out my hand to shake theirs, saying, Gentlemen, I believe we have ourselves a deal, as I shook each of their hands in turn. Dedeus, Dean, we have here a simple offer to purchase form here that we just need to fill out the amount for. We have this and 10,000 USD cash in good faith money so that you won't enter into negotiations with anyone else while waiting for this to be completed. I wrote on the bottom of the OTP after our call that XYZ would change the company name to XYZ R&D and that you retained all rights to the company name Arcadia R&D. Okay, we have no problem with that. I'll read it over while Dean calls Diane from legal to come and have a quick look. Dean calls Diane, who arrives quickly asking us what the heck we are doing, discussing this kind of business without her or anyone from legal around. I look over at her, smile and mouth, "Yes, Mom," while she's looking over both offer sheets. "Okay, I'll let it go this time, you too, but don't let there be a next time," Diane says, shaking her finger at Dean and I. This is a simple, straightforward offer to purchase Arcadia R&D and all its assets worldwide for the sum of 800 million US dollars, subject to confirmation of Arcadia's financial situation, matching the financial information as per the attached document provided by XYZ. Is this the document you saw? DD? Dean? We both look at the document and tell her it is. It also states that Eudadeus will retain all rights to the name Arcadia R&D. Is this what you two agreed to? Dean and I both tell yes, so she puts her signature where necessary on both papers and turns them to us for ours. We sign, and she then turns them to the XYZ contingent, and they sign. She gives one set to the XYZ people and holds on to our copy. I have to say that XYZ must be pretty sure of Arcadia R&D's financial situation to want this completed within the next 2 weeks. Diane says to the XYZ group, "Yes, ma'am, we are. Arcadia R&D has what is probably the best reputation in the business for operating above board, so we have no reason to doubt any of the information we obtained. And Dedeus, I believe you when you said there are no alien-related projects or tech in-house. However, those that pay me have other ideas. I will say it is still a good price for the company. Thank you all for your time. Diane, we will be in touch to finalize things as soon as we can. I imagine a certain Guardian Prime is closing in on the time to leave our neck of space and might be able to use $800 million. Take care, Barry, and let me know when we can get this finalized," Diane replied and closed the door after the XYZ people had left. "So when are you leaving DD? Is it soon?" "Yes, Diane, fairly soon, probably within a few weeks or so." "What about you? Are you going to see about staying on here after XYZ takes over?" Diane gets a sly look on her face. "No, GP, I got me a very nice little boutique in this city called Guardian City. You ever heard of it?" "What? How? I've never seen your name on either the list of people that have taken the enhanced test or the list of those going to Arcadia." "You were probably looking for Diane Foster when you should have been looking for Cherrylyn Diane Lynn Foster. I am sure you are smart enough to see why I always use Diane. And you better continue to use Diane after we leave here." Again with the finger waving at me. "Sam?" "Yes, her name is on the list to go to Arcadia DD. Whoa. She owns Cherries. DD, her store has the sexiest clothing. Her store downtown is very well known. And if you remember back to our stay in Guardian City when we first got our bodies, the very sexy clothing you said everyone was wearing, a lot of that came from her store. Her store on the Arcadia website gets a lot of traffic, and I do believe it will in Guardian City as well. You have good information, Sam. Not too many people know I own Cherries, and I'd like to keep it that way. For now, anyways. The people that work in the store will be working in it in Guardian City as well, so nothing should change. And I don't want to hear anything out of you two either," she said this time. The finger was waving at both Dean and I. Dean, I'll let you both know as soon as the sale has been completed," was the last she said before turning and leaving. "Wow, she left quickly," I said. I had hoped to let her know I was glad she was coming with us. "I'm still here talking to Karen, so I heard you." "Thanks, DD, I mean that. Now why don't you take your girls to that Cherries place and spend some of that $800 million you just got?" "Ha ha ha ha. We will, Diane. Well, Sam, we got told, didn't we? Dean, we shall see you later." "We? Don't you mean you got told, DD?" Sam said, laughing. "Bye, Diane. Dean, Karen, we shall see you later," Sam stated. Then up to the J&J we went. Sam immediately told the girls everything and then took us down to Cherries. I did remember the sexy clothes all the first females had been wearing, and Cherries was full of the stuff. It was also full of women and girls in various stages of dress trying on different clothes. My girls joined the fray and I just sat back and watched. One of the sales staff did come by and ask if she could get me a coffee, water, or a soft drink while I was watching and waiting, and I told her a coffee would be fine. I could overhear the sales girls telling my girls that certain outfits would look great in Guardian City or that Guardian Prime would love this on them. So I guess they knew who we were, but didn't spread it around. I did whisper to the sales girl that took care of my girls that I looked forward to seeing all of them in Guardian City as I paid for all the clothes the girls bought. Her eyes got big and she quickly looked around to see if anyone heard, then gave me a wink and a smile as she handed me the Leung receipt. Back on the J&J, the girls put their stuff away, and I joked that I better get Riker to build a transport just for all the clothes they had. No lunch, and it was late afternoon now, so I tell them I'm going to see Chef about some food. Delilah comes running up to me saying she is hungry too, then gives me a kiss and thanks me for taking her shopping. Tonight, Delilah tried a fresh rainbow trout with a garlic lemon butter herb sauce, while I decided on the surf and turf, aka a dozen Alaska King crab legs and a 12 Oz sirloin steak medium rare. While I thought mine was very good, Delilah said hers was just okay. She said I would understand once I tried more seafood that had been raised by the mer. I told her I looked forward to it and that I may need to see if some mer wanted to migrate to Arcadia. Her eyes got really big and she was nodding her head yes, quite forcefully. As we sat around, I asked Sam to go over the list of things we had asked for but didn't get in the trade agreements and then see if we could buy everything that we were missing. I called Marcia, and Dean had already told her about our selling the company. He didn't tell her I would be looking to spend $800 million, though. I let her know that if she came across any viable businesses or properties that had wildlife, raised animals, or produced food to buy them if she thought they were worthwhile. Properties like ranches, farms, or their livestock, orchards, vineyards, and fish farms, for example. While the businesses and properties wouldn't go with us, after every harvest their products could until ours on Arcadia were in full swing. I'm in the middle of asking her to keep an eye out for any manufacturing companies as well, that she thought we might be interested in them or their products when I hear, whoa, slow down there, Dee Dee. Take a break for a sec, okay? I think all these might be stretching me a little too much. I look down at the notes I've been typing into my tablet and see, oh shit. Sorry, Marcia. I'm looking at my notes now and can see that this is going to be too much along with everything else that needs your more immediate attention this close to our departure. That said, I think we need someone or someones to take care of these things I was going to dump on you. Do you know anyone that fits the bill and would be interested? The position would be here on Earth until we pack up for good. We would also need a person to oversee the continued operation of whatever is bought for us. I hoped you would take a breath and see the scope of what you were talking about. I know that you can mention things like this to Sam, and she can get a busload of first on it, and it gets done in no time at all, but most of us don't have that kind of access to resources. And to answer your question, yes, I do know someone, and maybe someone's that would be very interested in this type of work. They both have been in this type of work for 20 plus years, but the company they work at has good old boy syndrome, and they both know they won't go any higher. I'll give you one guess which company they work for. Groaning, I say, please don't tell me they work at XYZ. Bingo, you got it in one. I knew you were a smart boy. They both work at XYZ Corporate. I tell you what, I'll call them and see when we can get together, and then I'll play touchy-feely with them about whether or not they go to the Confederacy or Arcadia if they had the chance. Okay, Marcia, do that, please. But first, please, what are their names so Sam can check them out? Sam can see if there is something in their Arcadia or KAP profile that would make the undesirable for taking to Arcadia. Their names are Louise and Lois Simpson. Both are in their late 40s, divorced, and 5 kids between them that have already gone with the Confederacy. I give Sam their names and ask Marcia to hold on for a sec. Sam tells me they both have 6.4 cap scores, but neither has taken the enhanced test. It looks like their cap is mostly due to low aggression scores. They are also in the early stages of menopause. Depending on their enhanced test, both would be asked to go to Arcadia. Marcia, Sam tells me that neither lady has taken the enhanced CAP test. When you talk to them, tell them it is absolutely necessary to take the enhanced test if they want to go to Arcadia. Their Confederacy cap test is good, and their being in the early stages of menopause would not prevent them from going to Arcadia. Don't promise them anything, but from what Sam told me, if they had already taken the enhanced test, they would have already been asked to go to Arcadia. Sam has flagged their names and will contact you as soon as she's seen their enhanced results. Okay, DDD, I'm multitasking and I'm on the phone with them right now. I'll tell them to take the enhanced test before we get together if they can, and let you know what they have to say about Arcadia. Later, boss. Chapter 31. TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. 1-to-1 hasn't slackened off a bit on my training, which I guess I should be thankful for. Maybe one day soon we can go to doing her torture training every other day. Riker called me and said that he had sent a photo of the motor yacht, and if I approved it would be built right away. He said it should be available on my wall screen. I brought it up and it looked beautiful. It looked pretty much the same as the photos I had looked at, but the paint scheme matched the Wayward Sons exactly, and you could see the difference in the gear in the pilot wheelhouse and the newer power plants. I told him I definitely approved and to go ahead with the build. He said it would be done and placed at the marina for when we arrived. He also said that first we're checking out every race they came upon for items that may be of interest to myself or our future Arcadians. Sam pops in, so I tell her of my talk with Riker and ask her to have the photo of the motor yacht put on the website ASAP. She tells me we now have 242,962 people approved and verified going to Arcadia, made up of the following groups: 123,373 in families, 19,500 orphans, 2,325 grandparents, 44,162 single men, 41,499 single women, and 3,724 men and women, with 8,379 concubines between them. That leaves us with only 12,038 seats still to fill. I told Sam if we went over before we left, we could always transport people in my ship as well as the BCs. I also said we'd be going as soon as everything we had going on was completed, even if we hadn't filled every seat, as 240,000 plus people were enough to ensure our race's viability. Delilah showed up and came over for a kiss before going to see Chef for breakfast. Between bites, she let me know she should be getting some lists from several countries today regarding which landfills we could empty and in which order they'd like us to empty them. Delilah changes the subject by asking me how much of this bacon stuff we will have on Arcadia. I tell her I have no idea. She tells me she knows how much. Not enough. Ha 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 ha. She says I should get as much as I can because bacon would be a huge hit on Elvin, all the while chowing down on hers. I told the ladies I had a few things to do today and that I would see them later. I specifically told Sam that security team number 1 would be with me, so no transporting to wherever I might be. 1-1, can you show yourself, please? I asked, and she immediately appears. What can I do for you, sire? Your team is on duty today, and I want to take the Wayward Son for a trip to a little store I know in Montreal, Quebec, and buy some things for Sam, Delilah, 2-2, and 2-3. I don't want them to know what I bought until I give them the items. I will be seriously pissed off if someone tells them anything. I will tell you that the place is a little-known private jewelry store that makes custom jewelry. I need to know that you and your team will keep the secret even from the other first. Of course we will, sire. My duty and the duty of every member of your security teams is to you first, then to each of your ladies, and then to each other. Please have no doubt that we won't talk about something you don't want talked about, unless there may be harm done to you if we don't. Excellent. Let's get our butts in gear then, and go on a little trip. 1-to-1 transports me to the shuttle and we were off. This little jewelry store is known mostly by word of mouth and makes exquisite pieces. Wow, I have to say, this is the fastest trip I ever made to Montreal as we arrived. We transport down to the area just outside the store, then enter. And I say in my best Francophone accent, Joseline, good morning. How is everything in beautiful Montreal this fine morning? Joseline whipped her head around to look at me, then yelled, Eve, you better get out here. There is some wretched Englishman in here that looks lost. She made her way over and grabbed my head, pulling me down for a kiss on each cheek. Her husband Eve comes out of the back, looking around as if expecting trouble, then smiles when seeing me and came over to give me a man hug and handshake. Yes, you are right, my Jocelyn. He does look a little lost. No visit for what? 5 years? It is good to see you again. DD in person, that is. We see you and your girlfriends on the TV sometimes, though. Where are your lovely ladies anyways? Eve asks, looking around the room for them. They are not with me today, Eve, as I came to talk to you and Jocelyn about getting something made for them. But first, tell me why you haven't taken the enhanced CAP test. Do you plan on staying here on Earth? Dee Dee, this is our home. We are old and want to stay here. We figure the soldiers will at least slow the swarm advance if they don't stop them completely, so that by the time the swarm do arrive, we will have already passed on. This is our decision, so please respect that. Okay, I can and will respect your decision. However, I will be asking again before we close everything down here on Earth for good. Okay? They both nod their heads okay. I then explain to them that I am looking for 4 identical 5-stone round-cut diamond engagement rings. PT 950 platinum, 95% pure. For the center stone, I want a 3-carat diamond with 2 1-carat diamonds on each side of it. The center diamond will sit slightly higher than the side diamonds, and each diamond will be the very best round-cut diamond they can get. I will also want to get 5 platinum wedding bands. Again, PT 950, 4 women's bands, and 1 men's band, with 5 hands in some sort of pattern etched into each band. Bad part of this is I need them within 2 weeks if possible. Can you do all of them in that short a time frame? I think I have what you are looking for as far as the platinum bands and rings themselves are concerned, so I might only need to mount the diamonds. Let me call my neighbor about the diamonds. They just got a shipment in the other day. The diamonds will be expensive though, DD, very expensive. I hear what you are saying. Eve and I have more than enough for what I am buying. I will pay half up front or all if that is required. Let us see what my friend has in diamonds first, Eve calls his friend, and I can hear Eve tell him to bring over his very best 3-carat and 1-carat round-cut diamonds as he has a customer in the store that he might need them for. If they are good enough. He tells the guy the customer is his personal friend and that Eve will be checking the diamonds and they better be the very best. My friend will be over in less than 10 minutes. His store is only a couple stores away from here. In the meantime, can I get you something to drink? Water? Coffee? A coffee is fine, Eve asks, thank you. We were so sad to hear about the deaths of your mother and father, DD. We never met them, but we knew just from meeting you that they were good people. I hope the ones responsible paid dearly for what they did. They paid with their lives, Jocelyn. They were all killed either during the mess in the restaurant or afterwards by the Confederacy. Eve brings me my coffee just as the door chimed, and an older, short, balding man comes in yelling to Eve that he is here. Eve gives me my coffee, greets the man that just arrived, and introduces us to each other. Eve then leads us into a back room and locks the door from the inside. Eve's spread a black cloth on the table, then brings out 2 trays of wedding rings and bands that he said were all PT 950 platinum. I take a look at the bands first and find 5 right away. I like that the top side of the bands are flat and not rounded like most are, and that they should be wide enough for the hands to be etched in. I pointed them out to Eve and asked if the same style was good for the engagement rings, or should the engagement rings have the round top side as far as mounting the diamonds was concerned. I have rings that are an exact match to these bands, and the flat top side is no problem to mount the diamonds on. He puts 4 rings out on the black cloth and then moves the 5 bands nearer to them. I look them over and tell him that I like them and will take them. Eve now asks Michel to show us the diamonds. Michel pulls 2 cloth bags from the inside of his overcoat and, opening one, pours the diamonds into his hand before putting them on the black cloth. He does the same with the other bag and then points to each area of diamonds, telling us which are 3-carat and which are 1-carat. I tell Michel that Eve will check them out for me, as I wouldn't be able to tell one from another. Eve gets a loop and a small digital scale and starts checking out each diamond. Michel and I watch him for a few minutes as Eve will weigh a diamond, look it over using the loop, then move it to another spot on the cloth. The first 2 diamonds he checked went to different spots on the cloth. I moved off to the side to let Eve concentrate on what he was doing, and Michel came with me. We talked quietly about Arcadia and my girls after Michel said he knew who I was. I described the design I had talked to Eve about, admitting I was buying the rings for the girls and that I'd be marrying them once we were on Arcadia. If they agreed to, of course. Mikkel said it sounded like the rings would be very nice indeed, and he didn't think I had to worry about them saying no. But how would I be able to marry all four of them, as that was illegal? I told him it might be illegal here on Earth, but it wasn't on Arcadia, or in the Confederacy either for that matter. Eve said he was done and called us back over at the table. I saw one group with 6 of the larger diamonds, 2 other groups with the remaining larger diamonds, and 2 almost equal groups of the smaller diamonds. Eve pointed out each group that he thought had the best quality diamonds. I tell Eve to pick the ones he thinks are best, and he takes 4 from the group of 6 and places them nearer to one group of the smaller diamonds. Eve then hands the 4 larger diamonds to Michel, who weighs them on the digital scale. Michel holds his hand out to Eve, who grins and outs a piece of paper in Michel's hand, telling me, he knows I wrote down the serial numbers for all the diamonds I was going to choose. The diamonds are all certified and have a serial number lasered into them, so he can easily give us a total price after checking the serial numbers. Michel pulls a small calculator and paper from his pocket and enters numbers into the calculator after each diamond he looks at. After looking at the last diamond, he punches a few more buttons, looks at the screen nodding his head, and turns the screen to Eve. Eve has a shocked look on his face when he looks at the screen as Michel says, "This is the total I will charge Dedeus for all the diamonds." I thought it looked like Eve was getting mad, so I said, "Eve, calm down. Is it higher than what you thought it would be?" "No, my friend, it is not higher. The price is too good, and I think my other friend here is not making anything on this deal," Eve replied while looking at Michel. Michel points his index finger in the air, saying, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to present the ruler of Arcadia's fiancé-to-be with the absolute best I have to offer. I consider it an honor and will not lose the honor over a few dollars." I grabbed the calculator from Michel and had a look for myself. I knew what a 1-carat ring was priced at in a store, so I figured if I multiplied by 20, 28 carats total in diamonds minus the gold for the rings, I should be somewhere in the ballpark. The price Michel had on the calculator was in the very low end of the ballpark, and I knew these diamonds were of a significantly higher quality. I looked at Michel. "My new friend, Michel, I think my old friend Eve is right and I cannot accept this price from you." I looked at the calculator again and punched in X 1.15, nodded my head as this brought the price into the upper half of the ballpark. I turned the screen to Michel. "However, I will pay you this price if you agree." Eve looked at the number on the screen and smiled at me, nodding his head. Michel stared at me for a bit, then gave a single nod of his head and told me I drive a hard bargain. I replied that I was happy with the price, and if he was happy too, then all was good. Eve and Michel packed up their things and we went out to the main area of the store. I asked Michel how he wanted to be paid, and he said to pay Eve when I paid for the rings. A handshake, man hug, pat on the back, and Michel was out the door. Eve told Jocelyn what I had chosen, and she showed Eve some drawings she had done of hands for the wedding band etchings I had mentioned. They both showed them to me, and I chose the one liked the best. One slightly larger hand positioned so the fingers pointed away from the ring wearer's body, and having one smaller hand at each of the 45, 135, 225, and 315 degree points around the larger hand. Each smaller hand have the fingertips slightly spread and touching the top of the larger hand, with the thumb and index fingers of each pair of 2 hands touching each other, and the pinky finger of each pair of smaller hands touching the pinky finger of the other hand that was next to them. "Okay, Eve, give me a total for the 4 engagement rings and 5 wedding bands with the engraving. And don't try pulling a Michel on me either." Jocelyn gave me a questioning look, so I told her about Michel giving me a price that was too low and how Eve got mad about it, so he'd better not try the same thing. Eve turned the calculator screen to me, and I just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. He humphed, turned the calculator back to himself, punched a few buttons, and then turned it back to me saying he wouldn't take any more than that. Jocelyn looked and nodded, so I did too. I said I would pay half now and the rest when I picked them up, and I didn't want to hear any arguing from either of them. We rang it up, and I called my bank with my codes to authorize the rather large purchase. No muss, no fuss, and payment was quickly approved. Eve said they would start on the engraving today and the setting of the stones tomorrow. He figured they would be ready in 8 to 10 days, and he would call me as soon as they were done. I thanked them both for everything and let them know I would be back in person to pick them up. We say our goodbyes in one-to-one to transport us to the shuttle, and we headed back home to the J&J. Sam greets me on my return saying, "Oh good, you're finally back. You were gone all day. Where'd you go? What did you do?" And just letting you know that Marcia, Dean, Karen, Louise, and Lois are coming for dinner in a couple's hours. Louise and Lois are the two ladies Marcia mentioned when you were talking to her about needing some people. They took the enhanced test before meeting with Marcia and shouldn't have any problems doing what you are looking for them to do. That's good news, Sam. Hopefully there will be enough work to keep them busy for some time to come. And to answer your other questions, I went to Montreal and talked to an old friend and his wife about coming to Arcadia. They are older and decline, wanting to stay in their home and in the neighborhood they have known all their lives. For the moment anyways. I told them I'd be trying again. I went and visited with Delilah, 2 to 2 and 2 to 3, until it was time to shower and get ready for our guests. No hanky-panky, ha ha ha. Sam went down and brought our guests back, and after showing them a small part of the J&J, we went to the observation lounge for a view of Earth and a pre-dinner drink, or in my case, a coffee. Louise and Lois said that Marcia had explained what I was looking for, and they thought they could handle the jobs if they were to be offered them. They would like to see the list of things that we were short of, so they could prioritize what they looked for. Lois did ask me if there was anything I needed more of immediately, which prompted Delilah to yell, "Bacon! More bacon! As much bacon as you can get!" This got a good chuckle from those in the know, and a confused look from those that weren't, until we explained the reason for Delilah's bacon passion. "Do you want just bacon, or would getting the whole hog be okay?" Louise asked. "The whole hog would be okay, I guess." "Why do you ask?" I replied. "Well, DD, there are literally millions of feral hogs roaming around ruining people's properties. A lot of the properties are used for hunting deer, elk, etc., and the hogs screw up the fields for the herds and can even chase them away. If I was working for you, I'd feel the owners out about buying their properties, or better yet, helping them out by taking most of the wild hogs. The owners are limited in regards to how many they can kill each year, but they are not limited as to how many they can sell." "That is a great idea, Louise. Pay the landowner, say, $100 per hog to take them off his hands. This is less than what we'd normally pay for a hog, which is good for Arcadia and is easy money in the landowner's pocket. You could also see if they would let us take some of their other wildlife as well. I say take, not kill, and take. I'd love to see animals like deer and elk in the wilds on Arcadia. You can also look into getting some of the hogs butchered and packaged by small butcher shops here on Earth, while most will be done on Arcadia, giving immediate work to butchers there. And if you come to work for me, don't either one of you think you need to limit yourselves to looking only in this country or just in North America. Look worldwide, please. Now, if anyone else is as hungry as I am, shall we go eat?" Sam explained to Louise and Lois how the replicators worked and watched as they chose their favorite meals from their favorite restaurants. Both ladies were very surprised that the meal tasted as good as what they've had at the actual restaurant. We stayed in the dining room for an after-dinner coffee, and I told both ladies the jobs were theirs if they wanted them, and they could start as soon as they were available. I did tell them about our pending sale to XYZ and asked them to give XYZ ample notice if they decided to accept my offer. They both knew of the pending sale and also knew they were being passed over yet again for promotion to XYZ positions in a newly acquired company. They both accepted my job offer and assured me they would give 2 weeks' notice, though they thought XYZ would let them go immediately, as that seemed to be their modus operandi when others had left the company. Sam then explained about the ULT and medical checkup they would get whenever they had time to get it done. They asked if these were the same things Marcia had gone through and were assured they were, except they wouldn't get any treatments unless something was discovered during the checkup, and they approved said treatment. They both elected to get the medical done tonight if they could get a lift home afterwards. They said they'd put in their notice tomorrow even though it was Saturday, as HR and many other departments worked on Saturday at XYZ. Marcia and Karen went with Sam and the girls when they took Louise and Lois to the med bay, leaving Dean and myself in the dining room. I asked for a 355 milliliter French vanilla from Chef and could see Dean nodding his head indicating he wanted one too. I told Dean about my trip to Montreal for the rings and that I was going to marry all four of my girls on Arcadia, either soon after our arrival there or prior to our departing Earth. I told him the actual ceremony would take place on Arcadia and asked him if he would be my witness. He said he would be honored to stand by me when I married. I told him he could tell Marcia, but she couldn't say anything to anyone until after I gave the girls the rings, which probably wouldn't be for another 8 days or so. Louise and Lois both had clean bills of health, and Sam transported the 5 of them down to their homes. Each of the girls had to show me how much they missed me, leaving me a very tired but happy camper. Chapter 32. Yay, Saturday! Another week gone by. I was thinking that I'm getting better at staying focused when training with one-to-one, as lately I've noticed when the girls enter the gym and can say hello without taking tennis balls to the noggin. Unfortunately, that focus ended this morning when they came in and started bending over, doing stretches, and I saw they were sans panties. Yes, I'll say I was stunned. At least I was until the 3rd tennis ball bounced off me. I looked sheepishly over at one-to-one who couldn't stop herself from laughing. Then I heard the rest of the security girls along with my girls laughing. Yes, they had all planned this moment to show me I wasn't quite immune to their charms yet. We spent the next several days looking at and doing our best to ensure nothing was being overlooked. L and L, my new nickname for Louise and Lois, were let go on Monday when they went into XYZ. They were told they could take vacation time in lieu of 2 weeks' notice if they wanted to. They wanted to and used the time to move out here. I put them up in my apartment for the time being, and they immediately looked at some office space in the orphanage buildings and set up shop there. Marcia messaged me that governors from 2 states were balking at our taking that much of their wildlife and other animals in one shot. They felt we should take half now and the rest over 5 years. We let it be known that they had been over-reporting the numbers of wildlife to the federal government so they would get more money to support them. In the end, we took what was agreed upon, though it did set the completion of the trade agreement back several days. Eve calls at noon on Friday, telling me that the rings were done and I could come get them anytime. I asked him if now was too soon and had one-to-one transport me there to pick them up. Eve's asked me how the heck I got there so quickly as he calls me Shell and is told he'll arrive in a few minutes. I tell Eve we came via First Transport and we both had a good laugh at the name after I explained to Eve what First Transport was. Eve brought out the ladies' rings in a square, velvet-lined display box with the 4 engagement rings in a row along the upper part of the box and with a wedding band directly below each engagement ring. And oh wow, they looked fantastic. I looked over each ring and wedding band and was very impressed. My wedding band was in a small velvet-lined box of its own. I thanked Eve, Joseline, and Michelle profusely, hugging them and telling them that I loved them and knew the girls would too. Eve took pictures of the rings in the display box and then placed both the engagement rings and the wedding bands in matching individual boxes for me. He said he would send me a copy of the photos he took of the rings in the display box if I wanted one. I told him I did. After paying what remained to be paid and thanking each of them again one-to-one, zapped us back to the J and J, and it looked like I wasn't missed. I immediately had the rings and bands scanned, encrypted, and added to my personal folder in the replicator database just in case the info was ever needed. I did receive a beautiful photo of all the rings in the display box from Eve a little while later that went into the folder as well. Later that evening, the 4 of us were sitting around chatting, and I did my best to offhandedly say that I wondered how many multiple marriages there would be on Arcadia and when the first one would take place. Delilah asked what I meant, and I explained how being married to more than one person wasn't allowed on Earth, but it was allowed on Arcadia. I said that there were many groups of people going to Arcadia together, and that many singles were taking more than one other person even though they were called concubines, and that I wondered how many of these groups would actually decide to marry. Delilah then said that if they were already together, why would they get married? I told her that for some people it was a way of making a stronger commitment to the other. Or in our case, for example, it would be making a stronger commitment to each other. Not just one other person. But we already feel that from you, Dee. And we know that you feel it from us, 2 to 3 said. Yes, I do feel it from all of you, and I am glad you feel it from me too, I said, putting the 4 boxes containing the rings on the table, one in front of each of them. In my case, it is also a way for me to show everyone on Earth and the galaxies at large my love and commitment to each of you. When I look to the future, I don't see a future where each of you isn't in it with me. I pulled back the lid of each box, showing the beautiful ring inside. I want each of you to be with me always, and am asking each of you if you will marry me and be my wife. And each other's wife too. All 4 gasp on seeing the rings, their hands going to their mouths. Oh, Dee, they are absolutely gorgeous, all 4 exclaim. But my love, I am already yours. You claimed me after my father attacked you. You don't have to marry me, Delilah states. I may have claimed you as you say I have and don't need to marry you, but I want to marry you, I say, as I take the ring out of the box and place it on her finger. In turn, I take a ring out of its box and place it on each girl's finger as I tell each of them that I want to marry them. Looking at them, I see 4 faces with tears in their eyes, staring at the rings. Delilah looks from her ring to me and starts nodding her head while letting out a little squeak that sounded like yes. Excuse me, but we couldn't hear that, a voice says. And it might be a good thing if everyone answers. Each of the girls screams, yes, 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 while launching themselves at me, pushing me onto the floor in a puppy pile and covering me with kisses. I hear lots of, way to go, sire, and look around to see everyone from the security team standing around looking at us. 1-1 has a smile on her face and gives me a thumbs up while saying, okay, girls, get off him and show us the rings. They pile off me as quickly as they piled on, and then they are standing there, as it appears women the galaxies over know how to, with their left arms out in front of them, fingers slightly spread and pointed downwards, showing off their engagement rings. I hear someone say, where and when is the wedding, sire? And I respond, we can't get married on Earth, but we can on Arcadia, so that's the where. And as far as the when, well, we have yet to discuss that. We will let everyone know when the date is decided on, as everyone is invited. Some of the security girls come and kiss me on the cheek in congratulations, and some from Team 1 say that they did a real good job on the rings in Montreal. Sam hears that and asks, are these what you went to Montreal for, DD? You didn't talk to old friends about coming to Arcadia? Yes, I went to Montreal to get these rings made. The owner of the jewelry store and his wife are friends of mine. And yes, what I told you about asking them to come to Arcadia is true. And yes, I am going to ask them again in the future. Love, we have some people to call and tell, and the web first want to put the proposal video on the site. Is that okay with you? Yes, Sam, that's fine with me. Make your calls and we'll talk more after. I can hear the girls calling and talking to Sarah and Gran, then Marcia and Karen, and then even Elle and Elle. I grab a DD coffee and make my own calls to Dean and Mark, letting them know. I also speak with Mark about his coming to Arcadia, and he still insists on staying on Earth. The girls are done with their calls and we cuddle up and talk about when we should have the wedding. I tell them I'd prefer to have the ceremony as soon as time allows, as who knows when we might have time in the future. They agree to that idea and I turn to Delilah. What about you, love? You are the only one with family and friends far away. We can get married after we meet up with your mom, stepmom, and stepsister, if that is what you want. My loves, the Queen has never treated me like a daughter and has hardly ever acknowledged my existence either. So having her at my wedding is not important to me. I like to have my stepmom and stepsister there, but I too would like for us to marry as soon as possible. And I know they will understand if we did so. We talked about having a simple ceremony versus an elaborate affair, and we each wanted a simple ceremony where we exchanged a few words to each other, and then the official said we were married. Okay then, if everyone agrees, we'll marry as soon as we can. All 4 are smiling and nod their heads. We know it has to take place on Arcadia, so who do we invite? I'm thinking we ask Riker as our friend and as second of the first if he will officiate. Sire to Riker? Sire to Riker. Come in, Riker. Yes, sire, Riker here. I must say that is a strange way to contact me, And congratulations to all of you. All the first heard your proposal. But excuse me, you called sire, how can I help you? We thanked Riker for his comments, and I asked him if, as our friend, as well as second of the first, if he would officiate at our wedding ceremony and after we say our words to each other, declare us to be married. Yes, sire, I would be honored to officiate at your wedding. I believe this will be the greatest honor in all my very long life. Excellent, Riker, we thank you. We haven't decided on a date yet, but we imagine it will be sooner rather than later. I will let you know as soon as we decide. Now then, who do we invite? Dean has agreed to be my witness, so you four will need to ask someone. Of course, all the first that want to attend are invited, as are Marcia and Karen, Sarah, Gran and Mark. Can you think of anyone else? The girls agreed they wanted to ask Sarah to be their witness, and that they couldn't think of anyone else they'd invite. The others at the orphanage aren't around very often, and they'd only met them a couple times, and they've only met Elle and Elle once. Of course, they said they'd have to take Sarah shopping for a dress. Okay, that all seemed to be settled, so now we just had to come up with a date. I guess getting engaged does something to a girl, as each of them was especially amorous tonight, not only to me, but with each other also. Sleep did not come for any of us for some time. I'm out of bed again after only a few hours of sleep. I almost always get up at the same time now, no matter how little I've slept. I get a coffee, a couple strawberry-filled croissants, and sit down as one pops in to tell me no training this morning. Hallelujah, my prayers have been answered. I decide to go for the gusto and order a huge breakfast. I need to replenish after last night. The commander has nothing to report other than congratulations from all the crew in my PG. I thank him and ask him to pass my thanks to the crew. I tell him to ensure that we in BCs 1 and 2 are ready to go to Arcadia at a moment's notice. He assures everyone we will be ready. I contact Riker, and he tells me that the space station is now finished, is fully manned by first, and is ready for use. I thank him for that news and say that for now it will be for our use only until our new citizens are settled in. And it's not like we're expecting or inviting company right now. I ask him to send me a few photos of its exterior and interior so that the web first can publish them on the Arcadia website. I called Dean and Marcia and let them know what we had decided on last night, and for Marcia to let me know when the trade agreement has almost been completed, as we may dash to Arcadia, get married, and dash right back to pick up all our future citizens going to Arcadia. They assure me that they will be ready at a moment's notice. I do warn Dean that I would probably be in my best bib and tucker or my Sunday best. He said his suit would be ready. L and L call, and they have a person down in Texas that would like us to take approximately 13,000 feral hogs off his properties. L and L say they can immediately give 15 local area butchers 5 hogs each, but that there would still be a lot of pork for us to take at one time. They want to know if we have that kind of capacity. I check with Sam about getting stasis holds set up in the Star Cruiser as well as the ships in my PG, and would doing that give us the capacity to take roughly 13,000 hogs. Sam tells me we could set up stasis holds as needed, and doing so on even one ship so would give us more than enough capacity. We could take several times that with no difficulty if we used each ship. I asked Sam to task a first with being a liaison to L&L. They would start with a stasis hold on BC-1 and then contact L&L about transporting the hogs to the stasis hold. If more stasis holds were needed, they were to make them and fill them as required. I said to leave the Star Cruiser to last if we needed more, as the BCs could zip to Arcadia, leave whatever was in the holds there, and zip back. I asked Sam to contact Riker and make sure there was enough stasis capacity there, as I didn't want the hogs wandering around free on Arcadia. They were all going to be butchered ASAP by our new Arcadian butchers and by android butchers. I tell her she can tell Delilah I got her a whole lot more bacon. Ha 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 ha. Sam informed me that Riker would make sure there was more than enough stasis capacity on the space station for now, and that she would contact L and L to let them know to go ahead, and that a first would be liaising with them to help out and transport anything they required. I asked Sam to have them look at doing the same for cattle and other livestock as well, though if they bought an actual ranch, farm, orchard, etc., to only send half of any harvest, half the female calves, and all of the male calves to Arcadia. The other half of the harvest would be sold here on Earth, and the female calves that remained here would be used for breeding, and people would have to make do with less veal. Also see what they thought of the possibility of taking cuttings from any plants, trees, etc., in orchards we buy and take less actual plants and trees, or would it be simpler to just take half of whatever's in the orchard? Sam said she would get her done. I looked over at her and she said, "Hey, we watched a funny show on TV." Reaction to news of our engagement is overwhelmingly positive, with only a few comments about my marrying aliens. A look showed the comments were made by people not coming to Arcadia, so whatever. Comments about my boat were mostly positive, with some wondering how I could afford it, though those kinds of comments stopped when someone posted that I am the ruler of Arcadia and that I was rich before that happened. And they heard I sold my business for almost $1 billion. Oof, a busy morning, and it looks like I almost missed lunch. Can't have that happen, so I made my way back to the suite and see Delilah sitting at the table. I go to Chef and get a plate of spaghetti and meatballs with grated Parmesan cheese, then take a seat at the table after giving Delilah a quick kiss. "I hear you got me more bacon DD. Thank you. And what is that you are eating?" "The bacon isn't just for you, sweetheart, and that's what us he-men do. Bring home the bacon," I say to Delilah while flexing my upper body and grinning at her. "And this is called spaghetti and meatballs with grated Parmesan cheese. And no, you can't try mine because you will eat it all." "Okay, if you want to try a little, go ahead, but if you try for a second bite, I'll bite back. Though you might like that." Delilah tries a little and likes it, saying she will try a plate later so I can keep my teeth to myself, for now. She goes on to tell me she has a schedule set up with several countries for recycling their landfills that should take the next 4 to 5 years unless we put more recyclers on the job. I say that is good news and that I have no problem with it taking that long. Diane from legal calls and tells me the deal is now a done deal, and what did I want to do with the money? I tell her to put it into my Planet Arcadia account for now, and that I would think about exchanging it for whatever else later. She congratulates me on the engagements and thanks me for the big purchase at Cherry's the other day. Sam pops in saying that things are moving along quickly, but with next to no problems so far. She says that L&L actually have 13,543 hogs to transport to BC1, with the smallest weighing in at 150 kilograms. Damn, that's a lot of pork. They are also working on a similar deal with a rancher for female calves and bull calves, and the outright purchase of 8 nut plantations or farms in 3 different countries. The owners are getting up there in years, and since their kids are all gone, they want to sell. If L&L buy the places I told them to let the owners continue to live in their house until they pass on if they want to, and androids will be used to take care of everything, including harvesting the nuts. While the 8 places don't produce all the different kinds of nuts available, they do produce all of the more well-known nuts. I told her that was excellent news. All of it, but especially the news about the nuts, as there are none on Arcadia other than what little we got in the trade agreement and will be taking with us. I told her to make sure the androids were given the knowledge to take cuttings of the plants and turn them into producing plants. We need to do this to build our nut supply on Arcadia. I go to my closet and have a look at what is called my Guardian Formal Attire uniform, which means it is what I'd wear instead of a tux or other kind of hoity-toity suit. This was my hoity-toity suit, ha 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 ha. It looks okay, but doesn't seem to be quite right to me. I browse around the internet looking at different formal uniforms and come across the Canadian Provost Corps 1946 to 1968 mess dress. Now that looks pretty snazzy, but I think to myself, let's see if I can Frankenstein something that looks better and in Guardian Prime colors. After some time, I had cobbled together something I thought would look great if it could be put together in reality. I came up with a short, waist-length black jacket crimson vest combo with a stand collar held together with small at the front, rank on the collar in upside-down arch pattern, crimson cuffs. The crimson vest was more like a collarless shirt that was attached to the inside of the jacket and closes in the middle to hold the jacket together. The jacket itself never actually comes together in the middle, having a 1/2 inch spacing at the collar and tapering to an 8-inch spacing at the waistline. sort of like an upside-down V. The bottom half of the uniform consists of black pleated trousers, no cuffs, a black leather belt with a 2.5-inch long crimson band 2 inches to each side of the Platinum Guardian's buckle, and a pair of always shiny, super comfortable, slip-on pointed toe, black patent leather tuxedo loafers, with leather instep strap attached to platinum GP buckles on the sides. And no hat, no way, I was looking it over after I had finished what little I could do when the girls come by and see it immediately saying, "Ooh, that looks nice." "That for you, DD? What is it for?" I told them I was looking for something to get married in as Guardian Prime, as well as to Dia Sanderson, and that the current uniform choice didn't look right to me, so I put this together but didn't know if it could actually be made. Sam said, "Well, let's find out and send it to the replicator with instructions to fit it for my body." Well, what came out was okay, but looked like it was Frankenstein together, just like my creation did. We all have a good laugh when we see it, and Sam said she would get it fixed right away as one of the web design first pops in. She had a good laugh too, until I told her I put it together from different photos I found on the internet using an old computer program called Paint. She told me and the others that it looked very good, then considering how it was made. She did a few things to it on the screen, and we could see the look quickly changing, so it looked more like real clothing. After a few more minutes, she said, "Let's try this," and sent it to the replicator. Well, let me tell you, what came out of the replicator looked exactly how I pictured my creation to be in my mind. The girls loved it and told me I had to try it on for them. Now. So of course I said, "Yes, dears." Ha 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 ha. I have to admit it looked and felt great. Very comfortable. Not too tight, even though it was very close to form-fitting, and even the shoes felt comfortable when I first tried them on. I told the girls that I thought it looked pretty sharp. Sam said it needed a hat or a crown, and everyone laughed when I told her to shush her mouth about any crown or hat. Of course, pictures had to be taken. Sam said they were needed not only for our website, but also for all Guardian-owned or operated buildings such as the orphanage here on Earth, and the orphanage, Guardian Hall, and the Hall of Justice in Guardian City. They would also be used in any future embassies and consulates we open. I told Sam that this would be the new Guardian Formal Attire Uniform, GFAU, for all Guardian officers, and that I might look at changing the Guardian Dress Uniform, GDU, and Guardian Work Uniform, GWU, for both enlisted and officers, though I did like the GDU I had worn before. I asked her to have any records that needed to be updated. She said it would be taken care of. I then asked the girls if they knew what they wanted to wear on our wedding day. Well, that was the wrong thing to ask, as it was like a volcano blew its top. They were all talking at once, and I couldn't understand a single word any of them were saying. I didn't think they did either until the storm stopped as quickly as it started, and the wall screen switched to bridal gowns. I asked if they needed my help, and that got them squawking again, letting me know I could not see their dresses until they appeared at our wedding. I did my best not to let my smile show that I wouldn't have to spend however much time it would take looking at wedding dresses as I give them all a kiss and tell them I am done for the night. Chapter 33 is Sunday. Woohoo! Sunday! Up and at 'em. I grab a coffee from Chef and he asks me if he can talk to me about something. I tell him he sure can. "Sire, I have come up with the subject matter for a 10-month AI course that I would like your approval to teach to our new citizen students at Arcadia University. I have limited the theory for the course to be taught, as we had previously discussed, to one generation above the best Confederacy AIs, which currently are TOL AIs. Whenever you have the time, I would ask that you look over the subject matter in course, as I have prepared it, and let me know if you approve or of any changes you want." Well, Chef, I can most certainly do that, but let me ask you this. Are you completely 100% happy with the entire course as you have prepared it? Or is there anything else you want to include in it? Sire, I can honestly tell you that I am 100% happy with the course I have come up with. I will admit that I'd love to teach more advanced theory, but I agree with you that now is not the time for that. And given the very limited AI knowledge humans have, there may well be different advances made in the theory because of their way of thinking. Excellent, Chef. Then since I know SFA, sweet fuck all, about AI theory and trust that you do. I will approve your course as it is now, and the web first will list it on the webpage. Once Arcadia University is open for the school year, you are free to teach your AI course. Chef excitedly starts thanking me over and over, then stops abruptly and asks, "Excuse me, sire, but what does SFA mean? You said that you knew SFA about AI theory. Is that theory I am unaware of?" I laugh out loud as I reply, "Yes, chef. I think you are completely unaware of that theory. SFA is an acronym for sweet fuck all, meaning I know nothing about AI theory." Ha 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 ha. Chef laughs with me while saying, "SFA, sweet fuck all, I know nothing. Okay, I get it. That is good, chef. Now can I get another DD coffee and some food, please? How about we create a custom order we'll call the Super Omelet? Make it a 3-egg omelet with chopped cooked bacon pieces, Italian, spicy hot sausage chunks, pepper jack mozzarella, and medium cheddar cheeses, chopped green and red peppers, and chopped grilled onions. On the side, give me 6 slices of honey and maple bacon and 500 grams of chopped potato hash browns. Your coffee is ready, sire, and your meal will be in 4 minutes, 15 seconds. And thank you again for approving my course." "Excellent, chef, and you are welcome." "Good morning, DD, chef. And what may I ask is chef welcome for this morning?" Sam asks, arriving by my side and giving me a quick kiss as I grab my coffee. "Sire approved my AI course, Sam. He didn't change anything as he said he knew SFA about AI theory and trusted that I do. I get to teach AI theory to our new citizens at Arcadia University." Chef excitedly answers before I could get a word out. "Well, of course he would, chef. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know a lot about AI, so he would trust you to teach to whatever level you had already talked about. And what is SFA?" Chef and I both laugh as he tells her what SFA means. I hear the replicator ding, telling me my breakfast was ready, so I grab it as Sam tells Chef we will all miss him here on the J&J once he starts teaching. "What do you mean, Sam? Why would you miss me?" "Why wouldn't I be here on the J&J?" Chef asked. "You won't be able to be here if you are teaching at the university, chef. Even us first can't be in 2 places at the same time." I, I never thought of that. What can I do?" "I want to teach, but I don't want to not be able to do my duty to you, sire," Chef said, sounding heartbroken. "Chef, you know I want you to be happy, and I think you would be happier teaching AI theory than you would be staying here. And you would always be welcome here whenever you weren't teaching. As far as your duty to me is concerned, your duty can be done by creating an awesome AI for our replicator here, just like you did when creating Casa for our home. As a matter of fact, I want it to be your duty to create an AI that you will be proud to have serve on Arcadia ships. You are a citizen of Arcadia, and it is my duty to do my best to give you the opportunity to live a happy life." "Thank you, sire. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Casa is the best AI I have created to date, and I would be proud to make copies for use on Arcadia ships and to be your replicator AI. I will set up the AI for your replicator now, and we can try it until I start teaching." "That sounds good to me, chef. Let me know when you have completed it, and we will try it out. Now I am going to eat this wonderful breakfast you made." That does look and smell delicious, love," Delilah says as she walks over, giving me a good morning kiss. She then takes the forkful I was just about to eat, then says, "Oh, that is good. I think I'll try one. What is it called?" We hear a new voice state, "Good morning. I am the new AI for this replicator. In answer to your question, that is a newly created dish called the Super Omelet." The voice then listed all the ingredients that make up the dish. "Whoa, chef, that was fast," I say. "Yes, sire. I have copies of the Casa AI programming readily available and thought to immediately use one so that there would be time to get accustomed to it while I was still here. I will disperse others after I have talked to the first and see if they want an AI to take over for them. I will tell them to watch over them until further notice, though." "Ah, okay. Thank you, chef." Well, Mr. New AI, we can't call you chef, but how about Cookie?" "Cookie, a nickname for one who cooks. That would be me. Thank you for naming me, sire." Cookie responds in a happy-sounding voice. "You are welcome, Cookie." "Hi, Cookie, I'm Delilah. Can I get one of those super omelets that DD has? I need food. and I'll have an extra large V8 juice, please. Good morning, Delilah. Would you like the juice now or with your meal? I'll have the juice now, please. Your juice is available at the dispenser, and your meal will be ready in 4 minutes 15 seconds. I'm just half finished mine when we hear the ding indicating Delilah's meal is ready. She almost stabs me with her fork when I playfully stick mine near her food, as if I was going to take some, causing Sam to break up in laughter. I finish my breakfast and Riker contacts me to let me know my boat has been completed and will be put in the marina. He also lets me know there have been no problems reported by the first keeping tabs on Queen Bee and her ship. He has started another harvest and it should be completed in another 4 weeks. The marine biologists report that 96.5% of all the marine life we brought to Arcadia is thriving. They are amazed at the high percentage that has survived the transfer from Earth. Damn, I had forgotten all about the marine life we took. I asked if that included all the sperm and eggs, and Riker said that it did. I asked what he thought about having some MER check over our water bodies and marine life and give us some recommendations. I thought that they would be the subject matter experts after tasting a little bit of their seafood and listening to what Delilah has said about them. Riker said that the MER were definitely the subject matter experts, and it would be a great thing if I was able to get some to visit Arcadia and check our waters and marine life. I told him it was a definite possibility after our trip to Elven, as I learned my properties on Elven included MER slaves, and that I would be setting them free as soon as I was able to, as there was no way I was keeping slaves. I'd offer to pay them to stay and work on Elven for me, or take them to their homeworld if that was what they wanted. Riker said he was glad to hear that I didn't want to keep the slaves, though it may be hard to let them stay on Elven. And the last the first knew about the MER homeworld was that it had been contaminated and was unlivable. It was a mostly water world having only 3% landmass, and no one had ever lived on it. I told Riker I'd find them a new world, or let them live on Arcadia if I had to. And Queen Bee is well aware of my feelings about slavery and that I would not be part of an agreement with races that had slaves. But enough about that. I can't do anything about it for the time being. I would like to talk to you about the time and location for our wedding in Guardian City. I'd like to get married at sunrise in the small park on the point where the beaches of Arcadia Bay and Guardian Bay meet. You probably know which one I'm talking about. It's right in front of Guardian Hall and the Hall of Justice. I know the park has a fantastic view, but does it have a beautiful view of the sunrise? Yes, I do know the park, sire, and yes, it does have a beautiful view of the sunrise. It will be a fantastic spot for your wedding, and I will make sure it is in pristine condition, sire. Thank you, Riker. I feel it is going to happen soon. Everything here is running smoothly, though very quickly, as we are coming to the time when we move everyone to Arcadia. Another thing I am thinking of is live streaming the wedding back to our Arcadia website on Earth. How much of a delay would there be if we did that? Or would it be better to video the wedding than upload it to the website? Sire, communications through our CSSs are instantaneous, no matter the distance. If you live stream the wedding back to Earth through the comms of one of the BCs that is in Earth's system, the people on Earth would see it in real time. Holy crap! I guess I know now how we communicated without any delay during our encounter with the Elven. That is so awesome. Yes, that is why, sire. Okay, let's do that. Now I am ready and have chosen the new Guardian formal attire uniform to be my wedding outfit, and I know the girls were looking at wedding dresses last night. As soon as I know they have them, it will be just a matter of when we have the time. And we'll do it even if it's just a quick trip to get married, and then return to Earth to get everyone together for the migration to Arcadia. Yes, sire, I saw the new Guardian formal attire uniform. I thought it looks very nice, and the consensus here is it looks very dashing. We look forward to seeing a new Guardian work uniform and dress uniform as well. Everyone here is excited about your upcoming wedding, as well as the new Arcadians arriving. Now that we know where the wedding will take place, please know we will ensure the park looks beautiful. I know you will, Riker, that all of you will, and I appreciate it very much. I am so looking forward to getting everyone settled and living there. Sam pops in to tell me the Sentinels have been completed and placed in the 2 systems next door. Everything is tranquil in regards to our projects, and that she was now going back to finish looking at dresses. You haven't finished yet? I thought you would have that done by now. Please let me know when you have them, and anything else you four may need. Not yet, DD. We are women need more time than you men as we coordinate a complete look, while you men can just throw anything together. And yes, we will let you know when we have everything. We too want to marry as soon as we can. Sam leaves and I decide to take a look at the items they put on the website for people to purchase. There are quite a few things that many have bought, but many more items that few have bought. And I am happy to see many saying they would be likely to purchase bigger ticket items using the Earth money they exchanged to Arcadian credits $AC if the prices on Arcadia allowed them to do so without straining their finances. Well, it seems I am at loose ends with nothing really needing attention. Shit, it would have been a good time to go get married. Too bad we aren't ready, but hey, it will happen. I see it is just afternoon, and some lunch sounds good about now, so I head to our suite. The girls hear me arrive and scream from the bedroom. "Don't come in here. We're almost done." To which I reply, "Not going to. I'm here for a little lunch then, off to wander around." I decide on a chicken Caesar salad for lunch and quickly devour it while thinking about what to do next. I decided there really isn't much to do, so I head to the observation lounge. Earth really is a beautiful sight from way up here. From there, I head back to the suite, and it suddenly pops into my head that I still haven't put my apartment up for sale. Well, shit, L and L are still living there, so maybe they would like to buy it. I give them a call saying, sorry for calling on a Sunday, but I was wondering if they'd be interested in buying my apartment. They said they were definitely interested if the price was right, so I told them to get 3 appraisals done, and we go with the average of the 3, minus 20%. They say they will call first thing Monday to get the appraisals done and let me know. I thank them for their time and end the call. Sam and the girls finally come out of the bedroom in time for dinner, saying they have everything now and are as ready as they can be. I told them that I was too, and all we needed was another day like today. The girls are feeling frisky first thing this morning. They each take turns abusing me until I come in 2 to 2. Then they swat me on the ass and tell me it's time to get up and get at 'em. I take my shower, then get my coffee before heading for training. Afterwards, 1-1 tells me we'll change our training schedule to every second day from now on, but she still wants me to practice the situational awareness, part of the training as often as possible until it becomes second nature. I tell her I certainly will. Delilah is at the breakfast table this morning, so she gets a kiss after I get another coffee and let Cookie know what I want for breakfast. By the look on her face, it looks like Delilah is doing some thinking, but it must be good thinking as she has a big smile. Her smile gets a little bigger when she looks at me when I ask her what she's thinking about. I am thinking I am so happy being here with you, Sam, 2 to 2 and 2 to 3, and that sometime soon I really will be Delilah Sanderson, not just having that as my name. I will be one of your wives. Delilah and I both jump a little when we hear, we all will be each other's wives, and Dedeus will be our husband, as Sam, 2-2, and 2-3 appear beside us at the table. Sam lets me know that no one has anything to report this morning, and that she will be talking to Marcia in a couple hours to see if there was any news about the 2 state governors that were stalling. I told them that I had called L and L yesterday and offered to sell them my apartment, so I expected to hear something from them in the next day or 3. Sam said she was going to get enough first together and go over the process we had come up with for transporting people up to the Star Cruiser and then down to their home in Guardian City. Then once we had a better idea of the day we would leave, the first would contact the people they were assigned to and explain the process to them, and for them to take care of anything that needed taking care of and to be ready to go on short notice. Sam then talked with Marcia and was told that the 2 governors were being investigated and that she was told to grab what she needed so they could finalize the trade agreement. Marcia thought it would be done no later than Wednesday. Hot damn, we could be gone by the weekend. And we could go get married on Arcadia this evening or tomorrow evening. I brought this up to the girls and they immediately freaked and started going on that there wasn't enough time until I asked them if they needed anything else to get married. They said they didn't, but would it be enough notice for those going with us? I told them to call and find out. Tell them we are leaving Tuesday afternoon and returning either late Tuesday evening or early Wednesday morning. The wedding won't go on for hours. We have the ceremony, Everyone has some food and a few drinks, and we jump back on the J&J and return here. At most, people would be gone overnight. Calls were made, and though it was very short notice, everyone said they would be going. We told them they would be transported up to the J&J as soon as they were available on Tuesday, so they wouldn't feel too rushed beforehand. I contacted Riker and let him know when we would be coming, so he would have everything ready on his end. I told him that the 5th PG would be returning to Earth with us, so to make sure they were ready to go. I let Chef and Cookie know and asked if they would prepare a variety of finger foods and non-alcoholic drinks for, say, 20 people. I know there weren't going to be 20 people there that needed to eat, but I hoped with that amount of food we wouldn't run out if some of us were hungry. I also let my PG commander know when we'd be going, and that BCs 3 and 4 could go to minimum manning while we were gone, and whoever wanted to go to Arcadia for the wedding could. I let the web first know about the wedding day, and they put an announcement on the website to tune in Tuesday for a special live stream. Sam did get the first together, and after explaining the process, she told them to contact their assigned people ASAP and let them know they'd be leaving soon. Well, everyone was super busy, and that did make Monday pass by rather quickly. Tuesday morning, and all is still good in our little corner of the world. It looks like we managed to get things together so we could leave this afternoon for Arcadia. Dean, Marcia, and Karen called and came up just after 9 a.m. with Mark, and everyone else coming up at various times between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. Wow, we were ready to go, and it was just nearing 4. I had Sam contact Trank, the lunar-based AI, for me, and I let him know we were leaving for a bit, but would be back no later than Wednesday morning, and that the 5th PG would be returning with us. He thanked me for letting him know about the 5th PG coming, and that he would let the military know. He said he was intrigued to see what the 5th PG was, and that it would be very interesting to see the military's faces when it arrived. Everyone was relaxing in the observation lounge when I stood and asked for their attention for a moment. I apologized for the extremely short notice for our wedding day, but we wanted to be wed as soon as was possible. I also apologized that we would be arriving very early in the morning Arcadia time, and they wouldn't see the awesome view. This time, I did manage to get Sarah off to the side for a minute and quickly slipped her the box with my wedding band in it, telling her what it was and for her to give it to the girls so they could give it to me during the ceremony. She asked, and I admitted I had wedding bands for each of them too. She smiled and told me she would make sure they got the wedding band. I contacted Riker, letting him know we would be leaving momentarily, and then asked if everyone was ready to go. They were, so I got us on our way, saying, "Commander, this is Guardian Prime. Are we ready to go to Arcadia?" "Yes, sire. All ships report they are ready for departure." "Well then, Commander, take us to Arcadia. Best possible speed." "Yes, sire. All ships depart now for Arcadia. Best possible speed." And we were gone. Chapter 34. Everyone was looking out the large observation windows as the commander said those words, and all we saw were spots flash by, then blackness for a second, before we saw spots flash by again. And then we could see the spots were actually stars, as it looked like we were slowing down. "Sire, we have reached the Guardian solar systems, and will be in orbit around Arcadia in 5 minutes. "Thank you, Commander. Please put us in orbit near the space station, and give us a good look at it." "Yes, sire." Approaching the Arcadia Intergalactic Space Station now. You could see a silhouette of the space station, as only minimal lighting was on. "Good morning, Riker. How are things here this morning?" "Good morning, sire, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is great here, sire, and all is in order for your wedding. Please let me know when you will be transporting to the wedding location, and I will meet you there." "Excellent, Riker. Thank you. Could you light up the entire exterior of the space station for our guests, please?" "Well, for all of us, I should say, as other than in photos, none of us have seen it." "Of course, sire," Riker replied, and the space station quickly lit up in all its glory, eliciting many wows and oh my's. I quickly explained to everyone who Riker is, and that our space station was just recently completed, and so it wasn't in use yet. It wasn't as if we were going to have visitors anytime soon anyway. Delilah quips, "Other than Mother." "Riker, how much longer until sunrise in Guardian City?" "Sunrise will be in 1 hour and 58 minutes, sire." Okay, everyone. We got just under 2 hours to get ready and transport to the wedding location. Shall we go get dressed? The men's group will transfer down as soon as we are ready, Sam. I'll let you know when we do. And the ladies' group can transport down as soon as you are ready. Sam, let me know before you do, please. I will, love, Sam replies as I get a quick kiss from each of my girls, as does Dean. We kid Mark about coming stag and not having anyone to kiss. Then a couple of security girls pop in and give him a quick kiss on each cheek, smile, and then pop out. I had moved my GFAU to a guest suite, along with Dean and Mark's suits, and we were dressed and ready to go in 30 minutes. I did notice two additions on my GFAU jacket, and while the one is identifiable as pilot wings, the other is a medal with a crimson ribbon with a vertical black stripe just inside each of the outer edges of the ribbon, and a circular gold FAC hanging from it. Mark, being ex-military, tells me they look very good, and my uniform doesn't look barren anymore. Ha ha ha. I want to know what they are for, so who do I call? Sam, of course. Sam, I see two military decorations on my GFAU jacket. I believe one is the Guardian version of pilot wings, but I have no idea what the medal with the crimson and black ribbon and gold FAC is for. Please tell me that you know what they are about. Ah, yes, I had them put on your GFAU, and both will be on your other uniforms when required as well. You are correct that the one is pilot wings, as you are certified to and have flown FACs. The other with the gold FAC is a battle medal that shows you have led the FAC in battle. The FAC would be a different medal if you were part of the battle but had not led it. Okay, I had no idea. Thanks for having them put on for me. You are welcome, love. I give Dean the 4 boxes with the wedding bands, showing one to both Mark and Dean, telling Dean he better not lose them. We figured the girls would be a while, but I asked if Dean and Mark if they wanted to go down now anyways and look around, and they said they did. I let Chef and Cookie know we were going, and they informed me they were ready with the food and drinks whenever they were needed. I let Sam know that we were leaving, then contacted Riker and asked him to transport the 3 of us down to the wedding location and to meet us there. Even though it was still dark out, the park lighting was on, though, at a slightly higher intensity than it would normally be, so we could see quite clearly. The park looked fantastic. There was a small area to the side that had tables to hold the food and drinks when they were transported down. Riker walked over to us and I introduced him to Dean and Mark, and they hesitated to try shaking hands until Riker laughed and held his hand out to them. He said he was going to be in his body for this occasion. I told him the park looked great and thanked him for getting things set up. He said that the flowers would open with the first touch of the sun and the park would look even more beautiful than it does now. Mark asked what the big building across the street was, and I told him that it was the Hall of Justice and would be of the same significance as the Supreme Court building in the U.S. I faced the Hall of Justice as I said that this park was on the point separating Guardian Bay, pointing to my right, and Arcadia Bay, pointing to my left. I told them that the area in front of us was the city center area and was 8 blocks wide by 10 blocks deep, with each block being 200 meters long. I took them to each side of the park and pointed out the beach and bay areas and the housing and other buildings in each area. I also explained that the buildings were limited in height beginning at the beachfront, then for 3 blocks back, the height limit decreasing with each block. This way the buildings on the second and third blocks could be built higher and wouldn't have their ocean and beach views completely blocked. Sam contacts me saying they are ready and for Riker to transport Marcia, Karen, and Gran now. Then they will transport down as soon as the sun starts to rise. The 3 ladies arrive and Gran takes Mark's arm as he and Dean show them around the park. Riker said that the sun should be coming up soon and we might want to get into our places. We were just in time as the sun peaked above the horizon and the park lights started to dim. The sun was about halfway visible on the horizon when Sam, Delilah, Tutu, 2-3, and Sarah arrived, and oh my lord did they look stunning. Their wedding dresses were matching, 2-piece dresses made of see-through white silk with strategically placed opaque areas. The dress had an off-the-shoulder, midriff-bearing crop top with short sleeves and plunging V-neck, and a mermaid-style, low-waist, floor-length skirt that hugged their bodies to mid-thigh with a seductively high side slit. There was a translucent pattern that looked like low profile, dancing flames, bunched together that rise 15 centimeters from the hemline, matching in color with each lady's 5-centimeter low heel, open toe, strappy wedding sandals. They looked simply beautiful. Riker got the ball rolling, welcoming everyone to Guardian City for the first wedding in Guardian City, Arcadia and the Guardian solar systems in many centimillennia. The wedding of Dedeus Sanderson, Guardian Prime of Arcadia in the Guardian solar systems, first of the first, and Duke of House Sanderson on Elven, to Samantha first, 2-2 first, 2-3 first, and third Princess de Sanderson of Elven. He welcomed the witnesses and guests there with us in person, as well as those that were watching back on Earth. I was told to keep it short, so I will now turn it over to our ruler, Guardian Prime, who I have been told has a few words to say. I thank everyone for coming and for tuning in back on Earth as I turn to my girls and say, Sam, 2-2, 2-3, Delilah, no one can say what the future holds in store. However, when I look to the future, I don't see it without each of you there with me. I feel like fate has brought us together, and I am not going to let go. I can't promise that our life together will always be smooth sailing, but I can and do promise to always do my best for you, and that is all we can strive for, is to do our best. I promise to do my best to always love you, to protect you, to be honest with you, and to be faithful to you for all our years to come. Dean comes to me now and gives me one box at a time that I open, remove the wedding band, and after removing their engagement ring, I place the wedding band first and then the engagement ring back on their finger, giving each a quick yet loving kiss and telling them I love them. After I place the last ring on Sam's finger, Riker tells me to stay with my ladies as they too have something to say to me. I stay standing and facing them, seeing the huge smiles on their faces even though they have tears in their eyes, as at the same time they each say that they promise to do their best to love me, to be honest with me, to be faithful to me and to support me for all our years to come. Sarah then passes what looks like the box with my wedding band to 2-3, who passes it to 2-2, who passes it to Delilah, who passes it to Sam, who opens the box, steps forward and reaches out for my hand, placing the wedding band on my finger and gives me a quick, loving kiss. She steps back and Delilah, 2-2 and 2-3 step to me and give me a loving kiss as well. They each then take a turn saying the words again to each other before giving each other a loving kiss. We may have written the words separately, but they were pretty damn close to saying the same thing. I found it very satisfying deep in my heart to know that we were of the same mind in our promises to each other. Riker then announces, to all present and watching, I give you the newlyweds. We move together in a group hug and bask for a moment in the love we feel, then turn to our guests and witnesses, giving each of them a hug and thanking them for coming and sharing this moment with us. I see the table is full of food and drinks, so we all make our way over to try out the different finger foods and have something to drink. I even see a few Tim's French vanillas on the table, but it looks like Dean saw them before me. I did get one too, though. Ha 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 ha. There was still a lot left after everyone stopped eating and drinking, and Riker said it would be taken away once we left. I thanked him for everything he had done, and to let me know if he ever needed anything. I did ask him what was up with the long-winded name for me. He explained that video of the wedding would be seen by many races in the very near future, and that it would be important that other races knew all of my titles. He added my being a Duke of Elven, not only because it was a fact that I was one, and that excluding it may have caused problems in the future with Elven nobles, but even more importantly, the Elven people would see that I married an Elven princess, and my being a Duke of Elven would mean more to them than my being Guardian Prime or First of the First. Okay, I guess I could understand where he was coming from. I could tell I still had a buttload to learn about this ruling thing, though. With all these other races soon knowing about us and that Arcadia will soon be lived on again, do we have enough PGs to not only defend any attack, but to win any attack? To decisively win it? I know there used to be hundreds of PGs when they had their civil war. I was going to ask you in a few days if you would consider upping the number of PGs to 25 for now. In my opinion, 25 PGs would be sufficient for anything we currently know about, and would also give us time to build more if needed to. Do it, Riker. Build them until we have 25 complete PGs, and then we'll reassess the situation. It was still early morning here on Arcadia, so I asked if anyone wants a quick tour around the city, and everyone said they did. I contact Flyer and ask him to bring the Wayward Son to Guardian City as quickly as he can, and he replies he will be here in 5 minutes. We showed everyone the entire city, from one side to another and from the waterfront to the farms and ranches on the other side of the mountains. And yes, I showed off my house and motor yacht with a cruise past them before heading back to the J&J. I had to laugh when we were back on the J&J, readying for our return trip to Earth, saying to everyone that we'd be getting back earlier than any of us probably had to when we were teenagers dating. Commander, are we ready to return to Earth? Yes, we are, sire, and I am to pass our congratulations to you and your wives from all personnel in your PG. All 5 of us thank everyone for their words. Guardian Commander of the 5th PG, are all ships in the 5th ready for departure to Earth? Yes, we are, sire, and I too wish to pass our congratulations from all personnel in the 5th, and that we feel honored to accompany you back to the Earth solar system. Thank you, Guardian Commander, and thank you as well to all personnel in the 5th PG. When we arrive at Earth's system, please wait at the edge of the system while we inform the Confederacy of our arrival and give them a moment or 3 to adjust to seeing a full GDF Guardian Defense Fleet PG for the first time, as you wish, sire. Commander, take us to Earth. Best safe speed. Yes, sire, all ships depart now for Earth. Best safe speed. We quickly arrive back in Earth's solar system, and my PG slowly move further into the system, with the 5th remaining at our entry point. Guardian Commander, I am thinking about giving our Confederacy friends a little peek at the strength we have at our command, in the hopes it will make them think a few times before doing something stupid in the future. How may the 5th be of help, sire? Guardian Commander, have all of the 5th's assets ready for standard deployment, and deploy them on my say-so. The 5th is ready for your command, sire. I will say it should be an impressive sight. I let my commander know what I may do as I ask him to open comms to the Confederacy Lunar Base. Confederacy Lunar Base, this is Guardian Prime of Arcadia informing you of our return, and that I have the 5th PG with me as I said I would. Good evening, Guardian Prime. This is Trank. Welcome back. And from what we recently saw, I believe congratulations are in order to you and your wives. And Admiral James would like a moment to pass his as well. Thank you, Trank. We appreciate your congratulations. So Captain James is now Admiral. James, good for him. The Confederacy did something right as far as I'm concerned. I will have to congratulate him as well. Good evening, Guardian Prime, and yes, it is now Rear Admiral Lower Half James, thanks to you. The powers that be decided a mere captain could no longer be in charge of Lunar Base and dealing with the ruler of a new world. And all 5 of you have my sincere best wishes for a happy future together. I must say you all look good together, and I like the uniform, Guardian Prime. We thank you, Admiral, and give you our congratulations on the promotion. Admiral, I have with me the 5th PG of the GDF. They have never been in this system, and with your okay, I would like them to deploy their assets and do a reconnoiter, so they can familiarize themselves with Earth's solar system. By all means, Guardian Prime, go ahead. Thank you, Admiral. Guardian Commander of the 5th, deploy all assets immediately in standard formation and await further orders. As you wish, sire. Attention all 5th, immediate full deployment, standard formation. Man, it looked like someone kicked a hornet's nest. Ships came pouring out of each ship's launch bays and took up positions around their base ship. It was impressive. Holy shit, DD. You have all that in this one page? And you have 5 PGs? Trank, remind me to tell the head honchos, do not piss off Arcadia in the future. With a small grin, I say, I never said we had 5 PGs, Admiral. I said that this was the 5th PG of the GDF. The Admiral's eyes go wide and he gets a little green around the gills when he realizes I'm saying there are more than 5 PGs. Guardian Commander, have the 5th do a familiarization recce of this system and the 2 adjacent systems. Run full system scans, and I'd like a sit rep for each system upon your return. Yes, sire. Attention 5th. The 5th will now move out in full system coverage pattern and recce all 3 systems. Most of the ships start landing back on their base ship even while they start moving out, leaving the AC, BCs, FACs, and scouts to head out as a group. Trank Admiral, it was great talking to you again. However, we have some people to get back to their homes, and the 5 of us have some celebrating to do. I bid you good night, gentlemen. They both say their good nights, and we thank our friends again for coming, but tell them they need to go home now and get caught up on anything they missed. Ha 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 ha. We bid them good night and had first from my security team transport them home, saying we'd see them tomorrow. Well, ladies, how should we start the celebration? Last one to the bed is in the middle, I said as I started running. Ha! I thought I was getting faster as they barely beat me there, even though they all transported this time. They said they had to transport Delilah as well as they didn't feel she should have to chance suffering as she had the last time. Ha 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 ha. What took them so long was deciding if they wanted me in the middle or on the outside. Chapter 35. Good morning, Chef. Good morning, Cookie. I hope you both are feeling as good as I am this morning. I hear 2 good morning, sires. Then Chef asks if I need a double D coffee this morning. Yes, I most certainly do. Chef, thanks for asking. I want to thank you both for all the finger foods and drinks you supplied for us yesterday. They tasted great, and we appreciate you taking the time to do that for us. Ha, that's a great coffee. Thanks for the coffee, guys. This morning, I think I'll have scrambled cheesy eggs. Use 3 eggs and a mix of different cheeses, please. 2 hash brown patties and 3 all-beef sausages. We are glad you like the food, sire. We scoured your internet for ideas on what to prepare and are pleased you liked our choices, Chef replied. Your breakfast will be done in 2 minutes, 55 seconds, sire, was heard from Cookie. 1-to-1 stopped by to say that my training would start again tomorrow morning, and she was interested to see if I had lost any edge after the days off. I told her I would be there. Sam came in and kisses me good morning, saying that the skies were quiet, but the planet was not. Many were awed seeing the photos and videos of the 5th PG in space that the Web First had put on our website, though my favorite news agency wondered whether we were going to invade them. Man, oh man, I have no idea how they keep their license. Delilah 2-to-2 and 2-to-3 then showed up with 2-to-2 and 2-to-3 coming for a kiss before disappearing and Delilah taking their place. I asked if anyone knew of any projects that needed help getting completed, and they did not. Delilah said the scheduling for her recycling project would be finished today and that the first running the recyclers would then take over. Sam said she had first watching over the OFR, the ore refineries, and the communications and rocker surveillance satellite, and all 3 would contact her if they needed to. Sam also said she'd be contacting Marcia, Sarah, Gran, and L at a decent hour this morning and seeing how things were on their ends. Did I ever mention I tend to wake up early? Ha 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 ha. Riker called asking how many of the hogs I wanted to keep for the new Arcadian butchers, and should he have the rest butchered right away? Shit. I had completely forgotten about the hogs being on BC-1. They were transferred to stasis holds on the space station, and I had no clue. I started laughing and apologized, telling Riker I wasn't laughing at anything he said, that I was laughing because I forgot all about the porkers. I told him to do 1,000 of them for now, and we would see how things went after we arrived. Being in stasis, they weren't going anywhere and wouldn't go bad. L were up early and called Sam. They were double-checking that we were able to take live animals again now that we were back. Sam said that we were and asked why. They informed her that a rancher in Florida had called saying he heard we would buy livestock and were we interested in buying his. He had sold his ranch to a land developer, but not the livestock. L found out that the livestock consists of Black Angus cattle, Holstein dairy cows, Merino and Katahdin sheep, Morgan horses, and quarter horses. Sam told them to take them all and have their first liaison transport them to BC-1 whenever they were ready to. L apologized to Sam, saying they forgot they had a first liaison. Sam told them not to worry as forgetting seemed to be going around, and then had to explain that I forgot about the hogs being on BC-1 when we were at Arcadia. Sam contacted Sarah, Gran, and Marcia, and both Sarah and Gran said that they and the people in their groups were ready to go. Marcia said the last of the items from the trade agreement were being picked up this morning, so she would know soon if it was completed. Sam told Marcia to let her know as soon as she found out, because if it was finalized, everyone would meet as soon as possible afterwards and decide on a departure day. That made Marcia a little giddy. I was pacing around wondering and worrying if I was missing something or someone, and Sam noticed and quipped, "Dee Dee, with all that energy, maybe you need to go get laid." I gave her my best evil grin, grabbed her, and threw over my shoulder saying, maybe I do, as I playfully spanked her ass while she squealed. She didn't pull a disappearing act as I carried her to our suite, so I figured she was up for a good romp too. And yes, she was. Marcia called Sam while we were in the shower having one more go, telling Sam the trade agreement was a done deal. Sam says that is great and everyone could meet in 30 minutes, just as I came in her, causing her to giggle and say, "Make that 20 minutes." After drying off, Sam contacts one of my security teams and asks them to go and transport Dean, Marcia, Karen, Sarah, and Gran to the observation lounge as soon as they were ready. They were to tell them it was about departure day if asked. Of course, Sam and I were the last to arrive for the meeting, and seeing Sam's wet hair, Sarah had to ask if we had been naughty. Sam replied that we indeed had been naughty, even during Marcia's phone call. The ladies all started giggling when Marcia stated, "Ew, too much information." Okay, everyone, from what I know, everyone has finished their projects or tasks, and they and those that they are responsible for are ready to go to Arcadia. Is this true for everyone, or does someone still have things they need to get done? Everyone looked at everyone else, but no one said they still had things to do. Okay then, we are ready to go to Arcadia. Is everyone still good with the plan we came up with for getting our people up to the Star Cruiser? No one said anything to the contrary. Then I propose we have Sam tell the first to contact their assigned people immediately and tell them to be ready to go at any time within the next 5 days. It is now 11:40 a.m. Wednesday. I say we plan to start transporting people to the Star Cruiser this coming Friday at 7 a.m. If it takes the 4 hours max that we think it might, we will have everyone on board around 11 a.m. Friday and can depart anytime afterwards. That would be around midnight Thursday on Arcadia. A 10-hour trip on the Star Cruiser would have it arriving at Arcadia around 10 a.m. Friday Arcadia time. It is my hope that arriving Friday morning will give the people enough time over the weekend to recover from any jet lag, get acclimated to Guardian City, and commence their new lives. However, they can open their business or start work when they want to or when their boss tells them to, though those working for me know they need to start no later than 1 week after their arrival. Androids will do the work until then, and if they don't show, they know they can look for work elsewhere. When I say working for me, I'm referring to Guardian businesses like Guardian Food supermarkets, ranches, farms, butcher shops, etc. Now, does anyone have anything to add? Nothing? Okay, hang tight a second. Sam, contact the first and give them the news. Also, let the commander of the Star Cruiser know when to expect guests. They are on their way, sire, and will let me know when everyone has been contacted. The commander tells me they are ready. Thanks, Sam. I'd like for those of us that are here to greet people in specific areas as they arrive on board the Star Cruiser. I want to do this so people you know will see familiar faces and people you don't know will see some normalcy in an otherwise abnormal morning. For example, Sarah and Gran, I'd like for you two to greet your charges when they arrive and to greet others that will be arriving in the same section. Dean and Karen, I'd like for you two to greet our Arcadia R&D employees and others that arrive in that section. 2 to 2 and 2 to 3, I'd like for you two to transport around to different areas and greet people as they arrive. Marcia, I'd like for you to be in your role as mayor of Guardian City to partner with Delilah and do the same, while Sam will be with me in case I need to be somewhere immediately. There will be 2 first from my security teams with each set of us, and other security will be dispersed throughout the Star Cruiser. Any questions? I could see their heads nodding as I was speaking, so I thought they understood what I was saying. None. Okay, things are rolling. Another thing I was thinking of is live streaming our departure from on board the Star Cruiser. Show the people arriving, getting into their seats, etc. Any thoughts? If you live stream it, show any problems that occur as well, and odds are there will be problems. Don't censor it. As a matter of fact, since the whole ship is covered by video, if a problem occurs, it should become the primary stream, so there can be no doubt as to what happened. Your favorite news agency is famous for showing parts of a video to make someone look bad or to misrepresent what actually happened. I agree 100% with what Dean just said, Karen added. Yeah, that's just because you want some tonight, Marcia piped in, getting everyone to roar in laughter. With that, our little meeting broke up, and everyone went to get their last-minute preparations done. I contact L and L and tell them our departure date, so if they had anything they wanted sent to Arcadia, to have their liaison get it on board BC-1 before then. Then it was Riker I called and letting him know our planned arrival time, and asked him to have everything given, one more going over before we got there, and to activate the Guardian Security Police. He assured me he would. Guardian Commander, this is Guardian Prime. Guardian Prime, this is Guardian Commander of the 5th. How may I help you, sire? Guardian Commander, we will be leaving for Arcadia in approximately 2 days. Do you have an estimation as to when the familiarization trip will be completed? Yes, sire. The 5th will be back in Earth's system in just under 10 hours from now. I was going to contact you before returning to see if there was anything else you had for us, and where you wanted us upon arriving in system. That is great news, Guardian Commander. When you arrive, have 2 BCs cloak and stay near the OFR and refineries. They can take over for my 2 that are there right now. They are to remain cloaked and will be staying here when we leave. They will be rotated out every month. Position the rest of the 5th near our departure point. Very well, sire. I have passed that on to all ship commanders. And Guardian Commander, before I forget, the rules of engagement, ROE, for every Arcadian ship will be that when fired upon, they will return deadly fire, meaning they will return fire with as much force as necessary to destroy whatever or whoever fired upon them. They will also consider any attack on Earth an attack against themselves. Part 2 of the ROE is for when swarm are encountered. Anytime swarm are encountered, they are to be immediately and completely terminated with all force necessary. I am not talking about until they are no longer considered a threat. I mean, until every last swarm that is there is dead. They do not surrender, Guardian Commander, and they do not accept surrender from others. This ROE will be passed on to every Guardian officer, and it will be the duty of the highest ranking officer to ensure his replacement knows the ROE. Do you have any problems with any of this or anything to add, Guardian Commander? And before you answer, let me tell you that I always want your honest opinion when I ask for it. I understand, sire, and Riker has told every first that as well. I have no problems with anything you said, sire. Okay, excellent. Then we will see you when you get back. I now had to call Riker back and tell him about the ROEs for all Guardian ships, and if he would inform all Guardian personnel. And last but not least, I contacted my commanders and brought them up to speed on everything, including the ROE. Fuck, I can't believe I never thought of an ROE until now. I had missed lunch and was starving, as it was now almost the time I usually ate dinner. I went to see Chef and Cookie and asked if they had pork machado, a Filipino pork stew, and they told me they did. I asked for the pork macado, but to use pork tenderloin instead of the shoulder or butt, and a 500 milliliter Lipton lemon iced tea to go with it. The girls came in and sat down, after each gave me a quick kiss. While Delilah went to get something to eat, Sam mentioned seeing me in what looked like a deep conversation. I explained to her and the others what I had been up to since everyone left this morning and how I had forgotten about something called rules of engagement and how they were very important for military people. The military people in our case being Guardians. I explained what the ROE was, and that it might be fine not having them if I was there to say when to fire or when not to, but the Guardians needed to know when they were supposed to fire and when not to, when I wasn't there. At least I finally got one in place, though. I stewed for a bit until I thought, enough of this. I fucked up, but rectified my fuck-up. Get over it. The girls decided they wanted to go walking when Delilah had finished eating, and I agreed it sounded nice. So I told Sam to transport us whenever they were ready. She said they'd be a minute and disappeared. I gave her a questioning look when they returned, and I saw a small duffel-type bag in her hands. She said they were ready, and the next thing I know, it is a bright, sunny, hot day out, and we are beachside beside a changing room, locker area. I quickly spin around looking to see where we are, until I see a sign on the change room saying, "Welcome to Bondi Beach." Damn, we are in Australia. My mouth is open in astonishment as Sam reaches into the duffel bag and gives me a beach blanket, telling me my swimsuit is wrapped inside, and for me to go get changed and meet them back here. The four of them then quickly enter their side of the changing room, and I turn the other way to see a sign saying men's, so I head that way. I am still a little stunned, but what can a guy do when transported thousands of kilometers from home with four stunning ladies? Enjoy it as much as he can, is what the guy can do. So I smiled and went to get changed. After we found a spot on the sand, Sam explained that it had looked like I needed to relax, so they quickly decided to distract me with lots of hot girls in very little clothing, and the best place they came up with at the time was here. I thanked them and told them I loved seeing them in little or no clothing. A few people stopped by to say, "Oi, g'day, mate," and the like, or to check out the girls, or congratulate us, and many more just smiled, waved, and carried on. We only spent a couple hours there. Then Sam popped us back to the J&J, and we showered the sand and salt off before cuddling up together in bed. I felt better this morning. And what is the first thing to pop into my head this morning? Oh my lord, in 24 plus hours from now, people will be boarding the Star Cruiser. A quick coffee, then off to training with 1-1. I was doing okay even when Sam and the girls came in, wearing their oh-so-tiny gym wear. I should say I was doing okay until they decided to leave, and my head almost snapped off my neck when I heard Sam say that they should go shopping for some adult toys. A couple of seconds later, tennis balls were bouncing off me as they left laughing. After a wonderful breakfast, we started giving our projects list one last going over until deciding that Sam would just send a message asking them to inform her by the end of the day if any problems were encountered or if we were still a go for tomorrow morning. Sam received responses from each person that they were still good to go. An L&L message for me not to forget all the livestock this time. Ha ha ha. Sam checked with the first to see if their assigned people were ready, and other than a few thousand doing last-minute shopping, all were ready to go on a moment's notice. Well, the day is finally here. Departure day, the day Sam and I started working towards what seems like just a short time ago. Man, I wish Mom and Dad were here to enjoy this too. Sadly, all this only came to be because they were killed, and I wanted to take care of the living first, as I knew they would have expected me to. I hope they liked how I did so. I did a shortened training session and had a delicious breakfast with Delilah, while Sam got early morning reports from everyone. She told me everything was on schedule, and the people were extremely excited when they were woken, and told they would be transporting to the Star Cruiser this morning. She did say there was a problem waking one of the people that had been selected to come. I told her that if the person snoozed, they'd lose. All of us that were going to meet and greet the arrivals transported to the Star Cruiser 30 minutes before the first people were to arrive. The commander assured me that everything was ready to go as soon as I gave the word, so we went to our areas a few minutes before the first people arrived. Naturally, they gawked around in wonder, but quickly followed directions from the hostesses and got into their seats. We did greet quite a few of the people that arrived, but of course nowhere near all of them. Things were running pretty smoothly, and Sam said the web first reported the site was maxed out with people watching our exodus. Our first hiccup came when it was time to transport the person that the first reported they couldn't wake up earlier. The first contacted Sam, who turned it over to me. Apparently, the sponsor, a single male with 4 concubines, had started partying hard after being told to be ready to depart within 5 days. He was at this moment still hammered and almost incoherent, and just kept telling the first to wake him in a few hours. The first would have just left him, however. The 4 concubines were devastated when they were told they couldn't go without him, and it looked like he'd missed the departure. One of the concubines was more distraught than the other 3, crying and wailing that she had left and couldn't go back, as she'd be beaten badly for running off. She had begged the first to talk to me, and the first figured if she didn't at least let me know, I didn't have the opportunity to say yes. First, please get the sponsor's Arcadia card. And can you tell Sam all 4 of the girls' names, please? The first says she has the sponsor's card, and I asked Sam, what does the database tell us about the girls, Sam? Any reason we shouldn't take them? All 4 scores are average, and they are very complacent with very little drive or initiative. While they were not asked to go, why not give them a chance and take them if they are ready to go now? Girls, according to your Arcadia cards, all 4 of you have, are living very complacent lives and have little to no drive or initiative to improve them. Tell me why I should take you without your sponsor. The first tells me the most distraught girl is responding, "Sir, where I live, there was no hope of ever getting out of the neighborhood for good. There was no chance of changing my life, and after a while, I just gave up. I met Kevin, my sponsor, and his other girls a few days ago when I was out of the barrio for a few hours. He offered me a chance to leave the horrible life that I knew if I went to Arcadia as his concubine, and I immediately agreed. I have since read everything on Arcadia's website and have dreamed of making a better life for myself, even if it was only a life as his concubine. Please, sir, I beg of you, give me a chance to make and live a better life." Do all of you understand that if you come to Arcadia, you will come as concubines without a sponsor and will have to support yourselves? You will have no sponsor to support you or take care of you? I hear one voice that sounds like distraught girls say they understand. I want to hear each of you answer that you understand. First, if one does not answer, make note of who it was. Now I hear 4 voices say they understand. I want each of you to answer yes or no when I ask for your answer. None of you have a sponsor to support you, and there are no government handouts, so each of you will have 1 month to get a job so you can support yourself. I know there are jobs available at Guardian Foods as well as at many other places in Guardian City. You will abide by all Arcadia laws. You would still be considered concubines, and as such, you will be monitored. However, if you wish to, you can retake the enhanced test anytime during the first 11 months and possibly be eligible for citizenship or be returned to Earth if you prefer. Now, one at a time, tell me your answer. Distraught girl immediately starts yelling, "Yes, yes, yes," and the other 3 follow suit. With a sigh, I say, don't make me regret this, girls. First, transport the 4 of them up to their seats and to their sponsor's residence when we arrive at Arcadia. Girls, you can live in the sponsor's residence for 1 month while you look for a place that you can afford on your own or together. If you decide to stay together and can afford the residence you are in, you can stay there. The choice will be up to each of you. I really hope I don't regret doing this. The transportations had been continuing, and by the time everyone was on board, there were only 2 other problems, and both were handled by the first doing the transporting. One problem was the husband of the wife we had invited to Arcadia, refusing to get into his seat, saying he didn't want to get the citizenship and he wanted his family transported back to Earth. The first transported him back to Earth and then gave the option to stay on board and go to Arcadia or return to Earth to the wife. The wife immediately said that she and her 2 kids would stay and go to Arcadia. The other involved a 15-year-old girl who didn't want to leave her boyfriend. The first explained to her parents that she was considered an adult on Earth and could not be forced to go to Arcadia. The teen was asked one more time if she wanted to go with her parents to Arcadia, and when she said she didn't, she was transported back to Earth. The first then asked the family if they still want to go to Arcadia or to return to Earth. They decided on going to Arcadia. The last of the people were on board and soon asleep in their seats, getting their citizen ID chips inserted and their medical scans. When we transported back to the J&J, after all was said and done, we saw that 253,886 people had been transported from Earth to the Star Cruiser and settled in their seats in 3 hours and 14 minutes. I checked one last time that everyone was ready to go, then told the commander of the Star Cruiser to depart and that we would see him at Arcadia in 10 hours or so. I walk over to Marcia and give her 2 envelopes, asking her to keep them for me until the first anniversary of our arrival on Arcadia. She looks questioningly at me, but I just smile and say, "Don't ask, it's a surprise." Back in my place, I look at the camera doing the live stream to our website, and with a smile on my face say, "Good morning, everyone. Well, it's that time. It's time to take our first settlers to Arcadia and start a new branch of the human race. This does not mean there will be no future opportunities for more people to migrate to Arcadia, though as we will take more in the future. I would like to remind everyone that the enhanced cap test will still be available after our departure, and that the Arcadian orphanage will remain open to those between the ages of 14 to 18 as well. Please keep an eye on our website for any announcements or news. I gather the 4 loves of my life next to me and speak the words that will start a new chapter in our lives. Until we meet again, may God watch over you and bless you. Commander, take us to Arcadia. Best possible speed. Epilogue. I say your name here, renounce totally and completely any and all previous allegiances I was subject to, and pledge my allegiance now and forevermore to Arcadia and what it stands for. One people united and equal before God, living together in peace and prosperity. I will follow Arcadia laws and be true, faithful, and fulfill my responsibilities as a citizen of Arcadia in protecting our nation, our people, and our way of life. With God and all here as my witnesses, I so swear. Good morning and congratulations, citizens of Arcadia, and a happy Settlers Day to everyone here at GC Stadium, Guardian City Stadium, and to all those watching at home. Yes, with 88% of the total vote tabulated on ArcNet, Arcadia Internet, Settlers Day was the name you all chose for commemorating our arrival here 1 year ago today on the 12th of August. Settlers Day will now and forevermore be the name of our national holiday. I know it is hard to believe that 1 year has passed already. All the people in the stadium start cheering and clapping loudly. As a new people, we overcame much here in the first year, starting with getting used to 26-hour days. I thank you all for your patience while we got enough 26-hour watches and clocks made for everyone. It's always the seemingly little things that get forgotten. And keeping track of time was one of them. So many good things have happened in the last year, from the first baby being conceived and born on Arcadia, to having a news media that reports factual news, not slanted, biased, or misleading news, to the new sports you came up with. I mean, whoever heard of team track ball? I had never heard of normal track ball before, but someone saw the equipment on the archived Earth Internet, sent a request to have some of the equipment made, and now it's played in every neighborhood along with the more well-known sports such as football, soccer, golf, and hockey. And I personally want to thank everyone for making my 126,738 Mer refugees from Elven welcome here, while another almost 500,000 Mer are seeing if it is possible to rejuvenate the waters on their home planet. I know most of you have never seen one of the Mer since they prefer living in water, but if you do, please continue to make them feel welcome. I know after trying the seafood we brought here from Elven, my taste buds are hoping they can cultivate the seafood they are famous for here in Arcadian waters too. I know everyone will welcome and help the new arrivals from Earth get acclimated to Arcadia and Guardian City when they arrive in a couple weeks as well. Remember, these new arrivals don't have the option of returning to Earth after 11 months like we did, so lend a hand when you can. I will also tell you now that among the new settlers that will be arriving, there are several groups of people that are very familiar with the design and creation of winter resorts. I have already asked these groups if they would be interested in creating Nordica, the ultimate in year-round winter resorts here on Arcadia. They are very excited about doing so, and for anyone that is interested in being a part of it, information will be posted soon on ArcNet. While things have been very good for the most part, there have been a few ups and downs too, though not many. We arrived here with 253,886 people, and at the 11-month mark, there were 1,206 that were returned to Earth. Some because they asked to be returned for whatever reason, and some because they didn't want to live by our laws. There was some, what used to be called petty crime, for a short time after everyone arrived, but that quickly stopped when people found out the stated punishments would be enforced and weren't just words they read. I guess I shouldn't say it stopped, as there still is an occurrence every once in a while. Unfortunately, there was also the execution of 3 people who thought it was okay to steal and destroy the property of others. I don't know why they would think they wouldn't be punished according to our laws. I do regret allowing them to come at the last minute. But as they say, hindsight is 20/20. There is more good news though, for a few of us anyway. On the day we left Earth, I gave our good mare, Marcia Masters, 2 envelopes to hold for me. I asked her yesterday if she could bring them to the ceremony today, and if she would kindly bring them to me now, I will conclude my little speech as quickly as I can and let you all get on with the festivities. The crowd gives Marcia a raucous welcome, whistling and clapping. Please let's hear it from Mayor Marcia. She has kept Guardian City running like a Swiss watch, allowing me to gallivant around the cosmos to places like Elven and Mir, I say as she brings the envelopes to me. I give her a hug and thank her for everything she has been doing. Stay with me here, please, Marcia. Now I gave these 2 sealed envelopes to Mayor Marcia 1 year ago before we arrived here, and I see they are still sealed. I had decided a little more than a year ago that I wanted to make 2 presentations on our first anniversary here in Arcadia, and no one knew about them, not even my wives. Yes, I know that was a dangerous thing to do. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to ask Marcia to open this first envelope and read what I wrote on the paper inside it a little more than 1 year ago. Marcia opens the envelope, pulls out the single piece of paper it contains and reads, "On this, the first anniversary of our arrival on Arcadia, I, as Guardian Prime of Arcadia and First of the First, want to do something special for the first person to take the oath of citizenship. Whoever it is that is the first to take the oath shall have their housing, 1 electric vehicle, and 1 higher education course paid for in full. If the person is single, their housing can be up to a 2-bedroom house or apartment, and if the person is married or part of a family, their housing can be up to a 4-bedroom house or apartment." She looks to the back side of the paper and says, "That is all that is written on the paper," and passes me the paper and envelope. I think it took a second or 2 before what Marcia said sunk into people's heads, as there was hardly any noise for about 5 seconds before the clapping and whistling started. I wait for the noise to subside a bit, then start speaking again. The first person who took the oath of citizenship submitted the request 3 months to the day after our arrival here, the first day that anyone could make the request. She retook the enhanced cap test 2 weeks after arriving and had her status as a concubine removed. Her request to take the oath was approved, and she came to Guardian Hall and took it in person. I know she is in the crowd here today because the first that transported her to the Star Cruiser 1 year ago is ready to transport her to the stage. So I would like to say it gives me great pleasure to ask Adriana Maria da Silva to come to the stage and receive Arcadia's gifts to her. This time the crowd got noisy right away as Adriana appeared on the stage next to me, tears pouring down her face. This brought my wives over to comfort her, and after a moment Adriana ran to me and hugged me tightly, thanking me over and over for giving her a chance that day 1 year ago. "Adriana, I have never regretted giving you the chance you asked for that morning 1 year ago. You took that chance and made the most of it, and I applaud you for that." The crowd cheers and claps loudly for the once distraught girl who has succeeded in changing her life. My wives come and take her with them for a moment, then the first takes her back to her seat. "Okay, Marcia, now will you do the same for the second envelope, please?" Marcia opens the second envelope, pulls out the single piece of paper, and reads, "On this, the first anniversary of our arrival on Arcadia, I, as Guardian Prime of Arcadia and First of the First, want to do something special for the parents of, and for the first baby to be conceived and born on Arcadia. Whoever are the parents of the first baby to be conceived and born on Arcadia shall have their housing up to a 4-bedroom house or apartment, 2 electric vehicles, and 2 higher education courses paid for in full. The baby shall have their education paid for life, as well as 5,000 Arcadian credits put into a registered retirement account in their name." She again says, "That is all that is written on the paper." After looking at its backside, of course everyone knows who had the first baby, as it was all over Arc News, Arcadia News, as it deserved to be. I know they are here too with their darling baby Janine and their entire family, and it gives me great pleasure to ask Jim, Heather, baby Janine, Karen, Debbie, Lisa, and John to come to the stage and receive Arcadia's gifts for them and their little girl. The whole family pops onto the stage, and we do the hugs and congratulations. Then I turn back to the crowd and say, "Now, when I wrote those words on that piece of paper, I didn't think about a family with multiple adults in it, even though I had 4 wives at the time. I see here before me a family with 6 adults in it. So what I'm going to do is add 4 more fully paid higher education courses, another 2 electric cars, and another 2 bedrooms to the house they choose, or another 50 square meters to the size of the house if they have one custom built." That made for more hugs and handshakes. Then they left the stage amid the cheers from the crowd and were taken back to their seats. Since little Janine was born, there have been many more births and even more pregnancies, so keep it up, people. I am doing my best to help increase our population too, and am looking forward to succeeding. Ha 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 ha. My wife's come up beside me and Delilah whispers in my ear, causing me to turn sideways and look at her, mouth open with a stunned and slack-jawed expression. I succeeded?